A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
For a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Oxidol's own Ma Perkins. You know, despite all the claims and counterclaims you hear today, your own freshly laundered clothes still speak louder than anything else about the wash day product you use. And when you use deep cleaning Oxidol, what your clothes tell you will give you a pleasant surprise. You see, deep cleaning Oxidol reaches deep down into the fibers of your clothes and washes out gray and dirt left in by the leading wash day suds, the leading shortcut suds. The women saw an amazing demonstration of this fact, and among these women was Mrs. Paul Zurich of Elmwood, Ohio. Listen to what Mrs. Zurich said.
In this washing demonstration, they used my clean clothes. At least I thought they were clean because I had just washed them with a leading sud the way you're told to. Then they washed those clothes over again, this time with deep cleaning Oxidol. You should have seen the dirty wash water come out of those clothes I thought were clean. That dirty wash water showed me Oxidol really can get out grain dirt left in clothes by those leading shortcut suds.
Thanks, Mrs. Zurich. And ladies, here's a suggestion. Next wash day, use deep cleaning Oxidol and demonstrate for yourself how much dirt Oxidol can get out of your clothes. And most important of all, look at the clothes themselves. When you use deep cleaning Oxidol, your clothes look sparkling white and bright. Your clothes feel soft and fluffy. Clothes smell sweet, too. Yes, your clothes look clean, feel clean, smell clean, because they are clean with deep cleaning Oxidol. Yet, Oxidol is really safe. Deep clean clothes stay brighter, new-looking longer. So to get your clothes deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Ask your dealer for Oxidol today. And now for Ma Perkins. Well, Ma's eyes have been opened at last. I needn't describe Ma's heartbreak at learning the truth. The stuff's been right all along. The cousins are treacherous and deceitful and crooked. But our story isn't yet ended. There's still Fay and Sylvester. Because when Cousin Ed realized that the game was up, he sneered at Ma and the folks. This is the very night when Sylvester and Fay are eloping, said Cousin Ed. Well, right now, it's 10 minutes later, that same long, eventful night. And up in the cousin's apartment, Benita is preparing for bed when she hears... The
front door. It must be Ed. Oh, Lordy, I hope he ain't been drinking. That's you, lovers?
That's Benita. Me, Ma Perkins.
Ma Perkins? I wonder what she... Oh, Lordy. Oh, I hope there ain't been trouble on account of what I told her. Come in, Cousin Ma. Oh, I hope there ain't been trouble on account of what I... Careful, please.
Sorry to bust in on you like this, Cousin
Something
Benita.
has happened, Benita, and we need your help. But... yes, your Cousin Ma. Let me get a bathrobe.
That's okay, Cousin Benita. I'm a married man. I've seen petticoats before. Anyhow, there's no time to lose.
Oh, but maybe she's cold. Yes, go and get yourself a bathrobe, Benita.
Only first let me shake your hand, Benita.
Shake my hand?
Ma Perkins told us about your fine deed, Benita. How you went and stood up against your own family and you let Ma know what your no-good husband was up to.
Oh, Sheffield, it ain't right to say that. Cousin Ed is Benita's husband, and well, anyway, that ain't what we're here to find out. Benita, where has Sylvester taken Faye?
That's right. That's the question. Where has Sylvester taken Faye? That's what we're here to find out.
But, well, I don't know where Sylvester's taken Faye. You mean something's happened?
The whole thing's busted wide open, Benita. We got the goods on your no-good husband and on that no-good Mitch Myers. But now we got to find out about Sylvester. because that slimy husband of yours stood up there and right to our faces.
Cecil, no. I'm sorry, Benita. Cecil don't mean to cause you no pain.
That's all right, Cousin Ma. Any pain Cecil gives me. I wonder if it's even the tiniest part of all the pain I've had during all these years. Ed, and now that Sylvester's grown up, Sylvester too. Not just this past year since we've been in Rustful Center. I mean, through all the years. How come we had to leave Alaska? Leave every place we ever was? Oh, but that ain't what you're coming for. You say you want to know something about Sylvester, Cousin Ma?
Like this, Benita. We got the goods on Mitch Myers. Ma says it's because you tipped her off. Only now, Cousin Ed says that tonight is when Sylvester's eloping with Faye.
Eloping with Faye?
And that's what we got to stop. Faye wouldn't elope with that no-good son of yours, begging your pardon, Bonita. Not unless first he thumped her over the head or something. So where are they? Are you sure you don't know where they went?
But Faye don't want to marry Sylvester. I don't want Faye to marry Sylvester. Your cousin Faye is too nice for Sylvester.
Oh, Benita, dear, it's like this. There just ain't any doubt now. Mr. Myers is not the person that Ed and Sylvester have been saying he is.
Oh.
And I guess we quarreled with Cousin Ed. But that ain't the issue at this moment. Later on, we can figure out what we all want to do. Right now, the issue is what Ed told us. And that's why we practically run back here to see you. You're sure that you don't know where Sylvester has put my face?
I'm trying to think. Maybe he did say something. I'm trying to remember. Ed told you Sylvester's eloping with Faye.
That's what he said, Bonita. Standing there so smirky and runty and mean.
Shuffle, stop calling Ed names in front of Benita. Be more diplomatic, will you?
That's all right, Cousin Willie. I know what Shuffle means. Maybe Ed was just Cousin Ma, trying to say something to make you feel bad, to get even. Lots of times Ed likes to say things just to make the other person feel terrible.
But we can't take no chances. Anyhow, the way he said it, he wasn't just saying it. He was saying it like as if from now on he'd have the upper hand. Bonita, I never had nothing against you yourself personally. You know that. But this is no time for you to protect your boy Sylvester.
Oh, it don't seem to me that Benita is just trying to protect Sylvester. Benita, dear, you say that you don't know where Sylvester has taken Faye?
You think I'm telling lies too, Cousin Ma?
Oh, no. That ain't what I think. No, Benita.
I don't blame you if you did think I'm lying. I've been up here in this little apartment night after night, so nervous that I just couldn't sit still. With Sylvester and Ed with their heads together, planning, scheming how to get things away from Ma Perkins and her family. For months and months. That's how I've been living here. I'm just an old, good, scared old woman, and I've been afraid to tell him to stop. I'm afraid to go to you too, Ma. Afraid they'd hurt me. They've got ways of hurting me. Never mind that. I'd help you if I could, Ma. Like Shuffle says, it's all over now. I suppose we'll be moving on. Unless we all got to go to jail or something. Anyhow, it's all over. For once in my life, I'd like to do something that's right. And I don't know. I can't think. All I can think is that if a girl don't want to marry a fella, there ain't no way on earth which can make her marry him.
Maybe he could slip something in her drink, so she'd be in his power.
Oh, tarnation, Willie, you've been reading too many of Junior's funny books. Anyhow, Faye don't drink.
Well, then maybe he could slip something in her ice cream soda.
You make it sound like Sylvester's some kind of a witch doctor. I've been on this earth for plenty of years, and I never heard fellow no crazy medicines like that.
Benita, what you say is right, but now, knowing what we know about the tricks that you've been played on us for so many months, that ain't what we're afraid of. I'm more concerned that Sylvester will play some trick on Faye. Tell her things that ain't true. Because, you see, my Faye is a girl, well, she believes in folks. She don't question what somebody says to her. And Faye's in of two minds about Sylvester. Faye herself been thinking that she should get married. More for Paulette's sake than her own, maybe, but for her own sake, too. Now we know that maybe Sylvester is the kind of man who... Oh, forgive me, Benita, dear. Maybe you'd try to take advantage of Faye's mixed-up feelings.
Oh, Ma, you're so sweet. Maybe Sylvester's that kind of person. No, he is that kind of person. He's always trying to take advantage of other people. Yes, my own son.
Ah, Benita, give me your hand. Benita, what's happened that you must live with such pain? That you and I have grown so far apart. Benita's girl, we started out together, Benita.
I'm a fool, Ma. I always been a fool. You've got something inside of you which is strong. But don't let you take the easy way, when the easy way is wrong. I always been so big and clumsy. Everybody always laughing and making jokes about me. I never let on that. I'd laugh at those jokes, too. Fat, jolly Benita. Ed Hammaker's the only man who ever wanted me. And I'm stuck going good with Ed. Oh, he can be so nice, so humorous. It makes me feel like I'm a person, like I count for something. Only I don't count for something. When Sylvester was just a little tiny baby, 2 years old maybe, I'd want to hold him on my lap and rock him and cuddle him. And Ed wouldn't let me. Ed would say I'm making a sissy out of him. Wouldn't let me cuddle my own baby. But then when he'd do something Ed wouldn't like, Sylvester, I mean, Ed would sock him or he'd holler real mean at me. And then the boy learned to holler mean at me, too. And Ed would just laugh. It was like I'd been a stranger in my own house. Stranger in my own family. It's so far back. House. Family. I never had a house. I never had a family.
Is there something else that we got to be thinking about, Benita? Ain't the question not when Sylvester was a baby, but Sylvester now? Stopping Sylvester now?
You can't help it, Benita.
No, I wish I could, Ma. But no, I can't help you. I don't know where they are.
Ladies, when are clean clothes really sparkling clean? Only when you can see they're clean, feel they're clean, smell they're clean. And deep cleaning Oxidol gets clothes sparkling clean. Reaches deep down into fibers for the graying dirt in clothes, loosens dirt, and floats it away. You can see your clothes washed sparkling white and bright with Oxidol. You can feel the clothes are soft and fluffy. You can smell they're sweet, too. Yes, clothes look clean, feel clean, smell clean, because they are clean with deep cleaning Oxidol. So for a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, get deep cleaning Oxidol at your dealers now in the same familiar Oxidol package. And where are Fay and Sylvester? Can Sylvester really force Fay to marry him, or trick her into marrying him? Well, we join Fay and Sylvester as Ma and the folks try to find them tomorrow. But now this is Charlie Warren inviting you to listen again tomorrow to Oxidol's own Ma Perkins. Same time, same station. For a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning.
Tonight, Mr. Glenn Ford stars in The 39 Steps from Studio One at CBS.
You're a woman, and you're defenseless, and you're alone on the desolate moor in the dark, handcuffed to a murderer who'd stop at nothing to get you off his hands. If that's a situation you enjoy, my lovely, have it and welcome.
We invite you to Studio One, radio's celebrated playhouse of dramatic entertainment, featuring the world's great stories, novels, and plays in special versions for listening. And now to introduce tonight's great story, here is the director of Studio One, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight we present you with a tall and shamelessly exciting story by that wizard among authors of mystery adventure, the late John Buchan. With the 39 Steps, we offer you spies and secrets and high doings in England and Scotland. Romantic interests aren't going to be neglected either. There are at least 2 mysterious ladies to be heard from, whose charm is equaled only by the trouble in which they get themselves and a certain young man involved. In our story, that young man is a personable Canadian named Richard Hannay. And tonight we have with us in Studio One another personable and very talented Canadian to bring Richard Hannay to life for you, Mr. Glenn Ford. With Mr. Ford, you'll be hearing Kathleen Cordell as Pamela, Mercedes McCambridge as Annabella, and Miriam Wolfe as Annie, with Everett Sloane and John Stanley contributing the largest share of many villainies. The 39 Steps by John Buchan. Pleased to begin.
Seat taken?
No, I don't think so.
Well, would you mind moving your coat?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
There you are.
Thanks. She was rather good, wasn't she?
I beg your pardon?
I said she was rather good.
Oh, yes, she was.
Was that the first turn?
No, that must have been the third or fourth.
Oh, I understand that this is the best music hall in London.
Yes, it is. Haven't you ever been here before?
No, I just arrived from Canada a few days ago. You know, I don't usually like music hall entertainment.
Please be quiet. I want to hear the next
Oh,
one.
I beg your pardon.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind attention and permission, I have the honor of presenting to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. Every day he commits to memory 50 new facts and remembers every one of them. Facts from history, facts from geography, facts from newspapers, from scientific books, millions and millions of them. Think of the strain involved by his prodigious feat.
His feet ain't half big as yours, Sterling.
I'm referring to his feats of memory. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Ask him your questions, and he'll answer fully and freely. Mr. Memory.
Thank you. A question, please. Ladies first.
Where's me old man been since last Saturday?
On the booze.
Out with a good looker.
A serious question, please. What won the Derby in 1921? Mr. Jack Jones, humorist, with Steve Donahue up. Won by a length of 6-1. Second and third, Craig and Erin and Lemonora. Am I right, sir?
Right. Who was the last British heavyweight champion of the world?
My old woman!
It was Bob Fitzsimmons. He defeated Jim Corbett, heavyweight champion of America, at Carson City, Nevada in October 1897. He was then 34 years of age. Am I right, sir?
Right!
You know, I think I'm going to ask him a question.
Why tell me about it?
Another question, please.
How far is Winnipeg from Montreal?
A gentleman from Canada. You're welcome here, sir. Winnipeg, the third city of Canada and capital of the province of Manitoba. Distance from Montreal, 1,424 miles. Am I right, sir?
Quite right.
I've got to get out of here.
Come on, I'll help you.
Please, I've got to get out.
Oh, take my hand.
Will you get out of my way?
Take my hand and let me clear the way for you.
Thank you.
Out of the way, coming through. Give us room. Coming through. Lady coming through. There's the door.
Hurry, please.
Coming through.
Who do you think you're shoving?
You, lady coming through. There we are.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't mention it. I wanted to get out myself.
May I come home with you?
What? Did my ears deceive me, or did you say, may I come home with you?
Yes, please.
Well, it sounds like a very excellent idea, but what is the idea?
Don't ask questions. Just take me home. I'll tell you when we get there.
Well, if that's what you want, come on. There's a bus. Well, here you are. I'll turn on the light.
Not yet.
What? What's the matter?
Here. Let me turn this chair. Now, you can turn on the light.
What's this all about?
Would you mind turning that mirror face to the wall?
Afraid somebody outside might see you?
Exactly.
Oh, no. You know, I haven't that bad a reputation.
I'm not worried about your reputation. Please.
Well, all right. All right, you know, you don't have to go out looking for adventure. No, you carry it with you like a child playing alone. Oh, by the way, my name is Hannay. Am I allowed to know yours?
Smith.
Hmm? Oh. Yes. All right. Yeah, I'll take your coat.
Thank you. Do you want to know more about me? What do you think I do for a living?
Actress?
Not in the way you mean.
Chorus?
No.
Sorry. Out for adventure?
That's right.
That's interesting.
Don't answer that telephone.
Why not?
Because I think it's for me.
Oh. Now, listen, now.
Please don't answer.
All right. I'll string along.
I guess I owe you an explanation.
Well, I was hoping we'd get around to that. I suppose your name isn't really Smith.
It depends on where I am. You may call me Annabella.
Oh, Annabella Smith. A clergyman's daughter, I suppose. Hey, what makes you so nervous? Bothered by the shot in the theater?
That shot was fired at me. There were 2 men in that theater who wanted to kill me.
Oh, now, you really should be more careful about choosing your gentleman friends.
No, you don't understand.
Well, you don't make it very easy for me now, do you? A beautiful and mysterious woman pursued by gunmen? Sounds like a spy story.
That's exactly what it is.
You're a spy?
I prefer the word agent.
For what country?
For any country that pays me.
I suppose you've come here to dig up some great big state secret.
No. As a matter of fact, I'm here to save a secret from being dug up. A very important secret of this country. Not because I love England, but because it will pay me better that way.
Thank you on behalf of the British Empire.
But this is serious. A very clever agent of a certain foreign power is on the point of obtaining a secret vital to your air ministry. I tracked 2 of his men to that music hall. Unfortunately, they recognized me. That's why they're after me now.
Have you ever heard of a thing called persecution mania?
You don't believe me?
Frankly, I don't.
Go and look down into the street, then.
What?
Go to the window. Look down into the street. You will probably see 2 men lounging around opposite the entrance to this building.
Well, all right, I'll take a look. Might as well give you a chance to prove your preposterous theory. Oh. You win.
They're there?
Yes, they're there.
I'd hoped I'd shaken them off. I'm going to tell you something which isn't very healthy for you to know. But now that they've followed me here, you're in this just as much as I am.
How do you mean?
Have you ever heard of the 39 steps?
What's that, a pub?
Never mind. The important thing is that a state secret will be taken from this country unless I stop those men.
Well, why don't you phone the police or something?
Because they wouldn't believe me any more than you did. And if they did, how long do you think it would take them to get going? Oh, no, these men act quickly. And you don't know how clever their chief is. He's clever and ruthless.
Well, who is he? What's his name?
He has 12 names, and he can look like 100 people. But there's one thing he can't disguise. Part of his little finger on the left hand is missing. And if ever you should meet such a man, be very careful, my friend.
I'll remember. Meanwhile, what are you going to do?
May I stay here?
Well, you're welcome to my bed here. I'll catch a nap on the couch.
Thank you.
Now, see here. I'm going to lock you in the bedroom.
No, there's no need of that.
Oh, yes. After all, if your story is true, your safety is pretty important to England. I'm going to lock you in the bedroom. Then if those men force their way into the apartment, they'll have to deal with me, and they won't be able to get you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. And I'm very tired. Do you think it would be all right if I went to the bedroom now?
Don't get up. Stay in that chair till I switch off the lights.
You've certainly changed since you came in here, Mr. Haney.
Annabella, I'm coming!
Mr. Henry.
Annabella.
Mr. Henry.
You're hurt. Here, let me help you to the bed.
No, there's no time. Just hold me. They came in by the window. They couldn't open the door to get to you. But you're next.
Now, see here, stop talking. You're too weak to talk.
Oh, no, listen. Hold me. I must tell you. A man in Scotland, in Altnashalik. Go to him and tell him.
Who is he? What's his name?
His
name, Annabella.
His name?
Hello?
Mr. Henny.
Yes?
Is Annabella dead?
Who is this?
Never mind. Is Annabella dead?
Yes, you did your work well. But you won't get away with it.
Have you called the police?
You and I both know that the police would only arrest me.
Yes. But I'd advise you to call them. If you come out without the police, we will kill you, Henny.
Who's that?
You the milkman?
I am. Well, you're a bright Malay for such a fine gentleman.
Could you use a pound note?
What's the catch?
Well, I want to borrow your cap and coat. I want to dress myself up like a milkman.
What's the big idea?
Well, I want to make a getaway.
Ah, do a bunk?
Yes.
I say, what have you been up to?
I'll have to trust you. There's been a murder committed on the first floor.
By you?
No. Did you see two men hanging around across the street?
Yes.
They committed the murder.
Oh, I see. Now I suppose they're waiting there as good as gold for a copper to come and arrest them.
Yes, it's quite true. They're spies. They've murdered a woman in my flat, and now they're waiting for me.
Oh, come off it. Funny jokes at 5 a.m.
But, all right. I'll tell you the truth. Are you married?
Yes, but don't rub it in.
Well, I'm not married. I'm a bachelor.
Well, congratulations.
There's a woman living here on the first floor.
Is there now?
Yes. I paid her a call last night, and I've been wanting to go home since midnight.
Well, what's preventing you?
Those men. They're her brothers. Now, do you see?
Oh, God. Why didn't you tell me before, old fellow? I only wanted to be told. Trying to kid me with a lot of talk about murders and spies. Here, put this on. Put on my little hat. There you are.
Here, take the pound.
Well, thank you, Governor. Here's my bottle. Just leave my pony and cart around the corner. So long, old sport.
Thanks again.
Roger.
Giddy up. A first-class ticket to Aberdeen, Scotland, please. How do you do?
Well, it's a good day, sir.
The conductor tells me this is my compartment. Is the room?
Of course. Sit down.
Thank you.
Are you a traveling man?
No.
I am. I travel in women's underwear. You interested?
Oh, always.
I've got a new corset I'm selling this trip. The Streamline. You know, I can never understand how people put up with the old-fashioned sort. All bones and no beds. Not mine. Put a pretty girl inside of mine, sir, and she needn't be ashamed anywhere. I say, I must be boring you. Yes, I guess I'll look at the paper.
No, you're not boring me.
I say, there's been another woman murdered in a West End flat.
What?
Woman murdered in a West End flat. Portland Mansions in Portland Place. Oh, yes, I know what that is. A well-dressed woman of about 30 with a knife in her back. Lieutenant Richard Hannay is missing. Missing. He did it all right.
What do the police say?
The police theory is that... well, if that isn't the blasted limit.
What is?
Is there no honesty in this world at all? Now, look here, sir. Look at this advertisement. Now, I ask you. The new Bodyline rubber panty corset on sale today at McPherson Brothers, 17 and 9pence. Why, they're underselling us.
Do the police say who did it?
Brassiere to match 4 and 11pence.
Yes, that's too bad. But what about that murder you were telling me about?
What's the murder, sir? I've got to look through this paper and all the other ads. Now, let me see now here. What is it?
Where could I get a paper?
Well, we're coming into a station. Why don't you get off and buy one?
Yes, I'll do that. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me, conductor, but have I time?
What is it, sir?
I was wondering if I have time.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
I'm from the police. As soon as the train starts again, I'll want to search every compartment.
Oh?
Yes, we're after a man named Richard Hannay, a West End murderer.
Right, sir. Now, what was it you wanted, sir?
Oh, never mind. The train's starting. It's too late now. Oh, pardon me. May I come in?
Well, I'm sure there are other compartments not in use.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to make use of this one. And you.
I beg your pardon?
Look, I'm desperate. The police are looking for me, but I'm innocent. When they come into this compartment, you take your cue from me and do exactly as I want you to.
I shall hand you over. That's what I shall do.
You do, and well, you'll die 1 second later. Darling, of course I love you. Of course I love you, darling. Kiss me, darling.
Oh, guess there's no murder in here.
You...
I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry I had to do it. Now, look here, my name is Hannay. They're after me, but I swear I'm innocent. You've got to help me. I've got to keep free for the next few days. I don't blame you for slapping me, but please listen.
You're despicable.
You've got to let me stay here. It isn't just for my sake.
Beg pardon, you two.
What is it, officer?
I'm sorry to disturb you again, but have either of you seen a man come by here the past few minutes?
This is the man you want, I think.
What?
She's joking.
But when I looked in just a moment ago...
He marched his way in here and forced me to kiss him. Told me his name is Hannay.
Oh? Is your name Hannay?
No.
It is. He just told me so. He said he's wanted for murder.
I told you I was innocent, too, didn't I? Why do you leave that out?
Your name is Hannay, then?
Of course it is.
You're under arrest, Mr. Hannay, and it's my duty to warn you that anything you say may be used against you.
Officer, may I smoke?
Go ahead.
Want one?
No, thanks.
You know I'm innocent.
I don't know anything of the sort.
No? Well, you seem to trust me.
Do I?
Yes, you haven't handcuffed me.
If I handcuffed you, then I'd be handcuffed too, and I hate handcuffs.
Oh, well, that's quite understandable.
You couldn't do anything anyway. The door's locked.
Oh, that's quite true.
What did you kill her for?
I didn't kill her.
Oh, come off it. This ain't official. I'm just curious.
Why do you think I killed her?
Oh, well, because you're in love with her.
Oh, that's a strange reason for killing a girl.
Oh, maybe she was in love with you and you couldn't get rid of her.
That's it. That's it.
Oh, I thought so.
Yes, she was always pestering me. Wanted me to kiss her all the time. Tell her I loved her. You know how it is.
No, I know.
Yeah, well, I couldn't even eat a meal in peace. I couldn't take her to the theater unless we sat way in the back row. You know, really, she was always getting me to take her to the zoo. Now, do you realize how many lonely places there are at the zoo where a woman can trap a man?
You don't mean it.
Yes. Fact is, remember, and the night I murdered her, it was... Well, I'll tell you. That was just the last straw.
What happened?
She came to my apartment. I didn't expect her, you understand. I wanted to be alone with my chess set. But she came in. When I heard what she wanted, I couldn't stand it anymore. Everything went red before me. I was blind. I was blind with rage.
Good heavens, what did she want?
She wanted me to take her to the zoo again.
See here. Are you trying to pull my leg?
Of course I am. I told you I didn't murder her.
I'll give up.
Oh, are we coming to a station?
No. Just slowing down for the bridge.
Huh? Sure you won't join me in a cigarette?
Oh, might as well.
Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Hey, let go.
So long.
Hey, don't jump out there. You'll get killed. Don't jump. your fire, you fool.
Right,
He's under cover. Sonny is a smart man. Probably crawling from one bush to another on the side of the hill.
I was only trying to shoot when I last seen him.
Well, don't do it. I wish those other fools had stopped shooting, too. He's bound to come out in another place.
Well, still and all, sir, I don't see him.
Wait a moment. There he is.
Where?
No, wait a moment. Don't shoot. You see, he's up on the brow of the hill. Out of rifle range.
We'd best get after him.
No, wait a moment. Look. You see? There, he's gone. Down the other side of the hill.
We'd best get after him, that's what I'd say.
No, wait. I have a better plan. We'll never catch him that way. He's got too big a lead, and besides, he'll go down the hill on the other side a lot faster than we can never go up on this side.
But what are we to do?
We're going to count on the fact that he's a human being. He'll get tired. He'll get hungry. He's been running around all day, and he hasn't eaten since before he got on that train. He's going to have to sleep somewhere tonight. That's when we'll catch him.
How, sir?
You go round up the others. We're going to stop in at every farmhouse and every barn in the whole countryside tonight.
Aye. Good day, sir. Could you direct me to Altnashallock?
Aye, straight along the road and cross the loch.
Thank you.
Are you looking for work?
Yes, I'm a chauffeur.
You'll find the work in Altnashallock.
Oh, no big houses around here?
Only Sir Andrews, and he won't be wanting you. He's had the same chauffeur for 40 years.
Oh, I see. Are there no newcomers around?
Aye. There's an Englishman, a kind of professor.
Professor?
Aye. He lives at Altnashallock.
Oh, thanks. I'll try that.
You'll not try tonight. It's 14 miles.
Well, could you put me up for the night?
3.
Oh, no, I'll pay.
Aye, then. Can you eat the herring?
I could eat half a dozen right now.
Can you sleep in a box bed?
I can try.
2 and 6.
Take it now?
Thank you. Come in.
Thank you.
Woman!
Aye? What is it?
This gentleman will stay with us till the morning. Go make up the box bed.
Very well.
Your daughter?
My wife.
Oh.
You'd best go in with her and see your room.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. This is your bed. Could you sleep there, do you think?
You try and stop me.
You'll be tired.
Oh, I'll say I am.
Won't you sit down, please, while I make up the bed?
Thank you. You been in these parts long?
No, I'm from Glasgow. Do you ever see it?
No.
You should see Sauchiehall Street with all its fine shops, and Argyle Street on Saturday night with the trams and the lights and the cinema palaces and the crowds. Oh, aye, and it's Saturday night tonight.
Like to be there?
Aye.
You certainly don't get all those things out here.
No.
Do you always miss them? Or just on Saturday nights?
I don't like to say.
Well, now, I've never been to Glasgow, but I've been in Edinburgh, Montreal, and London. I'll tell you all about London at supper.
My husband wouldn't approve of that, I doubt.
Why not?
Oh, he says it's best not to think of such places and all the wickedness that goes on there.
Then why not listen now? What do you want to know?
Well, is it true that all the ladies paint their toenails?
Some of them.
And the London ladies look beautiful?
Oh, they do. Yes, they do. Oh, but they wouldn't if you were beside them.
You ought not to say that.
What ought you not to say?
Oh.
I was just saying to your wife that I prefer living in the town rather than the country.
God made the country. Come, woman. Get supper for us.
Pudding, sir.
No, thank you. I've been extremely well fed.
Thank you.
You want to look at the weekly paper? It just came today.
Yes, I'd like to very much. Thank you.
You best look at it right away. I want it when I come back. I'm going to water the cattle. Woman, get the dishes done. You hear?
Hi, John.
Wouldn't you care to look at the paper?
Oh, no, thank you. I read it this afternoon.
Indeed. I'm surprised. Does your husband allow you to read the paper?
I'd best clear the table. You hadn't told me your name, sir.
Oh, Hammond.
It wouldn't be Honey, would it?
What made you think that?
You're greatly interested in that murder in London. You looked almost greedy reading about it, and you fit the description of the murderer.
What makes you think that he's a murderer? What makes you think that he's guilty?
Is he not?
No.
I want to believe that.
It's true.
Ah, poor man. Everybody chasing him now. Everybody against him. If he did not commit the murder...
He didn't.
He needs a friend.
Yes, he needs someone who knows what it is to be friendless. Someone who has warm human sympathy because she has suffered herself. Because she has needed warmth and sympathy herself.
I know too well what you mean, Mr. Honey.
Hammond.
Excuse me, Hammond.
This man they're looking for, I imagine the police are combing the Scottish moors for him. I imagine they're knocking on the door of every house and asking the people if they've seen this man.
It would be lucky for him if someone misdirected them.
Yes. Someone who has sympathy.
Someone who has received sympathy from him.
We're a full 15 minutes late to bed tonight.
We are that.
We've earned twice the money that beggar paid us in eating, reading our paper, and keeping us up.
He was no bother, John.
Was he no? You took a fine fancy to that lollipop, woman.
No, John.
Yes, woman, I know when you're thinking sinful thoughts. And I know a sinful man when I lay my eyes on him.
Please, John, what you're saying isn't true.
Are you coming to bed now?
In a minute.
Why do you keep watching out the window?
No reason.
Just thinking your sinful thoughts.
No, John.
Well, then blow out the candle. Come to bed.
Aye, John. Mr. Honey, wake up.
What is it?
The car's coming. That'll be the police. You'd best be going.
Thank you.
Hurry up and don't let them catch you.
I'm ready. I slept in my clothes. I'll never forget you for doing this. And which way do I go?
I'll show you.
Hey, making love behind my back.
John!
I might have known. Get out, woman.
Just a minute.
Yes, and you, sir. Get out of my house before
Aye, go.
And leave you like this?
It's your chance of liberty.
Get out, both of you.
You don't understand. Now, look here. You're all wrong about this. She was trying to help me.
Aye, to bring shame and disgrace upon the house.
She was trying to help me escape from the police.
The police?
Yes, the police. They're after me for murder.
What?
Now they're here. She only came to warn me. I told her about it this evening. Don't let them in, please. Say that I'm not here. I'll make it worth your while.
How much?
£5.
You got that much?
Yes.
Give it to me.
After they've gone.
Give it to me now, or I'll turn you over to them.
Right, here it is.
All right. Get back into the bed. Shut him in, woman. Hide him.
Do not get into bed. I do not trust him.
But he took the money.
I could not resist it. Here, let's open the window and listen.
The Portland Place murder. How should I know aught of a murder? You didn't see anybody go by? Well, no, I might, but I might not. Is there a reward? Hardly there is, yes.
Right. He's asking if there's a reward for you if you get catched.
How much is it?
Oh, blast him.
£300.
He'll argue a bit before he lets him in.
That's little enough for catching a murder.
Now's your time.
All right, show me the way.
Here. Oh, your jacket's terrible light-colored. I'm afraid they'll see you. Here, you'd best take this black one.
Is this your husband's coat?
Aye, his best Sunday coat. But never mind. They mustn't see you.
But what will happen to you?
Well, I'll say I couldn't stop you.
He'll not ill-treat you.
Oh, he'll pray at me now no more. Go now.
What's your name?
Annie.
Goodbye, Annie. Bless you all the days of your life for this.
Dogs will get him, sir. They've got his scent.
Yes, I know, but they're going to lose it. This Honey is no fool. He'll go into the lock. Then what good will the dogs be?
That farmer said Hannay was inquiring about the professor out in the cellar.
Well, if we lose him, we'll go straight to the professor's cottage.
Hurry. Oh, please, hurry.
How do you do?
You're the professor.
Yes?
Let me in quick.
I don't believe I will. Who are you?
You wouldn't know my name, but I come from Annabella Smith.
Oh. Come in.
Thank you.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Well, sir, what about our mutual friend, Annabella Smith?
She's been murdered.
Murdered? I'm so sorry, but then in our line of work... Tell me about it.
Haven't you read the Portland Mansions affair?
So that was Annabella. And the man?
I was the man.
Excuse me, someone at the door. Someone not so impetuous as to pound as you did. I suggest that you sit quietly in the far corner so that you'll not be seen from the door. Ready?
Yes.
Gentlemen?
We're the police. Have you seen any strangers about this morning?
This morning? No.
You haven't seen any suspicious-looking bodies?
No.
No one called at the house?
No.
No one looking for a job?
No one at all.
Oh, get rid of them. Get rid of them.
We're looking for a murderer. We thought he might come here. He mentioned your place, said he might look for a job here.
Then if he's a very wise murderer, he won't come near my house. I'll let you know if he does.
Thank you, sir.
Good day. Well, Mr. Hannay, I suppose I can call you by your right name now. I think the police will bother you no longer.
I want to thank you very much, sir.
Not at all. Now, tell me more about Annabella. Why did she send you to me?
I wasn't even sure it was you. I just knew that it was somebody and out in the Shallock. She was coming here about some Air Ministry secret. She said it would be smuggled out of the country unless we could see someone in Alta Shallock first. Some foreign agent is going to take the secret out of the country unless we can stop him.
Did she tell you what the foreign agent looked like?
No. She... Oh, yes. There was one thing. Part of his little finger's missing.
Which one?
I believe she said it was his right hand.
Are you sure it isn't the left hand?
No, I'm not sure. Why do you ask?
Because it is the left hand. You see?
You?
Yes, Mr. Hannay. I'm afraid I've been guilty of leading you down the garden path. Or is it up? I never can remember.
Why didn't you turn me over to the police?
Because you would tell your story. They wouldn't believe it, I suppose, but they might check it. They just might find that you were telling the truth. That would be very embarrassing to me.
What are you going to do with me?
That's just the point. What am I going to do with you? You're an engaging fellow, Mr. Hannay. I'd hate to hurt you, but... You see, I'm just about to convey some very vital information out of the country.
Then Annabella was right.
Oh, yes, Annabella was an excellent secret agent. I often tried to get her to work with me, but she wanted too much money. Well, that's neither here nor there. The question is still, what am I going to do with you? And I'm afraid I know the answer.
All right, let's have it.
I don't think this revolver could be traced to me.
You're going to shoot me?
I'm afraid there's no alternative, Mr. Hannay.
All right.
Don't move. What a pity. He was such a young man. From Studio One, Radio Celebrated Playhouse of Dramatic Entertainment, you are hearing Glenn Ford, starring in The 39 Steps, a version for listening by Robert Senadella of the John Buchan novel. Studio One will resume after the customary pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. From Studio One, we continue tonight's full-hour dramatic entertainment. Mr. Glenn Ford stars in Fletcher Markle's production of The 39 Steps.
Woman, I cannot find my hymn book.
Your hymn book? Where did you leave it?
In the breast pocket of my overcoat. It was hanging here.
John, I'm afraid I gave your coat to that gentleman who was staying here that night.
That murderer? You little fool!
Cigarette cases, yes, Sheriff, but I've never seen it happen to a hymn book before.
I've never encountered such a peculiar set of events in all my years as sheriff of Altnashallock.
Oh, that's not surprising, you know.
The bullet this professor fired stuck in the hymn book, eh?
Yes.
Well, I'm not surprised, Mr. Hannay. Some of these hymns are terrible hard to get through. I've stuck at them myself before now.
Hymns that have helped me, eh?
That's a good one, Mr. Hannay, that's fine. And to think that I've had drinks with that professor, accepted his hospitality. Well, it's a lesson to us all. And how did you escape?
Well, of course, he thought I was dead, and while I was still unconscious, he dragged me into the dressing room. When I came to, I got out of the window and came here. Now, Sheriff, I don't want to hurry you or anything, but oughtn't you to be taking some sort of action? This is serious, you know.
I know.
Well, I mean, if it weren't, I'd never put myself in your hands with a murder charge hanging over me.
Never heed the murder, Mr. Hannay. I don't doubt you'll be able to convince Scotland Yard of your innocence as you've convinced me. I've sent for someone at the police station next door to come and take your statement down.
Thank you.
Were you wishing to see me, Sheriff?
Yes, indeed I was. Do you think I enjoy playing for time with a murderer?
Murderer?
Certainly. Hannay, you're under arrest on charge of willful murder of a woman unknown in Portland Mansions, London, Tuesday last. Inspector, take him over to the county jail.
Aye.
But, Sheriff, you heard my story. You believed it.
Come along now.
It's true, every word of it.
Hannay, we're not so daft in Scotland as smart Londoners may think. Do you think I believed your cock and bull story about the professor? Where's my best friend?
But if the professor didn't shoot me, where did that bullet come from?
That's easy. From one of your pursuers on the moor. Isn't that so, Inspector?
Aye, that's so, sir. I had to shot at him myself.
I demand that you allow me to telephone the High Commissioner for Canada.
A trunk call for a murderer? Too expensive.
Come along now.
Take your hands off me.
Hey, stop him. Oh, the idiot. Out the window. After him.
Excuse me.
Who are you? Get out of this car.
Oh, don't tell me it's you again, that stupid girl on the train.
Hannay, the murderer.
Listen. They're after me again. You've got to believe me this time. I didn't do it. Now, you get that through your head, can't you? I didn't do it. And unless I'm kept from the police, a vital secret of this country will be smuggled to a foreign power. Now, start this car and drive me to safety.
I will not.
All right, then I will. Now, let me get in that driver's seat.
No! Help!
Move over. Move
Help! Help!
What is it, miss?
And this man is a murderer. This is Richard Hannay.
Oh, Hannay. Raise your hand. Oh, you little fool. I suppose you think you've been clever.
Are you an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, will you please tell your prisoner not to insult me?
You try and stop me.
That's enough, Hannay. You come along with me.
Couldn't you realize that I was speaking the truth in that railway carriage and just now?
I prefer not to talk to you.
All right. But in all frankness, will you put a call through to the High Commissioner for Canada in London and tell him that an enormously important secret...
That'll do now,
An
Hannay.
enormously important secret is being taken out of this country by a foreign agent. Has that penetrated?
Right to the funny bone.
Haven't you any sense at all? Put that call through and refer them to me. Will you do this?
No. Good night.
Beg pardon, miss.
I'd like you to come, too.
Whatever for?
To identify the prisoner formally. I'll take you both to the police station in my car. Then I'll drive you back here, miss.
Oh, well, all right, if it's absolutely necessary. Let's get it over with. Isn't that the police station on the corner? You're running past it opposite. Tell the driver.
The driver knows where he's going.
We're not exactly going to the police station, miss.
Well, then where are we going?
Inverary.
Inverary?
Yes, this man is to be questioned by the sheriff principal.
Well, how far is it to Inverary?
40 miles. Keep quiet, her name. I'm sorry.
Look, isn't a man going the wrong way? Surely Inverary is to the left.
There's a bridge fallen down on that road, miss. You say you're a policeman. Might I see your badge? You shut your mouth. No, I won't. I want to make a bet with you. I'll bet you haven't got a badge. And I lay you 100 to 1 that the man you're taking us to has the top joint of his little finger missing. What about it? You shut your mouth. Ha! I win.
Hello? Yes, this is the professor. Yes? You say Hobbs has him. Good. You're sure you saw him taken yourself? Fine. With a girl? Oh, dear me, that's too bad. Why? Well, you great booby, simply because I don't too much mind killing Hannay again, so to speak. But I shall regret very much disposing of an innocent girl.
Go ahead. Tell the young lady who your boss really is. You shut your mouth.
Yes, I wish he would, too. And, officer, if he doesn't, I hope you gag him.
All right.
I think he's off his head.
All right.
Oh, blast it.
What are we stopping for, driver?
It's a block of sheep. They're all over the road.
Oh, yes, we'd never get through them.
Well, can't we go back the other way?
No, I told you the bridge is down.
I'll have to get out and scare them off the road.
There are too many of them. I'll help you.
What about Henny?
Oh, don't mind me. I'll fix Henny. Miss, how'd you like to be a special constable?
What do you mean?
Handcuffs.
Don't put those things on me. What are you doing?
Come on, Henny, hold out your wrist. No, I suppose I must.
No.
There we are. Now, miss, as long as you stay, he stays. Come on, Bradfield.
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you like being handcuffed to me?
I'll thank you not to talk to me.
You don't think I intend to stay here, do you?
Well, you can't get away as long as we're handcuffed.
Oh, no? All right. I'm going to keep my hand over your mouth, and you may as well not struggle. We're going to run for it. All right, let's go. Come on, run. Run! I think we got away all right.
Well, what chance have you got tied to me?
Oh, keep that question for your husband.
Now, those policemen will get you as soon as it's daylight.
They're not policemen.
Oh, and when did you find that out?
Well, you found it out yourself. I wouldn't have known that was the wrong road. They were taking us to their boss, and heaven help you or me if they ever catch either of us again.
Still sticking to your penny novelette spy story.
Oh, no. There are 20 million women on this island, and I've got to be handcuffed to you. Now, look here, I'm telling you the truth. I told it to you once on the train and again this evening. Now I'm telling you for the third time. There's a dangerous conspiracy against England, and we are the only people who can stop it.
Please don't tell me that stupid lie ever again.
All right. Look, I'm just a plain common murderer who stabbed an innocent, defenseless woman in the back not 4 days ago. Now, how do you like that story? I don't know how innocent you may be, but you're a woman, and you're defenseless, and you're alone on a desolate moor in the dark, handcuffed to a murderer who'd stop at nothing to get you off his hands. Now, if that's the situation you prefer, my lovely, have it, and welcome.
I'm not afraid of you.
For all you know, I may murder one woman a week. So listen to a bit of advice. From now on, do every single thing I tell you to do, and you'll do it quick.
You big bully.
You know, I like your pluck, but I don't like you much. Come on, there's an inn.
Well, what of it?
We're going in there.
Well, what for?
That's my business.
But we're handcuffed.
Come on, shut up, will you? Now, remember what I said. You back me up in every single thing I say or do. Now, has that penetrated your pretty head?
Only just.
All right. Come on now, pull yourself together. Put your hand in my pocket. Come on, put it here so they won't see the handcuffs. Come on. All right. Hello? Hello?
Oh, come in, Mom. Come in, sir. My. The young lady's terrible wet.
Well, we had an accident with our car a few miles back.
Oh, then you'll be wanting to stay the night?
Yes.
We've just the one room left with the one bed in it. But you'll not mind that.
Oh, no. Quite the reverse.
Your man and wife, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Aren't we, dear?
James!
Hey, I'm coming.
James, here's a young couple who wants to register.
Aye. Well, here's the book.
I'll weigh up and light the fire for you.
Will you sign the book, sir?
Oh, innkeeper.
Aye, sir.
Could you get us a large whiskey and soda and a few sandwiches?
And a glass of milk, please.
Oh, yes, a glass of milk.
Aye, sir. I'll do that while you're signing the book.
Good, we got rid of him. I can't write with my left hand, my dear. You take the pen. Come on, go on, take it. The sooner you get used to writing your new name, the better.
Really?
Mr. and Mrs. Henry Hopkinson. The Hollyhocks, Hammersmith.
I tell you, I can't stand this any longer. I'm going downstairs to tell the whole story.
Do you think you can drag me with you?
Oh.
Do you want me to hang for a murder I never committed?
Well, so long as they hang you, I really don't care whether you did it or not.
Can I come in,
Come
sir?
in. Yes, we were just getting warm here before the fire.
I can see that. I thought you might like this hot water bottle to your bed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You'd like a hot water bottle, wouldn't you, my sweet?
Yes, darling.
Well, good night.
Oh, I say, please don't go.
Why not? Is there anything wrong?
You've got to help me.
What's the matter?
Well, she wants to tell you something, that's all. Now, we're a runaway couple.
Oh, I knew it all the time. You're so much in love. I could see it. Are they after you?
Yes. But you won't give us away, will you?
Of course not. A good night to you both. You'll not be disturbed.
You try anything like that again and you'll get hurt.
All right, you one. Don't rub it in. No, can't we get these handcuffs off?
I want to very much. In the morning.
Oh, why not now?
Because I'm sleepy.
Well, I'm not.
Well, if we got these handcuffs off, I'd have to stay up all night watching you.
Would that be so terrible?
No, I like watching you. If only I weren't so sleepy. Come along, I'm going to bed.
Well, it's going to be a little difficult, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I'll stretch out.
Well, I'm going to sit up.
Well, you'll have to sit on the side of the bed. Come along. Come on here. We'll both be comfortable.
You're really most inconsiderate.
What are you doing with that hairpin?
Well, I've heard that you can unlock handcuffs with a hairpin.
You're welcome to try.
Don't let me disturb you. Go right off to sleep.
Good night.
Hello? I'm coming. What is it?
This is a hotel.
Aye.
I suppose you get a few old people this time of the year.
Aye.
You didn't happen to have anyone tonight, did you?
Aye.
They weren't by any chance a young couple, were they?
Them? Two old maids they was. And stale, too.
Could we have a couple of whiskeys and soda?
Aye, I'll fetch it from the back room.
Have you got a public telephone?
Right there, behind you.
Thank you. Open the Shattuck 532.
Queer place, this.
Hello, Professor Jordan. No, it hasn't gone well. The girl handed him over to us thinking we were detectives. We had to take her as well because he told her everything. They got away. Yes, I see. You're going where? Well, good luck, Professor. Goodbye.
What now?
The professor's going to clear out. It's too dangerous with Hannay on the loose. He's warning the whole 39 steps.
He'll be able to get the secret out of England.
Yes. He's picking up our friend at the London Palladium tomorrow. Everything's going to be all right.
Pamela. Lord, she's gone.
No, I haven't gone. I'm over here by the fireplace.
What's the idea? How did we get out of these handcuffs?
I told you I'd open them with my hairpin.
Why didn't you run away?
I did, but just as I was going, I discovered you were speaking the truth. So I decided to stick with you.
Well, may I ask what earthquake caused your brain to work at last?
When I left the room and went out on the landing last night, those two men were downstairs and I heard them phoning.
What did they say?
A lot of stuff about the 39 steps. Somebody's going to warn them. How can you warn steps?
Go on.
Well, somebody called the professor as taking the secret out of London. He's picking up someone at the London Palladium today.
The London Palladium. I don't know what a theater has to do with it, but come on, we're going to London.
You're quite right, madam. It's true, the Air Ministry has a new thing that quite a lot of people are interested in.
Well, then, please.
But they're positive that no papers are missing about it that would be of any use at all to a spy.
But I tell you, I'm quite certain. There's a man leaving the country tonight with something.
Since you telephoned from Scotland this morning, we've made the most extensive inquiries.
Well, it's obvious that I'm wasting my time here.
Just a moment, please, miss. There is one thing you haven't told us. Where's Richard Hannay?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I see. Well, you're in the telephone book, aren't you?
Yes.
If anything crops up, we'll give you a ring.
Thank you. Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye. Henry, get a couple of men and follow that girl. She'll lead us to Annie, all right.
I'm glad you've come. Listen, the professor's in that box up there.
I've been to Scotland Yard. They refuse to do anything. They say there are no papers missing.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen, I've heard that tune before. The music hall. Annabella.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind attention and permission, I have the honor of presenting to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. Every day he commits to memory 50 new facts and remembers every one of them.
The same little man. I've got it. All the information is inside Mr. Memory's head.
I don't understand.
Don't you see? The papers were borrowed, memorized by Mr. Memory, and then replaced.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Hannay.
Thank you.
Police. Come along.
The police? Well, listen. There's something you ought to know.
Come quietly.
Oh, yes, but that man on the stage.
Look here, old man. You don't want to cause trouble and spoil other people's entertainment, do you? Now then, come
One at a
quietly.
time, please. One at a time. One question, please.
Now, wait a minute, officer. Mr. Memory. What are the 39 steps? Come on, answer up. What are the 39 steps?
The 39 steps.
Answer me. What are the 39 steps?
The 39 steps is the name of an organization of spies collecting information on behalf of the Foreign Office of...
It was the professor fired that shot. Come on.
All right. He's still conscious.
We got the man who shot him, sir.
Good. All right, Mr. Hannay. What was it you wanted to ask him?
Mr. Memory, what was the secret formula the professor had you memorize?
Will it be all right, me telling you, sir?
Yes, the professor sent me. I'm the man you're to tell it to.
Big job to learn it. Biggest job I ever tackled. Don't want to throw it away.
It will be quite all right.
The first feature of the new engines, its greatly increased ratio of compression, represented by R1 minus 1 over R to the power of gamma. Angle of 45 degrees. Dimensions of cylinders as follows. This device renders the engine completely silent. Am I right, sir?
Quite right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad.
Tickets. Tickets, please.
I have it right here. Let's see.
Well,
here we are.
Going to Scotland, eh?
Yes.
Holiday?
No.
Live there?
Unfortunately.
Well, have a good trip, miss.
Thank you.
The diner will be open in another hour.
Oh, I don't believe I want your dinner.
Ticket, please.
Well, I just gave my ticket. Richard.
May I sit down?
Well, of course. What are you doing on this train?
I'm going back to Scotland.
Holiday?
No.
Well, you certainly don't live there.
No.
Richard, honey, we're not starting this all over again. They're not after you again.
No, this time I'm not being pursued.
Well, what then?
This time I'm doing the pursuing. Come here.
Oh, Richard.
I think I'm going to like Scotland this time.
From Studio One at CBS, you have just heard Mr. Glenn Ford, starring in Fletcher Markle's production of The 39 Steps by John Buchan. Another of the world's great stories from radio's celebrated playhouse of dramatic entertainment. Tonight's script was prepared by Robert Sanadella, and the original musical score was composed by Lana Domian and conducted by Alexander Semler. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a producer identify the principals in tonight's cast? In the foreground,
Richard Hannay
was played, of course, by Mr. Ford, who is currently starred in Columbia Pictures' film comedy, The Mating of Millie.
Pamela.
Was played by Kathleen Cordell.
Annabella.
Was Mercedes McCambridge.
The Crofter.
Was played by Everett Sloan.
The Professor.
Was John Stanley.
Arnie.
Was Miriam Wolfe.
Mr. Memory.
Was Hedley Rennie.
Mr. Hobbs.
Was played by Lauren Gilbert. Frantically active in the supporting cast were Robert Dryden, Neil Fitzgerald, John Merlin, Brainerd Duffield, Alan Devitt, Ivor Francis, Mary Michael, and Louis Quinn. The music hall advertisements were performed by Miss Jean Tye. Next week from Studio One, the return to our microphones of a great American novelist and a great American actor. They've been a very fortunate combination before on this series, and we're sure they will be again. Our story is Sinclair Lewis's provocative portrait of a middle-class businessman whose name was Babbitt. And our star is the magnificent and quite irreplaceable Mr. Walter Houston. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Walter Houston starring in Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in Studio One.
Program you won't want to miss. That's Report Card, the next production of the famed CBS documentary unit. Tomorrow night over many of these stations from 10 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Columbia presents a one-hour inquiry into the state of our nation's schools. Be sure to hear Report Card. This is Lee Vines, and this is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Hollywood and CBS presenting Forecast number 4. Herbert Marshall, directed by Alfred Hitchcock in the first program of a proposed new series entitled Suspense. Tonight's Forecast program, ladies and gentlemen, represents the ideal form of collaboration. Mr. Alfred Hitchcock, brilliant English director of such outstanding motion pictures as The 39 Steps, Rebecca, and Foreign Correspondent, was eager to create a very special type of radio drama, the suspense story. As narrator and star for his production, he thought at once of the distinguished actor with whom he had been associated in countless British film successes, Herbert Marshall. Mr. Marshall suggested that they dramatize a certain favorite story of his. And that story happened to be the very one Mr. Hitchcock had in mind. Mrs. Belloc Lowndes' classic in Chills, The Lodger. The Lodger is a work of fiction which springs from recorded fact. A story which begins in the year 1888 in London. A London terrorized by the fifth in a succession of recent murders. It was believed that these deeds were the work of one person, a tall, gaunt figure in a black Inverness cape, carrying a small, narrow bag. That meager description, provided by a highly unnerved witness, was the sum total of all that was known of the murderer. It was enough, however, to keep alive and alert the interest of all London, of all those in fine quarters, and all those in small, grimy houses, as, for example, Ellen Bunting. Ellen was no different from all the other middle-aged housewives dwelling in the great city's squalid Whitechapel district. She knew all the known facts of the case. As Herbert Marshall will tell you, Ellen knew it was quite proper to refer to this wielder of the knife as
the Avenger. Of course, Ellen Bunting was far more concerned with her personal problems than with thoughts of the Avenger. Yet the case of that strange, elusive killer quite often forced all other matters from her mind. There was that mad, meaningless scheme he seemed to follow. All his victims, for example, had been women. All had been young, attractive, and, oddly enough, blonde. But Ellen could no more understand the motive for his brutal slashings than could the police. This night, she and her husband, Robert Bunting, sat before their fireplace reading the newspaper account of the latest murder. The Avenger had struck again. As Ellen expressed it, he might be anybody. He might be the fellow you pass on the street.
It's a terrible thought.
Yes. If only the police had something to go on. It looks like that Avenger's just too quick for him.
Look, it says here that this girl he got last night was like all the others. Pretty, blonde, and, let's see, described by her friends as a very light-hearted girl. What a pity.
Did you ever stop to think who fits that to a T? In fact, fits all those girls?
Why,
my own Daisy.
Oh, that's a horrible thought. Well, maybe it's a good thing she's with her aunt, then, instead of here. London ain't a safe place for any girl right now.
Just the same, I can't help thinking how fine it'll be to have her back in.
Now, Bunting, you know that Daisy seems just as much my own daughter as she is yours. But I'm telling you, there's no sense even thinking about having her back right now. We just can't afford it.
Oh, I know that, Ellen. Only, well, maybe we could manage it some way.
How? Haven't I scrimped myself half crazy trying to keep us going? But you don't care about that, do you? No, your Daisy's more important to you than I am.
No, Ellen, that don't sound
like
you.
I can't help if it don't. What are we going to do? Tell me that.
We'll get along, dear. Something will turn up.
Oh, we haven't had a lodger for months. Nobody even comes to look at the room anymore.
Yes, but things will work out, Ellen.
Oh, they ain't never going to work out. Soon we won't even have a roof over our heads and... Oh, I'm sorry, Robbie. I didn't mean to take on so.
Oh, I know, dear, I know. It's all right.
Oh, I didn't think it. It's just that I've been so worried.
Well, don't you go worrying another second, old girl. Why, first thing you know, you won't be pretty anymore. You'll have your face all wrinkled
now,
and
Now,
come on, now, let's see a smile. Come on, just have one smile from me. Just one smile like you used to, eh? Well, who do you suppose that could be?
A belated visitors. Bunting, do you think it could be somebody looking for rooms?
Well, it might be. Want me to go to the door?
No, I'll go. Oh. You just stay here.
Yes, all right. Now, be sure you get a good look at the rooms before you let them in, dear.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh, I do hope it's... Yes, sir?
Is it not true that you let lodgings?
Yes, sir. Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you.
Could I take your cape, sir?
There's no need. Now, I'm looking for a quiet room. It must be quiet.
Oh, we have that, sir. Above all, our house is quiet. Your bag, sir. May I take it?
No, I'll hold it. You'll be so good as to show me the room, please.
Oh, yes, sir. It's right up these stairs, sir. This way.
Thank you.
You see, sir, there's just my husband and me here, and we're ever so quiet, and I'm sure you'll find this room to your liking, sir. Here we are. Now, I'll just light the gas. There.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
It is pleasant, isn't it, sir? And there's not many rooms with such pretty pictures. Are there now? We've had them in the family for years, sir. And...
Pictures interest me very little. You see, what really impresses me about the room is the very simplicity of it, the bareness.
Yes, sir. It's not at all crowded, is it?
It will be quite suitable, Mrs.
Bunting.
Mrs. Bunting. You see, I could do a great deal of studying in my book here, the Holy Bible.
Yes, sir. Please, sir, let me help with your luggage.
No, don't touch it.
Oh, but I only wish to...
Oh, you only wish to help, of course. You must forgive me, Mrs. Bunting. It's just that I'm so very weary.
Of course, sir.
He bringeth them to their desired haven. Beautiful words, Mrs. Bunting.
Indeed they are, sir.
And now at last I have found my haven of rest.
Yes, sir. Then you'll be taking the room.
Let us see now. What are you going to charge me? With attendance, mind. I shall be staying in most of the time, and I shall be wanting meals.
Oh, we can see to that.
Then does 30 shillings a week suit you?
30, why, yes, sir. Yes, sir, that will be quite all right.
Good, and I shall pay you in advance. My name is Sleuth, Mrs. Bunting.
Mr. Sleuth.
Sleuth. Think of a hound, Mrs. Bunting, and you'll never forget my name. 23, 4, 30 shillings.
Thank you, sir.
And I think I should enjoy a little light supper now, Mrs. Bunting. Bread and butter, perhaps. Could you arrange that?
Oh, certainly, sir. I'll do that now. And if you'd be requiring any beer or spirits...
Certainly not.
Oh, sir. What did I say?
I thought you understood me, Mrs. Bunting, and I had hoped that you and your husband were abstainers.
But we are, sir. We don't keep nothing about. I would have had to go out and...
Of course. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bunting. I fear I spoke sharply. I don't wish you to think me rude. After all, you've been so kind, considerate.
I hope I know a gentleman when I see one.
Thank you very much.
Now, I'll just hurry with your supper.
Take the room?
No, don't bother me now. I have to get him some supper.
What did you mean?
Come to the kitchen where he won't hear us.
He took it, Ellie? He took the room?
Yes, we're all right now. Look, 30 shillings. A week in advance.
Oh, it's wonderful. Wonderful. And Ellen, do you see what this means?
Yes, you can have Daisy now.
Yes.
Here, Bunting, warm that teapot and put some tea leaves.
Righto. Yeah, do you know something, old girl? We're not going to worry too much about Daisy being in danger of that Avenger fella.
Whatever do you mean, Robbie?
Well, she's not a girl who takes a drink, you know.
What's that to do with it, please?
Oh, something I read in the paper while he was upstairs with the gentleman. They just found out that every one of the Avenger's victims had been drinking. They figured he must be some kind of a rabid abstainer.
What a peculiar chap. Now hurry, Bunting, please.
Yes.
Two thoughts only governed Ellen's mind. The lodger's light supper, and her own good fortune at having such a lodger. Mr. Sleuth was an eccentric sort, but then he was such a gentleman, so quiet, so very religiously inclined. She started up a staircase to Mr. Sleuth's room, her husband at her side.
Won't know how to be safe, though, once Grace is back in London, eh? We'll see she stays closer than the hour. Well, I'll be downstairs. Hurry up with his supper, old girl.
She has cast down many wounded from her. Yea, many strong men have been slain by her. Come in, and to know the wickedness of folly.
Why, Mr.
Yes? What is it?
Those pictures. Those pretty girls. You've turned all their faces to the wall.
And that maneuver, that strange action, was the beginning of Ellen's concern. Soon there came to her a recollection of the black Inverness cape, the small, narrow bag, the urgent matter of alcoholic drink. And these details began to shape themselves into a pattern which grew more disturbing with each passing hour. The day following, the lodger did not leave the upstairs room once, nor did he leave the next day. And the oddness of this took its place in the pattern. Then, too, the approaching arrival of Daisy, her stepdaughter, added to her concern. On the second night, her sleep was restless with vague,
Horrifying images. And so when she heard the first stealthy footsteps outside her bedroom, she was instantly awake. Tensely, she followed those steps down the stairs, down the hallway. She heard the front door open, and then click shut. Utter stillness fell upon the house. And outside, the streets were so silent she could hear distinctly the clock from a church tower a mile away told the hour. In her troubled frenzy, she pictured a lone figure plodding through the deep fog, moving quietly, stealthily, stalking, searching, finding. When, soon after she heard the lodger return, she sought to quiet the horrible dread which had possessed her. She assured herself that Daisy's arrival that day was no cause for alarm. Now she reasoned, how could there be anything really evil about so religious a gentleman as Mr. Sleuth? But for her there was no more sleep, merely a tormented state of half-consciousness, a state which suddenly dropped from her shortly after daybreak. Horrible murder. That was the piercing scream of a newsboy far down the street. Ellen Bunting heard the boy cry out the Avenger's latest stroke, made during the night. Ellen's first glimpse that morning of the grey-faced lodger brought the sleepless night's warm terror full to the surface. But on the next instant, she saw the pitiable, helpless weariness in his eyes, and curiously the terror began to pass. She found that she was hoping desperately that her fears were unfounded. Earlier, she had determined to tell Bunting of the awful convictions in her mind. Now, however, she felt she must be certain before she spoke to a soul. She knew there was one thing she must examine. That was the lodger's single piece of luggage. She'd thought of it often. What could it hold? Not much in the way of clothing, surely. It was too small, too narrow. It was more like a case. A case for a knife. It was along toward noon that Ellen found her opportunity to search the lodger's room. Soon after Bunting left to meet Daisy, Mr. Sleuth himself walked from the house. Ellen watched the tall, thin figure in the black Inverness cape disappear down the street, and then she rushed upstairs, into the room. Quickly, she moved to the closet. It was no different from what it had always been, utterly empty. She found nothing under the bed. She went then to the chest of drawers against the wall. She opened the top drawer and found inside nothing but a frayed shirt, 2 handkerchiefs. The next drawer, underclothes, socks. The next empty. There remained then only one possible place for the small, narrow bag, the bottom drawer, and it was locked. Tugging at the drawer, she heard suddenly the opening of the front door downstairs. Panic-stricken, she rushed out of the room and down the hall to the head of the stairs.
Upstairs, Ellen? Ellen, Daisy's here.
Oh, Mother Ellen, it's so good to see you. And well, whatever's the matter?
Yes, you've gone quite white.
Oh, well, I'm all right. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Oh, you don't know how fine it is to be back, Mother Ellen. Oh, the country's all right in its way, but there's nothing like London now, is there?
No, there isn't.
But as long as that Avenger's about, I can see we're going to have to do something about these blonde locks, eh, Ellen?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll dye 'em maybe, or just pin 'em under my hat.
Daisy, I might as well get you settled.
Oh, now, Father, isn't that just like her? She's straight to the point, and no point.
Well, I bet a sixpence you'd have a dust cloth in your head before you got your coat off.
Mr. Sleuth.
Mrs. Bunting, I see my door is open.
Oh, we were just leaving, so we...
Does this mean that all of you have been in my room?
Oh, not at all, sir.
What must I do? Keep it locked?
But you see, sir, I was just tidying up a bit, and Mr. Bunting, he brought his daughter up, sir. She just arrived. This is Daisy, sir.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
She's been away for quite a long while, you see, Mr. Sleuth, and that's why we're a bit excited, you might say.
Yes, you must have been surprised when you came in, hearing us laughing and carrying on that way.
Yes, I must say I was. However, Miss Daisy, there are all types of joy, are there not?
Yes, I'm sure there are.
The despicable evil joy of the abandoned and the divine happiness of the blessed. A vast difference, that. You do understand me, don't you?
Why, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Sleuth.
I devoutly hope so, Miss Daisy. Nowadays, there are so very few young women like yourself who do. In fact, I all but despaired ever of finding one.
If you'll excuse us now, sir, we'll be getting Daisy's things put away.
Of course, Mrs. Bunting, and I must be getting to my room. Believe me, Miss Daisy, it's been a revelation to meet you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm sure we shall have much to discuss.
He's a queer one, all right. But such a gentleman, isn't he?
At that moment, Ellen had been determined to pour out her terrible knowledge, and then the moment passed by. She told herself that perhaps the past few days had been nothing more than a grim illusion, a tormenting play of imagination. She would wait then until she had attended the coroner's inquest into the last Avenger murder. There, perhaps, she could hear evidence to disprove all her fears, to assure her there was no earthly harm in Daisy being so near the lodger. This was her gravest concern now, for on the next day, Mr. Sleuth made it a point to see the girl more than once. And fearfully, Ellen saw that Daisy welcomed his visits. As Ellen was preparing to step out to the inquest, she heard once more the voices of her stepdaughter and the lodger coming to her through the kitchen door. She hesitated before entering. Tense. Strangely apprehensive.
I do believe, Mrs. Sleuth, I've never known a gentleman with such funny ideas. Oh, Mother Ellen,
You should hear what Mr. Sleuth was just saying.
Perhaps, Daisy, you would excuse yourself.
He thinks people, and especially girls, should spend all their time praying.
I sought to explain, Mrs. Bunting, that all women are placed on this earth filled with evil. They therefore must struggle constantly to find the paths of righteousness.
Why, Mr. Sleuth, you mean a girl's not to enjoy life at all? Not to have fun?
Frivolity, my child, is the devil's breeding ground. And all his implements are there. Temptation, pleasure, wine.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, there's nothing I like better than a glass of wine, and I'm...
You drink.
She didn't know what she was saying, Mrs. Sleuth. Just a child, and Daisy, you better go now.
But I didn't say nothing wrong. What's the harm in a glass of wine?
She lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men.
Well, I don't know what you mean. I never heard such nonsense.
You call Holy Scripture nonsense? So what I prayed against is true. You are beyond salvation.
That's not so. I'm a good girl, I am, and I won't have you saying that.
Daisy, go into the front room.
Quite all right, Mrs. Bunting. I must be going upstairs anyway. I'm used to being misunderstood, you know. People never realize that my efforts are simply for the greater good of humanity.
Of course, sir.
And that the power on high will direct my hand toward the expulsion of all evil.
Daisy, listen to me.
Yes?
I've got to tell you about...
About what, Mother Ellen?
Nothing. I've got to go out for a while now. I'll be back.
The moment to reveal the secret horror had come again and passed. Ellen's sudden recollection of Mr. Sleuth as he stood in the doorway had overwhelmed her. She must give him this last chance, this last frantic search for disproving evidence, this trip to the inquest. If that chance should fail, then she would tell Bunting or the police. So with the knowledge that Bunting was left in the house to look after Daisy, she boarded the underground train bound for the coroner's court. But as the train pulled away from the station, a new torture came to her, began to mount in her mind. It was the sudden realization that provided Sleuth was the murderer, she was equally responsible for his crimes. She had been giving him protection. If anything should happen to Daisy, she would be equally guilty. Fully as guilty as... The Avenger. Ellen, seated at the rear of the small but crowded inquest room, listened to each of the witnesses as they were called. And from one of them she found the first hope she had known for many days. This witness lived next to the alley in which the Avenger had committed his crime that night. She had seen him from her window, and the man she described in no way resembled Ellen's lodger. But in another moment, Ellen's hope was swept away. It was pointed out that the fog had been so heavy that night that the witness could not possibly have seen the murderer from her window. She left the stand, replaced by a Mr. Cannot. This elderly gentleman was certain that he had not only seen, but talked with the Avenger. It was in Regent's Park, he testified, only a few moments before
the murder, Mr. Coroner, when I saw him. He was quite a tall man, very gaunt-looking, and carrying a handbag.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, a small, narrow one. Just such a bag, I might add, as might contain a knife.
As Ellen heard these words, the tension which had been mounting up within her became almost unbearable. Rigid with horror, she gripped the arms of her chair. She heard the coroner.
I shall have to ask for more order in the court. And now, Mr. Kennett, I understand you heard this man speak.
Oh, yes. He had a rather high, hesitating voice. An educated man, I would judge, but quite mad.
What do you mean by that?
Well, as he emerged from the fog, he was talking aloud to himself. Believe me, sir, he was reciting scriptures from the Bible.
Scriptures from the Bible. Horrified, Ellen rose from her seat, only half hearing the confusion about her.
Are you asking us to believe, I would say, Mr. Kennett, that the man we're looking for would be least of all a religious man?
And that's where you're in error, Mr. Coroner. The religious note is the very key to the case.
Very interesting. That'll be all, Mr. Kennett.
Just a moment, sir. Don't you understand? The man you're after must be a religious maniac. That's the only explanation possible.
You will please stand down.
The court was dismissing the very truth. Ellen knew that now. She would no longer keep silent. Her hands shot forth and she screamed.
I want to say...
Ellen Bunting, on the verge of speaking, fainted. And then, when she was revived a few moments later, she said nothing. Her brain was in too great a turmoil, her nerves too shocked. Like one in a dream, she allowed herself to be led from the courtroom. The voices of spectators were only vague sounds to her.
She was going to say something.
Yes, it was hysterics.
Yeah, that bit about the knife.
Yeah, the knife.
The knife.
The knife. As Ellen Bunting proceeded homeward, the remarks from the spectators remained in her mind. She heard them over and over.
That bit about the knife. Such a bag as might contain a knife.
We'll see. She stays closer than the house, eh? No harm in being safe.
Direct my hand toward the expulsion of all evil. Expulsion of all evil.
What's the harm in a glass of wine? I didn't say nothing wrong.
As Ellen neared her neighborhood, her dread increased. With each moving footstep, the grip of terror grew tighter about her. She moved faster. Before she was in time, she was 2 streets away from the house. Then one. Then she saw Bunting. Sharply, like the thrust of a knife, she realized what this meant. Daisy was left alone with the lodger.
Bunting! Oh, Bunting, tell me, Bunting. Where's Daisy? Where is she? I say, where?
Well, whom?
Oh, listen to me. Try to understand. Sleuth is the Avenger.
What are you saying?
Oh, Lodger. He's the Avenger, Bunting. Oh, but there's no time for that. Daisy's in danger. Hurry.
Yes. Daisy!
Here we are, Bunting. Here we are.
Daisy!
Oh, Daisy! Daisy, where are you? I'll look in the kitchen, Bunting. You try the sitting room. Daisy! Where are you, Daisy?
Answer me, Daisy!
Oh.
By the bedroom.
She's not here. What about the dining room?
Look, she's not there. She's not downstairs.
Then there's just his room. Go on. Open the door.
Cup, what's the idea, Hitch? I've a few more lines to do.
As Mr. Marshall, the narrator, you have, not as Mr. Sleuth, the lodger.
Hitch, you can't stop the play right here. It isn't fair, you know.
Why isn't it, Bart? What more is there to say?
For Mr. Hitchcock, won't people want to know what Bunting and me found in the room?
All right, Ellen. What precisely did you find?
Well, nothing, sir.
There. You see? Nothing. No lodger, no Bible. And that locked dresser drawer. What about that?
We unlocked it, sir.
And what was in it?
Nothing, sir.
You are certain, Mrs. Bunting?
Oh, you gave me quite a turn, Mr. Mr. Marshall. Yes, sir, I'm sure, sir. There was nothing.
Well, begging your pardon, Mr. Hitchcock, but don't you think we'd better just mention about Daisy?
I don't know, Bunting. What do you think we ought to say?
Oh, just that the reason she wasn't in the house when Ellen and me got there was, well, she'd gone out for a walk, that's all.
Did she enjoy it?
Oh, very much, sir. Made it to King's Cross and back in just under an hour, sir.
Splendid time, Bunting. Well, there you are, Bart. There's the story.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Hitchcock. You can't do that. That's not the story.
Of course it's not. Now, look here, Hitch. Here's the fellow who composed and conducted all our music, Wilbur Hatch. He wants to know about this, too. Everybody does.
All right, Bart. What is it they want to know?
What became of Mr. Sleuth?
Oh, him. Why, he left that afternoon. They never saw him again. And now I think we ought to say something about the Columbia Forecast
Mr. Hitchcock, sir, will you please...
Stop him, Mr. Marshall.
Hitch, listen to me.
Yes? What is it?
They want to know when the Avenger finally was caught.
Oh, well, let me ask you something, Bart. Are you acquainted with Loretta Young?
Yes, what's that got to do with it?
Well, in next week's Columbia Preview series, Miss Young will take the starring role in the drama of an American Red Cross nurse. That's good news, isn't it?
Oh, that's great. But now listen, Hitch. You've just got to tell that audience exactly when and how Mr. Sleuth was caught.
Caught? Why on earth should he be caught?
Why? Well, he was the Avenger, wasn't he?
Was he?
Your guest, gentle listener, is as good as ours. Even Mrs. Belloc Lowndes, who wrote the novel, isn't entirely sure. For his masterful direction, our thanks to Alfred Hitchcock, whose latest pictures are David O. Selznick's Rebecca and Walter Wanger's Foreign Correspondent. For his superb characterization of Mr. Sleuth, our thanks to Herbert Marshall. And our thanks to the outstanding British character actor who tonight portrayed the role of Bunting, Edmund Gwen. If you liked tonight's program and want to hear more in the same highly original Hitchcock vein, radio versions of The Lady Vanishes and The 39 Steps, for example, write to CBS and tell us so. Your interest will help bring Suspense to the air as a weekly feature. Forecast next week presents from Hollywood, Loretta Young in Angel, first of a proposed series based on the adventures and the romance of a typical Red Cross nurse. From New York, a new sort of comedy show. Ed Gardner as Archie in Duffy's Tavern, with Gertrude Neeson, Colonel Stoopnagle, Larry Adler, and John Kirby's orchestra. Don't miss Forecast at this hour next week. Thomas B. Benson speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Olivia de Havilland in Suspicion. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Not long ago, a noted editor sat down to figure out what he called the basic elements of human interest. That is, the things that interest people most and motivate their thoughts and actions. Love, of course, was at the top of the list. And close after love came fear. And then curiosity. Tonight in the Lux Radio Theater play, the RKO screen hit Suspicion, we have a mixture of these elements. Two people very much in love, whose lives are shadowed by a dark fear and bitter curiosity. And out of this combination comes what I think you'll agree is one of the most absorbing dramas of our time. And to do full justice to it, we have as our stars that able master of mystery, William Powell, and the ever-versatile and lovely Olivia de Havilland. In just a moment, we'll start to satisfy your curiosity. But first, don't forget that we want you to satisfy our curiosity on an important matter. Our 10th anniversary celebration, 4 weeks from today. We'd like you to help us select the play and stars you want to hear on that eventful date, October the 16th. Write your choice on a postcard, address it to me at Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Your suggestions and your interest are what make the Lux Radio Theater a truly national institution. Just as your purchases of Lux toilet soap help raise this curtain for you every Monday night. So you really get 2 prizes in one package, a fine product and fine entertainment. The clock is pointing now to curtain time. And here's the first act of Suspicion, starring William Powell as Johnny and Olivia de Havilland as Lena, with Charles Irwin as Beaky.
Let me go. Let me go.
Don't be a little fool. What's the matter with you?
Let me go.
On a hilltop overlooking the English countryside, the trees bend low before the moaning wind. Smoke-gray clouds weave swiftly across a smoke-gray sky. Against this sky are silhouetted the figures of a man and a woman. The man's arms are about her shoulders. She struggles wildly, frantically, then breaks away. Again his arms reach out. Her hands are caught and held as in a vice.
Now, what did you think I was trying to do? Kill you? Nothing less than murder could justify such a violent self-defense. Look at you.
Let me go.
Oh, I'm just beginning to understand. You thought I was going to kiss you, didn't you?
Weren't you?
Of course not. I was merely reaching around you trying to fix your hair.
What's wrong with my hair?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that. It would have been extremely discourteous for me to bring the subject up.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
You always give me the feeling that you're laughing at me.
No, I give you my word.
What's wrong with my hair?
Well, let me show you. Now, don't back away. I'm not going to hurt you. Let me see. Yes, this'll do it. What are you thinking of?
A week ago, I'd never even seen you.
Oh. Now, here we are on a Sunday morning missing church while I unbraid your hair.
I think you've done enough fooling with my hair.
There, got a mirror? You look splendid.
I must be quite a novelty by contrast to the women you're photographed with.
Hmm?
In the newspapers.
Oh. Well, how do you like your hair? Now, don't screw your face up like that. You look like a monkey. What does your family call you, monkey face?
I'll have to go now. I shall be late to luncheon. Anyway, if my father saw me come home both late and beautiful, he might have a stroke.
Are you sure Miss Lena isn't in her room, Burton? I knocked her just before I announced luncheon.
She said she was going to church.
Oh, what were you saying just before, my dear?
About Lena. I do wish she'd get married, Stanley.
I don't believe Lena will ever marry. She's not the marrying sort. Anyway, she's no need to worry. There'll be enough to take care of her.
I suppose you're right. I'm afraid she is rather spinsterish.
What's wrong with that? The Old Maid's a respectable institution, and Lena has intellect and a fine, solid character.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, Lena, dear. Come and sit down.
Oh, Lena?
What kept you so long at church, dear?
I didn't go to church. I went for a walk.
A walk?
With a man.
A man?
Yes, his name's John Aysgarth.
Tom Aysgarth, boy?
How did you meet him? Pity he turned out so wild. Rough luck on Tom.
What do you mean?
Well, he was turned out of some club for cheating at cards, wasn't he?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Something unpleasant, anyway. What's he doing down here?
He's staying at Penn's Hayes. I shouldn't have thought Lord Midland would have had him there if he'd ever been turned out of a club for cheating.
Well, perhaps it was a woman.
He was correspondent or something, I believe. Or ought to have been correspondent.
Well, anyway, I'm going to see him again this afternoon. He's calling for me at 3.
Miss Lena, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh. Thank you, Bertie. Stanley. She seems quite excited. Do you suppose? Hello? Oh, hello, Johnny. What? Oh, yes, a long time ago. When are you coming at... Oh, you can't. Oh, yes, of course I understand. Yes, please write. And thank you for calling. Goodbye. Hello? Yes, this is Miss McClaylaw. A telegram. Will you read it, please? I will see you, yes? Thursday, yes? At Beach and Hunt Ball. Signed, Johnny. Yes, I have it. Oh, Johnny.
I believe this is our dance, isn't it? Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello.
Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello, Johnny.
Come on, we're getting out of here.
But we can't.
Of course we can. This way, Monkey Face.
Johnny, where are we going?
Which is your car?
This is ridiculous. It's over there.
Good. Come on. Tell me, have you ever been kissed in a car before?
Johnny.
Johnny what?
You mustn't joke with me. I'm no good at joking. I don't know how to flirt.
Well, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Have you ever been kissed in a car?
Never.
Would you like to be?
Yes.
Well, you're the first woman I've met who says yes when she means yes.
What do the others say?
Hang if I know. Anything but yes.
But they kiss you.
Well, usually.
Have there been...
Have there been what, Monkey Face?
Have there been many?
I'm afraid so. Quite a few.
Are you always frank with them like this?
No. No, not particularly.
Then why are you frank with me? Because I'm different?
No, it isn't that. I'm honest because, with you, I think it's the best way to get results.
Johnny, I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing. But I love you.
No, you haven't said the wrong thing, Monkey Face. I think I'm falling in love with you, too. But I don't quite like it. That's why I stayed away from you for a week. I was afraid of you. I never thought it would happen like this.
Neither did I.
Dear Mother and Father, Johnny and I were married last night.
Married?
We're off for a month's honeymoon on the continent. Please forgive me. I love him very, very much.
Let's put those scripts there. Darling, how do you like your new house?
Oh, darling.
Because if you don't like it, just blame it all on Mr. Bailey here. He rented the house while we were on our honeymoon.
Yes, sir.
He even decorated the place. But if you do like it...
Oh, I adore it. I'm mad about it.
Ah, well, in that case, you're talking to the right man. Because I engaged Mr. Bailey. Didn't I, Mr. Bailey?
Quite right, Mrs. Aysgarth.
Oh, Johnny, you're a genius.
Mr. Aysgarth, I shall have to be getting along now, so what shall I do about the bill?
Oh, just drop it on that pretty little table on your way out, old boy.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Aysgarth.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Oh, Johnny, I never dreamt I'd ever have such a gorgeous place. Are you sure you can afford it?
Here, look. Just press that button there on the phonograph. There we are. My dance, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Where are we?
At the Hunt Ball.
What else?
In Venice.
And?
And Naples and Capri and Nice.
And?
Paris.
Paris.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes? Oh, darling, this is, I've forgotten your name.
Ethel, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, Ethel?
A telegram for you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ethel. What do you think of Ethel?
Oh, she seems perfect. It isn't bad news, is it?
Oh, no. It's an old friend of mine. Stupid fellow. He wants £1,000. You couldn't spare 1,000, could you?
1,000? What does he want it for?
Hanged if I know. Probably because I borrowed it from him.
You borrowed it? Why?
Well, because I was going on a honeymoon with the loveliest girl in the world. I wanted her to be happy.
Didn't you have any money of your own?
No, not a shilling.
But I thought... I had the impression... Johnny, are you broke?
Monkey Face, I've been broke all my life.
Well, why didn't you tell me? And whatever made you take this extravagant house?
Well, I didn't think you'd want to live in a shack. A girl like you who's going to come into plenty of money someday.
Wait a minute. I can't quite get this into my head. Were you thinking of my inheritance when you... Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, now, darling, really. Isn't it silly to spend the best years of our lives waiting? Why not be comfortable now?
Johnny, I'm just beginning to understand you. You're a baby. Oh, I know you didn't marry me for my money, but my income will never pay for all this. Never.
Well, what about your father?
Well, I couldn't possibly ask my father or even Mother. You saw how restrained she was when she met us at the station. Anyway, you wouldn't actually want to live on your wife's allowance, would you?
Oh, of course not, darling.
Well, then.
Well, I suppose if the worst comes to the worst, and there was no other way out of it, well, I suppose I'd have to,
What?
Borrow some more. I haven't touched old Middleham yet. You ought to be good for a month or two's housekeeping.
I think you must be mad.
Oh, now, darling, let's not...
Johnny, listen to me.
Well?
There's going to be no more borrowing.
Well, what else is there to do?
You've got to go to work. Work. Yes, work.
You mean put on old clothes and go out with a shovel?
Don't be flippant.
Oh, well, what do you mean? I'm afraid you're a bit of a dreamer, darling. You realize that in order to be a plumber or a carpenter or an electrician... Darling, you haven't been around.
There are all sorts of jobs, Johnny.
Well, I'm broad-minded. Let's have some tea and talk it over. We can make out a list of jobs. Might be fun. Oh, who's that? It's right there behind you, darling.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mother. Oh, yes, it's wonderful. A most beautiful house. Would you tell Father how badly I felt? Oh, he is? Oh, wait a minute till I tell Johnny. Johnny.
Yeah?
Father is sending us a wedding present.
No.
Mother told him how happy I looked, and... Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Me too.
Yes, Father? Yes?
Go on, ask him when he's sending it.
It's coming right away by messenger.
Well, invite him over for dinner. And if you can slip it in, just say that we were in the throes of job hunting when he telephoned.
Oh, Johnny, really, you are the limit. What, Father? Yes, Johnny and I were just discussing that very subject, and he has several interesting ideas on the kind of job he'd like to do.
Mr. Agar, there's a messenger from General McLeodlaw.
Oh, it's just come, Father. Hold on. Bring it in, Ethel.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I know what it is. Oh, Johnny, you'll be thrilled.
In here, please.
Oh, it is. Oh, how wonderful. Johnny, look.
What is the thing?
It's a chair, darling, a Queen Anne chair.
Oh.
We had them in the family before I was born.
Here's another one, ma'am.
How many more, for heaven's sake?
Just these two, sir.
He sent us both of them. Oh, Johnny, these are our first heirlooms to be handed down to our children, and then to their children.
Well, that's the thing to do with them, all right.
Oh, I must tell him. Oh, Father, you're so good to me that it makes me want to cry. Yes, you've made me very happy. Oh, you've made Johnny very happy, too.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, Father. He wants to say something to you.
No, I don't.
Say something very nice. These chairs really belong in a museum. Go on.
Hello, General. Yes, but really, shouldn't you have sent them to a museum? Oh, well, naturally, we're thrilled. A job? Oh, yes. Lena and I were just going into that. Well, I have several excellent opportunities. I just received a letter from my cousin, Captain Melbeck. He wants someone to manage his estate for him. I thought I'd take the job. Well, I'm glad you approve. Yes, we'll get together soon. Goodbye, sir.
That was a fib about Captain Melbeck, wasn't it?
Was it? Listen to this letter. We'll give your idea the fullest consideration. Let me know if you would like to take the job. Yours sincerely, George Melbeck.
Did you have this letter all the time?
I did.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because, dear, I never dreamed I'd be using it. Any more than I ever dreamed that we'd be receiving these two beautiful chairs.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, Ethel. Mr. Aysgarth at home yet?
No, ma'am. But there's a gentleman waiting for him in the drawing room.
Oh, thank you, Ethel.
Hello. I say, nice place old Johnny's got here. Oh, I'm Vicky Thwaite. You must be old Johnny's wife.
Yes, I am.
Didn't he ever tell you about me?
Beaky? Oh, you're Beaky.
I happened to be driving by. I thought I'd just pop in for a cup of tea.
I've heard so much about you, Mr. Thwaite.
Johnny told me about you, too. Ran into him at Newbury Races last week.
The races?
Oh, put my foot into it as usual, eh? Well, why, he says, didn't he tell you?
But Johnny has a job. He couldn't have been at the races. Besides, he's given up betting.
Oh, he has he? Well, don't you believe it? Not Johnny. He's a great lad, he is. You mustn't mind Johnny cutting up. That's what makes him Johnny. Besides, he thinks you're a topper.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Thwaite? I'm sure Johnny... Oh.
Something wrong?
Yes. There were two chairs here this morning before I left.
Chairs? Disappeared, have they?
Yes, apparently.
Were they expensive?
Yes. They were museum pieces. Queen Anne.
Oh, that Johnny, he'll be the death of me. Don't you understand?
No, I don't.
I bet you 20 to 1 old Johnny has sold them.
Sold them? What for?
For money, of course. Fellow's got to pay his racing debts, hasn't he? You know, these bookies don't trust a chap for long. Not a chap like Johnny, that is.
I don't believe you. I don't believe a word you say.
Oh, put my foot in it again, have I? My dear, you mustn't take it so seriously. After all, it's Johnny. Wonderful chap, Johnny.
He couldn't have sold them. He wouldn't without asking me.
Mrs. Ace out of home, Ethel?
Yes, sir.
Here he comes now. Don't tell him a word I've said, but if you want to see Johnny at his very best, you just say something about chairs.
Vicky.
Johnny, how are you, old bean?
Well, fine. What are you doing here?
I just popped in to see you, old boy.
Good, good. Well, how's my little monkey face, What's the matter, darling?
Nothing. Why?
You sure?
Your wife seems to be missing some chairs, old boy.
Vicky, your pipe's not lit. Let me give you a match.
Thanks, old boy. About those chairs, old bean.
Huh?
The missing chairs, old man.
Oh, yes, the chairs. Well, I suppose that American must have come for them this morning.
What American?
Oh, didn't I tell you, darling? Oh, stupid of me. Well, he dropped by about a week ago, a friend of Melbeck's.
Go on, old man.
Well, anyway, he admired the chairs, offered $100 apiece for them. Anybody would take that.
I wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't you really, dear? Well, that never occurred to me.
Why didn't you mention it?
I'm sorry, darling. I thought I did.
Oh, that's all right. If they're gone, they're gone.
They're gone, all right.
Shall we change for dinner?
You're an angel.
Hold on a minute. You say he offered you $100 apiece for them?
That's right.
Let's have a look at the check.
Oh, he'll send it along.
I bet you 10 pounds for a shilling you wouldn't dare let your wife pick up the telephone and ask old Melbeck, or whatever his name is, if he ever saw this American.
Are you implying that my husband is a liar, Mr. Thwaite?
Oh, now, monkey face. Don't mind Beaky. He's only joking.
Well, I prefer jokes on other subjects. Are you staying for dinner, Mr. Thwaite?
Dinner? I'm spending the weekend, unless you throw me out.
Johnny's friends are always welcome, as long as they remain Johnny's friends.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell and Olivia de Havilland will be back with Act Two of Suspicion. And now, Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Tell us, Libby, what's the latest?
Hats, Mr. Kennedy, hats. Something new and quite different in hats.
You mean the wind-blown hatless vogue is out, Libby?
It will be when women try on these new styles. Toques, they call them. With their close-fitting trimmings of flowers or feathers, well, they're so utterly feminine, no woman can resist them. And no man either, I might add.
If that's a toque you're wearing right now, Libby, I believe you.
Oh, I thank you, Mr. Kennedy. You know, styles are going to be very soft and feminine this year. Frills and frou-frou are the vogue. Irene Dunn, one of the loveliest and best-dressed stars in Hollywood, has one of these little toques.
Seems to me, Libby, that kind of hat is bound to be a winner if it's combined with a soft, lovely complexion. A real Lux complexion.
I should say so. In fact, this kind of hat is artful. It's actually designed to set off a nice complexion.
Well, Libby, Hollywood stars like Irene Dunn know just how to keep their skin soft and smooth. With daily Lux toilet soap facials, they can be sure their precious complexions get gentle, cherishing care.
Yes, those facials are quick and easy, but so effective.
Lovely Lux complexions everywhere are proof of that, Libby. And I'd like to point out that recent tests of Lux soap facials showed that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. So here's a Hollywood tip. For skin that's truly feminine, soft and appealing, why not use this gentle soap recommended by 9 out of 10 famous screen stars? You'll find it's a beauty care that really works. If ever your dealer happens to be out of stock due to wartime conditions, he'll surely have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Suspicion, starring William Powell as Johnny and Olivia de Havilland as Lena, with Charles Irwin as Vicky. A week has passed, but in Lena's mind there is still a dim shadow of doubt, a faint, indefinable fear, the dawning of suspicion. Now in the quiet main street of the town, she meets the local celebrity, a writer of mystery stories.
Lena, dear.
Oh, hello, Isabel. I've just been admiring your display in the bookshop.
Murder on the Footbridge. Yes, they're doing very well by it. How's Johnny?
Oh, he's fine. He's an ardent admirer of yours. I don't believe there's one of your stories he hasn't read.
Splendid. By the way, have you seen Talbrook's window?
The antique shop, not lately.
Well, my dear, they've got the most beautiful things. 2 lovely old Queen Anne chairs. I'd give my soul to own them.
Chairs?
Lovely. Well, goodbye, dear. I'll see you for dinner soon.
Yes, of course.
I'll phone you, Lena.
Chairs. He said he'd sold them to an American.
Hello, gal. Back so soon?
Vicky, I owe you an apology.
Good. I mean, what for?
I'll explain to you later.
Oh, you seem to be rather hot under the collar. Must be about old Johnny. My dear, you mustn't be angry with Johnny. It's a waste of time. Now, if you want to get sore with me, that's different. I annoy everybody. Always did.
Lena! Vicky, where are you? Hello. Now, don't move, either of you. I must watch the expressions on your faces.
So what have you got in those packages, old bean?
Vicky, this is a red letter day. Lena, look. Do you remember that little necklace you admired in Regent Street? Here.
Well.
And Vicky, here's a little present for you.
What is it, old bean? Oh, a stick.
Darling, do you remember this coat? Oh, I saw the hungry eye you gave it the last time we were up in London. It's yours. Well, what do you say?
Johnny, I don't understand what made you do all this.
Oh, no, dear, don't be angry.
Johnny, I want to know what this is all about.
Yes, what's it all about, old bean?
Well, my friends, I have the pleasure of announcing that the Goodwood Cup was run today, and I happen to have backed the winner. A 10-to-1 shot, ladies and gentlemen, and I had 200 pounds on him.
200 pounds at 10-to-1? Why, that's 2,000 quid.
Darling, what's happened to your tongue? I suppose you disapprove of my betting. Oh, come on, darling, smile.
Johnny, where did you get the 200 pounds?
Why, say, old girl, that's not a very tactful question.
Where did you get it?
Oh, you know very well there was no American. I got it for the shares, of course.
You sold the shares to gamble all your money on a horse.
Well, not exactly. I owed the bookies some money. I got the 200 pounds to pay them off. But then along came this hot tip. Oh, darling, give us a smile.
Now, come on, old girl. Oh, I know.
What?
You tickle her chin and I'll make a noise like a duck.
No. No good, Biggie.
No good?
No. Oh, I forgot something. Darling, look. This is a receipt from a certain antique shop. Paid in full for a certain pair of chairs. They'll deliver within the hour.
Oh, Johnny.
There. She's smiling.
By Jove, so she is.
Oh, Johnny, darling.
Well done, old Bill. I say, what about celebrating?
Trust Vicky to say the right thing at the right time. Look at me, darling. Happy?
Yes.
Of course she is. Here you are, Lena. This is yours, old girl.
Thank you, Vicky.
Here's yours, old bean.
Now
for a toast.
So wait a minute, Vicky. What are you drinking, brandy?
Oh, just this once, old bean.
Oh, you know that's not good for you.
Oh, all right.
Well, maybe just this once.
Oh, thanks.
Monkey face, I drink to the last bet that will ever be made by Johnny Aysgarth.
The last bet, old bean. Bottoms up, eh?
Vicky.
What's the matter with him?
Sit down, Vicky, here.
Johnny, get some water, quick.
No, it won't help. I've seen this happen before. There's nothing much you can do about it.
Well, open his collar. He can't breathe.
It's no use, darling. It'll either kill him or it'll go away by itself.
Sorry, old bean.
One of these days, it will kill him.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Aysgarth. Good afternoon. Is my husband in his office? Mr. Aysgarth? Why, no. When do you expect him? Well, I really couldn't say. Perhaps you'd like to talk to Captain Melbeck? Yes, I would. Very much, please. This way. Mrs. Aysgarth to see you, sir.
Oh, come in. Mrs. Aysgarth, what a pleasure to see you.
Good afternoon, Captain Melbeck.
Do sit down.
Thank you. Captain Melbeck, I don't want to impose on you, but you're Johnny's cousin as well as his employer. I thought I'd come in and see you.
Of course. I've been feeling very badly about Johnny ever since I had to discharge him.
Discharge?
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Aysgarth. I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
I don't understand.
I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
What on earth are you talking about? When did you discharge him?
6 weeks ago. We had an unexpected audit. The account showed a deficit of £2,000. When I looked into Johnny's records, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Aysgarth. He should have told me.
Johnny, I am leaving you. It is very important that we never see each other again.
Lena.
Yes?
Ethel told me she packed your grips.
Yes.
Then you've heard.
Yes, I've heard.
I'm so sorry, darling. Terribly sorry. This telegram just came from the doctor. Tells how it happened.
Telegram?
Deeply regrets your father died early this morning from heart failure. Your mother wishes you to come at once.
Oh.
Lena. Tired, darling?
A little.
It's been a nasty week for you. I'll be glad to get you home. Nina, do you ever have any regrets that you married me?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I was thinking of the will. Seems pretty obvious that your father would have left you a lot more than his portrait if you'd been anybody else but Mrs. John Aysgarth.
Oh, is that what you meant?
You haven't answered my question.
What about you? Have you any regrets?
Monkey Face, marrying you is the one thing I've never changed my mind about.
Do you really mean that, Johnny?
Yes, I really mean that. I want nothing but to spend the rest of my life with you. And if you were to die first, I'd never...
I would die first.
Well, listen, what about you?
I couldn't stop loving you if I tried.
Have you tried?
Yes. Once.
When?
When I found out you'd lost your job with Captain Melbeck.
How long have you known?
Since last Friday.
Who told you?
Captain Melbeck. I met him.
Did he tell you why?
No. Suppose you tell me why.
Oh, well, we just didn't get along. I say, it's quite nice here. Shall we stop and look at the sea? Pretty here. Be quite a drop off this cliff, wouldn't it?
Why didn't you get along with Captain Melbeck?
Oh, I don't know. He's a bit of an old fogey, you know. Monkey Face, I have always had the notion that the secret of success is to start at the top. The way to make money is to think in a big way. Look at all this land, for instance. Look at the view from these cliffs. Now, why isn't something done about it? If I had 10,000 pounds, or still better, 20,000, I could start a development here.
All you need is 20,000 pounds.
For 30, next 10,000 wouldn't hurt a bit. 30,000 pounds. That's all I need.
30,000 pounds. Okay. Think you could swing for that, old bean?
Of course. Now, you see, Beaky? This is the ground plan.
Wonderful, old bean. Then you could put the large hotel out there on the cliff, eh?
That's the idea.
Hello. What's going on in here?
Monkey Face, we're organizing a real estate company. We're about to buy a very beautiful piece of land right by the sea.
What a view. What sun. What air.
Then we sell part at a profit.
I see, but you'll need financing for all this.
Of course.
Well, have you found someone to put up the money?
Of course.
Who?
Me.
Oh, I see.
Well, the idea is mine, but the money is Beaky's. And the corporation, well, Beaky borrows against some securities he has in Paris. Now, the company is going to be in my name.
Yes, but...
Look, darling, now, let me show you how simple it is.
Does Beaky understand it?
Oh, perfectly. I think.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Aysgarth.
Yes, Ethel?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ethel. Excuse me, Beaky.
All right, old man.
Now, Beaky, please explain it to me, will you?
Well, you see, my dear girl, we buy up this land, and then we sell part of it. That gives us 100% profit. Then on the other part, we build something or other.
Oh, yes, but from whom do you buy the land? To whom do you sell it?
Well, that shouldn't be difficult, do you think?
Beaky, isn't it about time you grew up?
I say, old girl, you're scolding.
Yes, you need a scolding.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
Shall I go and stand in the corner?
Beaky, you're not being fair to Johnny.
I say, old girl, that's a bit thick, you know. Why? He's the president of the whole Valley thingamajig. Gets a salary. Writes his own checks.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What's wrong about that?
Yes, what is wrong about it? Well, Lena?
I say, old Ben, Lena's telling me you're a bit soft in the head. Is that it?
Well, it sounded like that to me. Beaky, hadn't you better be changing for dinner?
Right, old Ben. I won't be at you.
What right have you to interfere in my affairs?
But I wasn't really. I was only...
You were only what?
Well, I was only trying to tell Beaky that he shouldn't leave everything to you. It's not as if you were both experienced businessmen.
What the devil do you know about business?
Oh, very little. I only...
Suppose, Beaky, you're taking me seriously. You'd have ruined the whole scheme. Do you realize that?
Yes, but if it weren't good...
Well, that's my business, not yours. If I say it's good, it's good. But I don't want any interference from you or anyone else. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear. Yes, who is it? Yes, Johnny?
I thought you might like to know. I'm calling off the real estate plan.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the land isn't any good. Or perhaps I don't like the idea of risking Beaky's money. Or perhaps it's a stiff job and I'm too lazy.
I don't know what it is, but every time I play anagrams, I can only make three-letter words. D-O-U-B, D-O-U-B. No such word.
Try this.
D-O-U-B-T. Doubt. Thank you, old girl. Your turn. Here, Johnny. I don't see why you want to call off this real estate scheme.
That's no good.
The corporation's formed already. The money's been put up in your name, old boy.
The deal's off, Beaky.
Why do we have to drive all the way up there to look at it?
Well, I won't be responsible for calling the scheme off without first proving to you it's no good. We're going up there early tomorrow morning and take a look.
Why are you so insistent?
Because, as I told you, I won't be responsible.
All right, old boy. What's that word you got there, Lena? M-U-L-D-E-R. No such word, is there? Try the R instead of the L. Murder. That's better.
Murder.
Johnny, I don't like going up there in the morning. Why do we have to go so early?
Now, Beaky.
Murder.
Oh, well, we have to. Let's get on with the game. Your turn, old girl.
The money in his name. Murder. The cliffs overlooking the sea.
I say, Lena.
The edge of the cliff. Stay away, Beaky.
Lena, I say.
He'll put you off. He'll tell you. Murder. Murder. Murder.
Lena, what's the matter?
Lena.
Give me a hand here, Beaky. She's fainted.
What time did Mr. Aysgarth leave? Why, about 7, ma'am. And Mr. Thwaite went with him? Yes, ma'am. Why didn't you wake me? Well, Mr. Aysgarth said not to disturb you. What car did they use? Well, ma'am, I don't... What car? Which one? Listen. Oh, that's Mr. Aysgarth now, ma'am. He's back. He's come back.
Morning, Lena.
Johnny.
Feeling better? What's the matter? You're white as a sheet.
Where's Beaky?
What?
Hello, old girl. How are you feeling?
Oh!
Any better?
Lena, what is it?
Oh, Johnny. Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Oh, well, what's all this? I've only been away a few hours.
Oh, it seems like 1,000 years.
Yeah, it seems like that to me, too.
Oh, shut up, Beaky. It was nothing.
Nothing? I came very near to losing my life. You call that nothing?
You nearly lost your life?
Came very close to it.
Let's drop the subject.
No. Go on, Beaky. I want to hear about it.
Well, very well on top of a cliff. I was trying to turn my car near the edge.
Was Johnny in the car?
No, it was a few feet away.
Go on.
Well, I didn't realize I was backing the car toward the edge, but I was. And if old Johnny hadn't taken a flying leap and grabbed the brake, I should have been kingdom come by now.
Johnny saved your life? Oh, Johnny, I can never tell you what this means to me.
To you, darling?
Yes, it means a good bit to me, too. You know, I think the old fellow deserves a reward. How about a night out? Sort of celebrating on the old bean.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Beaky, but don't you have to go to Paris?
Paris?
Yes, of course, I do. My securities. I've got to go over there and cancel the arrangements for them. Why don't you come over with me?
Oh, the cad seems to forget I'm a married man. See, I tell you what I might do, Beaky. I might drive up as far as London with you. How about that, Monkey Face?
Yes, Monkey Face. I mean, Lena, do let him come.
Well, it seems to me that...
Yes, I know. A job. Well, it seems to me that I'll have much more chance of getting a job in London than I would around here.
Yes, of course he would. Do let him, Lena.
Well, I don't see very well how I can stop him.
Good girl.
Mrs. Aysgarth? Yes, Ethel? There's an Inspector Hodgson in the hall, ma'am. He wants to see Mr. Aysgarth. Show him in, Ethel. Very good, ma'am. Will you come this way, please, sir?
Thank you. Mrs. Aysgarth?
Yes.
My name's Hodgson, Inspector Hodgson from the county police.
How do you do?
I understand your husband's not in, ma'am.
No, he's been up in London for 2 days.
Well, perhaps you might be able to help us.
Yes, of course.
I believe you know a Mr. Thwaite.
Yes, he's a close friend of my husband.
Well, I don't know how to put it quite. Perhaps it would be easier if I showed you this in this afternoon's paper. Right here, ma'am.
Englishman found dead. An Englishman met with mysterious death in a house in Paris. Is believed to be Mr. Gordon Cochran Thwaite of...
I'm sorry to have to do this, ma'am, but we're making inquiries for the Paris police. They found some papers on Mr. Thwaite's person which indicate he just formed a corporation with your husband.
What did the French police think caused the death?
Well, this is a copy of a telegram that we received from Paris. Thwaite visited the place in the company of another Englishman. On arrival, Thwaite ordered a bottle of brandy.
What?
According to one of the waiters, Thwaite's companion asked for the brandy to be served in large beakers. Apparently, as a result of a bet between the two men, Thwaite filled one of these beakers to the brim and drank it all. The other man was not present when the actual tragedy happened. I'm sorry, ma'am, but do you or your husband happen to know of any friend of Mr. Thwaite's who might have been there with him?
No.
Well, then perhaps you could enlighten us about this corporation.
Yes, I believe I can. My husband had planned a real estate development with him. Mr. Thwaite had gone to Paris to dissolve the corporation.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all. Good day.
Good day. He didn't go to Paris. He's in London. Johnny's in London. He's at the club. He's got to be at the club. He didn't go to Paris. He didn't. Hello? Hogarth Club? May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please? He left? Left when? Yesterday morning. No. No, it doesn't matter. Thank you.
pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell and Olivia de Havilland will return in Act 3 of Suspicion. And now, here's a very reasonable question from an American housewife.
Now that it seems likely the war in Europe may soon come to an end, why should I keep on saving my used cooking fats?
Why, Mrs. America? Because the need is still critical, perhaps more critical than ever.
But will fats be needed as urgently to manufacture war materials and medicines to send abroad?
After Germany's defeat, there's still Japan. Remember this, too. The Japs still have the fat. They hold the countries from which we used to import about 1 billion pounds of fats and oils each year.
1 billion pounds? That's a lot of fat.
It is indeed. Enough to help manufacture the supplies of ammunition, medicines, parachutes, and other war materials that must keep on going to our fighting men abroad. Remember, too, our domestic production of fats is short. It has had to fall off during the war.
Well, I guess I better keep that salvage tin handy on the stove just as I've been doing.
You're doing a necessary patriotic service when you continue to save every drop of used kitchen fat and turn them into your butcher. Every bit you throw away may deprive one of our men of some vital thing he needs. The war isn't over till our boys come home. We need to keep on doing everything we can to get them home sooner. Fats are essential materials of war. Don't waste them. Save them every day. Turn them into your butcher. Remember, he still gives you 4 cents a pound and 2 red ration points for every pound you turn in. That's the message your government sends you. Here's what Mr. Lee Marshall, Director of Distribution, War Food Administration, tells you. Saving used fats is not a glamorous task. It takes effort. But it is one that only you, the American housewife, can perform for the country. We ask you to continue the wonderful job you are doing to help speed final victory. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
When the play is over, we hope you'll join us behind the scenes for an informal chat with our stars. Now here's Act 3 of Suspicion, starring William Powell as Johnny and Olivia de Havilland as Lena. In Lena's mind, the sharp sting of suspicion has given way to the dull, sickening ache of certainty. Certainty that her husband is a murderer. Returning to the house, he stands framed in the doorway, looking at her. She turns toward him with fear in her eyes.
You've read about Beaky, have you? I was terribly fond of Beaky.
Were you?
Yes, I loved that silly, generous, good-hearted fool.
Did you?
Of course I did. Next to you, I loved him more than anybody in the world.
Next to me?
Oh, poor monkey face. Here I am thinking only of myself, forgetting about you. You liked him too, didn't you?
I liked him very much. The police were here.
Oh, what did they want?
They wanted you to help them. They had a telegram from Paris. And it seems there was an Englishman who made a bet.
Oh, yes, I know. The whole story was in the late edition. What else?
The inspector wants you to phone him. He thought perhaps you could help identify this Englishman.
What did you tell them? Did you mention the corporation?
Naturally. I told him Vicky was planning to dissolve it.
I wish you'd left all that to me. Hello? Wichita Police Station, please. What else did you tell them?
That's about all.
Hello? Hello, Inspector. This is John Aisgard. Yes. Well, I drove up to London with him Tuesday evening. Yes, I saw him off at Croydon Airport. No, I stayed in London until this afternoon at my club.
Lena, how nice to see you. Sit down, dear.
Isabel, you know, I couldn't put my light out until 3 this morning. I was so interested in your last book, I had to come over and talk to you about it.
That's the nicest compliment I ever got.
I was completely fascinated by the way your villain enticed his victim across the footbridge, knowing that the bridge had been sawn through.
And he also knew his victim couldn't swim. Don't forget that.
Well, what I want to know is this. Would you call that an actual murder?
Well, from a moral standpoint, there's no question at all. It is murder.
I suppose it is.
What does Johnny think?
Johnny? Oh, I hadn't discussed it with him.
Well, I think he'd be interested. The same situation with his friend of his in Paris.
The same?
Well, that brandy business is just like my footbridge. By the way, this brandy thing isn't new at all, you know.
It's been done before.
Oh, yes, and in real life, too. I have it here. A book called The Trial of Richard Palmer. Now, where is that book? The Trial of... Oh, I remember where it is. It's in your house.
My house?
Yes. Johnny borrowed it a week ago.
Hello?
Hello? May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please?
He isn't in. This is Mrs. Aysgarth speaking.
Oh, well, this is the Guarantor's Life Insurance Company.
Yes?
Would you tell Mr. Aysgarth that there's been a slight delay in replying to his inquiry? That we've written him fully and he should get our letter in the morning.
Dear sir, replying to your inquiry regarding a loan of fire policy, we regret that such a loan cannot be granted. According to the terms of the policy, payment can only be made in the event of your wife's death. If you...
Morning, dear. Any letters for me? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Darling, you're not shivering, are you?
Oh, I've a bit of a chill.
Cold in all this sunshine? Oh, my poor little shivering baby. How do you feel now? Better?
Much.
Good. What are we doing tonight?
We're going to Isabel's to dine.
Oh, what a bore. Well, let's get back to that new book of yours, Isabel. You mean to tell me that a fellow sits down at a piano, starts to strum, and in 2 seconds later he's shot? Is that the idea?
Yes. A certain note on the piano was wired to a revolver concealed in the wall.
Oh, I don't care much for that, Isabel. You're slipping, old girl.
What's wrong with it?
Too complicated. You're going to kill somebody? Do it simply.
How would you do it? Simply, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know, dear. Just use the most obvious method.
For instance?
Well, poison. Just use the first one that came to my mind. Say, arsenic.
Arsenic can be traced in the body, of course.
But it isn't always.
No. This very minute, there are probably hundreds of murders walking about.
Johnny, do you suppose those murderers are happy?
Oh, I don't know. Why shouldn't they be? Well, anyway, Isabel, it seems to me that by now somebody would have discovered a poison that can't be traced.
What's that?
What about it? Isn't there?
An untraceable poison? No. There's no such thing.
Oh, Isabel, you're hiding something from me.
Johnny, you're locking up. What about Ethel?
Well, it's Ethel tonight off. She won't be back till morning.
What about the cook?
Have you forgotten? Cook's away on a holiday.
Oh.
Darling, you're shivering again. You suppose you're catching cold?
Yes, I think that's what it must be.
Oh, well, we'll have to tuck you into bed. Get you nice and warm. Come on.
No, Johnny, please. Please don't.
What's the trouble?
Johnny, I'm in a state tonight. I don't know why, but I'd like to be alone. Would you mind sleeping in your dressing room?
Of course I'd mind.
Please, Johnny, I haven't been sleeping very well lately.
Oh, I understand. You used to sleep badly when I wasn't here. Now you... All right, that's the way you feel about it. Good night.
Poison. Arsenic. Poison. Untraceable. The event of your wife's death. Poison. The event of your wife's death. Your wife's death. Your wife's death.
Come on, Lena, wake up, dear. Feeling better?
Yes. Yes, Hello, darling.
Yes, Bill.
I came over this morning. We were quite worried about you, Lena.
This morning? I've been asleep all day.
The doctor gave you a pill, darling. That's all you needed. Rest. I'll run down and tell Ethel to fix supper. Right back.
Oh, he's 1 in a million, that Johnny of yours.
Isn't he?
I warn you, if you leave me alone much longer with him, my career will soon be over.
He flirted with you, I suppose.
Flirted? Worse than that. He's worming all my secrets out of me.
Did you tell him anything today?
Did I? Oh, now, honestly, have you ever been able to deny Johnny anything?
It was about that poison, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And if he writes a story on that one before I do... Lena, imagine. A substance in daily use. Anyone can get it. And within a minute after taking, the victim's beautifully out of the way. And mind you, it's undetectable after death.
Is whatever it is painful?
Not in the least. In fact, I should think it would be a most pleasant day.
Lena, are you awake?
Yes.
I brought you a sandwich and a glass of milk. You might drink the milk before you go to sleep. I'll just leave it here. Good night, darling. Why don't you let me help you pack?
Oh, there's no need to.
What's the matter with you this morning? You're still annoyed with me, aren't you?
No, Johnny, really. I still don't feel well, that's all.
And a few days at your mother's will do more good than staying at home.
Well, it's not exactly that. Don't you understand? Mother telephoned me.
She got on that phone awfully early, it seems to me.
Well, Mother gets up early. I happened to mention that I was a bit nervy, and before I knew it, I'd agreed to spend a few days with her.
All right. I'll run down and get the car ready.
Oh, no. Don't. I'll drive it myself.
I prefer to drive you.
You're going too fast, Johnny.
Well, you want to get there, don't you?
Did you have to go by this road?
Why not? It's a short way, isn't it? There's the hotel site. Another thing I failed at.
He's going to kill me. The door is open. He's going to kill me. The curb up there. The door will swing. He's going to push me out. Down and down. Over and over. Murder. Down and down. Over and over.
Look out! Get your hand off the door, Lena.
Let me go! Let me go!
Lena, come back.
No!
Lena.
Let me go!
Lena, what's got into you?
Leave me alone, leave me.
Stop it, you little fool. Stop it. I've had enough. How much do you think a man can bear? Listen to me. You turned me out of your room. You've been running away to your mother's. Now you shrink away from me, so you hated me. You're my wife, Lena.
But I thought...
You almost killed us both back there. Because you had to pull away from me even when I was reaching over to save you from falling out of the car. Well, you don't have to put up with me anymore.
Johnny, wait. Where are you going?
First, I'm taking you on to your mother's.
And then what?
Don't worry. I won't bother you again.
Johnny, you mean you're going to... Johnny, why were you asking Isabel about that poison? What were you planning to do with... Johnny, you were going to kill yourself. Oh, my darling.
Yes, but I've changed my mind. I'm going back to see it through. Prison term and...
You mean mail back that money you took?
I can't pay it back. I made the last attempt to raise the money when I went away with Beaky.
Paris?
I went to Liverpool. I tried to borrow your insurance, but it didn't work.
You mean you were in Liverpool when Beaky... Then you didn't go to Paris?
Of course not. Do you think I'd have let some idiot give poor old Beaky that brandy if I had?
Oh, Johnny. If only I'd known. This is as much my fault as yours. I was only thinking of myself, not what you were going through. If I'd really been close to you, you could have confided in me. But you were ashamed to. Oh, if I'd only understood. Oh, Johnny, it'll be different now. We'll make it different.
People don't change overnight, Lena. I'm no good.
Let's turn back, Johnny. Let's go home and see it all through together.
No, that won't work.
It will work. I know it will. Johnny, please. You can't shut me out. Turn the car around and let's go home. Please, Johnny.
I'll get in the car.
Johnny, where are we going?
We're turning back. We're going home.
It's more than a matter of suspicion that tonight's performance will be long remembered by millions of listeners to the Lux Radio Theater. And for that, we can thank our stars, William Powell and Olivia de Havilland.
Thank you, Cecil. You gave us a great play when you picked Suspicion.
Now, you ought to be an authority on mysteries, Bill. One of the best bits of news I've heard is that you're going to do another picture in the Thin Man series.
But, Bill, for the Thin Man, haven't you been putting on a little weight?
Libby, how can you say that? Why, I'm scared of my own shadow.
Yeah. You mean it looks as if a crowd were following you?
What weight I have comes from my iron constitution. Every morning when I get up, I turn on those exercises over the radio.
And do them?
No, my wife does. I watch her.
Bill, I don't understand you. When I was your age, I used to think nothing of a 10-mile walk.
I don't think much of it myself. But look, if you want to know, I'm on an A diet.
An A diet? What's that?
A steak, A baked potato, A piece of pie.
Sounds like army rations.
Well, it goes to the front.
Well, in spite of all you say about me, I'll confess you're looking as lovely as ever, Livy.
Yes, isn't she?
And now that I've planted it for you, Cecil, you wouldn't like to tell us one of the reasons, would you?
Me? No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Plenty of fresh air, sunshine.
And Lux toilet soap? I'll say it for you.
But there's no need to be modest about it, C.B. I use Lux toilet soap faithfully, and it does wonders.
Well, thank you, Olivia. And I think we'd better take back all we said about Bill's figure, or he'll dial us off his radio next Monday night.
Not when he hears what's coming up, C.B.
What do you have for next Monday, Cecil?
A play I think you'll like, Bill. The RKO romantic comedy, Lucky Partners. And our stars will be Don Amici and Lucille Ball, with Jack Carson. It's a story of two young people falling in love who stake their future on a horse race. When you gamble both love and horses, you're riding for plenty of excitement.
But it sounds like another entertaining evening, C.B. We'll be listeners. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I have a suspicion you'll be back soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lucille Ball and Don Amici in Lucky Partners with Jack Carson. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Next month, October 16th, the Lux Radio Theater celebrates its 10th anniversary on the air. We'd like you to share in this celebration by helping us select the play and stars you'd like most to hear. Send your suggestions on a postcard to C.B. DeMille, Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Or use the ballot which your Lux Toilet Soap dealer will be glad to give you. Suspicion was presented through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Bride by Mistake. Olivia de Havilland will soon be seen in her latest Warner Brothers picture, Devotion. William Powell appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture, Kismet. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Irwin as Beaky, Lois Corbett, Vernon Steele, Gloria Gordon, Charles Seal, Dwayne Thompson, Eric Snowden, and Claire Verdera. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And now, an announcement aimed straight at the fun-loving hearts of America's people. Your beloved old friends Amos and Andy are returning to the air on Friday night. Yes, the boys are back again with their big cast in their grand half-hour show. Their guest for Friday evening, John Charles Thomas, famous Metropolitan Opera star, will be a riot in his Amos and Andy role. There will be super music, and as you know, each broadcast is a complete episode. So see your paper for time and station. And don't miss Amos and Andy on this Friday. This is your announcer, John N. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Lucky Partners with Don Amici, Lucille Ball, and Jack Carson.
Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Better cook with Spry, 'cause you'll be a better cook with Spry.
Cakes, pies, fried foods. Everything tastes better made with new Easy Mix Spry shortening. So for light, fluffy cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crisp, digestible fried foods.
Better cook with Spry.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest. The great picture plays, the great actors and actresses. Techniques and skills chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you one of Hollywood's best-known stars, Joseph Cotten. Tonight you will hear Mr. Cotten in the exciting drama Foreign Correspondent, which was nominated for 4 different Oscars. Yes, for Best Photography, Best Original Screenplay, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Production of the Year. Foreign Correspondent was nominated for the 1940 Academy Award.
Well, come right in, Miss Green. Put on your glasses, sit down, and take an epic. No, Miss Green, this is not to be an editorial for the Sunday edition. This is to be some notes on my lurid past. You see, before I came here to Springfield and bought this paper and became a substantial citizen, I was a reporter, Miss Green. Johnny Jones, foreign correspondent. That was long before there was even a phony war. I was sent to Europe to meet a man called Van Meer, known as the Strong Man of Holland. He had been one of the signers of a secret treaty between Holland and the Allied powers. I was to get Van Meer to talk and to tell me what was in that treaty. My wife's maiden name is Carol Fisher. Her father was head of the Universal Peace Party. I met Carol over there and fell for her like a ton. When she went down to Amsterdam with her father, I went too. There was a conference there, and I intended to kill two birds with one stone. For Van Meer was to be the principal speaker. I had met old Van Meer in Paris, so I didn't have much trouble nailing him when he got out of a cab in front of the conference building and started up the steps. He didn't seem very happy to see me. Why, Mr. Van Meer, how are you? We somehow seem to lose each other, sir. Don't you remember me? I'm the American reporter from New York. Seemed anxious to get away from me. Seemed not to remember me. Just then a photographer jumped out in front of him.
Hold it. Picture.
The guy pointed his camera at this Van Meer, and Van Meer's eyes got very big. And then I saw the gun in the photographer's hand. It went off then. I guess I stood there like a goon just watching Van Meer fall. He was dead when he stopped rolling down the steps. This phony photographer dropped his camera and ran into the crowd. I ran after him. He got into a car and roared away. I looked for a car, and just then my sweet Carol comes riding up in the Bentley with one of those big blonde Englishmen at the wheel. I jumped into the car, pushed Carol over, and yelled at the handsome brute. Follow that car. Quick, hurry.
Might as well humor him.
Right-o. What's the trouble? Chap shot someone?
Van Meer, assassinated.
Eh?
Looks like it.
Bad show.
Couldn't be worse from his point of view. There he goes around the corner. Don't lose sight of him.
Oh, I thought that was him. No, there he is.
No, we've lost him. Come on, faster, faster. Try and get around this car. That's good.
There he goes. He's had the luck of the devil. We might get him here.
Blow your horn, blow your horn.
I say, old girl, mind shoving your knees out of the way? Makes driving difficult. Ah, that's better.
Not at all. Anything I can do. Glad to help.
Guess we're catching up on him.
Shooting at us by hand. Shattered the safety glass. Wonder whose make. Better hop into the back, old girl.
Good chauffeur we've got, Miss Fisher.
Ready.
You two know each other?
Oh, I forgot. This is Scott Folliot, newspaper man, same as you, Johnny. Correspondent of London Post. Mr. Jones, Mr. Folliot.
How do you do? Here we are, old chap. Out in the country and very desolate, if you ask me.
Keep on his tail. He's around that curve behind the windmill.
We'll have him then, old boy. Here we go. I say, the chap in his car disappeared. Vanished.
He couldn't have.
He has.
Look at that. The sails on that windmill.
Well, quite common over here in Holland, old boy.
I could have sworn those sails were going against the wind just now.
Why don't you lie down on the wet grass, old boy, and cool off?
I'll cool off at the proper time, but first, would you do me a favor and go back and get the police?
Police? What for?
We shan't need the police. I've decided not to prosecute.
You're going to bring the police back here because our man is in there.
In where?
In that windmill.
What makes you think so?
While I'm explaining, a lot of things can happen. Will you please take my word for it and get the police? I'd go myself if I spoke the language.
What will you do?
I'll stick around here and do some snooping. I hate to seem executive, but this is serious.
Right you are, old boy. You shall have the police. Richmond of them.
There I was on a lonely flat plain with nothing but a windmill for company. Suddenly the mill stopped, and the sails reversed themselves against the wind. At the same time, I heard the drone of a plane. Then I knew. The reversed sails were a signal. The plane came into land. I crept up to the mill. There was a shed there, and in it the assassin's car. I went back and into the mill. Then I heard muffled voices. I crept around some more and found a wooden staircase. I went up. There was a door with a key in it. I heard someone coming after me. I pushed backwards into the room, closed the door. I was in the transmission room, the room with the wooden gears connected with the big sail outside. I stood there listening. Suddenly, I almost jumped out of my skin. A weak voice spoke.
Come in, mister.
I whirled around, and there, tied to a ring in the floor, was Van Meer, alive.
I'm afraid you see me at a great disadvantage. I have just been given a drug of some sort. It affects the brain. They gave it to me when they moved me from. It's beginning now. I'm sorry.
But I saw you shot just now outside the conference hall. I saw it.
The man you saw shot was not I. He was a substitute who looked like me.
But why?
They want the world to think that I have been assassinated, to conceal the fact that I'm in their hands.
Their hands? Well, who are they?
I cannot explain. I am not certain. All that I can tell you is that they are going to take me somewhere by plane.
That Near's head dropped. And I jumped for the crossbeam above me, pulled myself up and lay there near the big gear. The door opened, 4 men came in, picked up Van Meer, and took him away. When they had gone, when the plane had died away, I got out of there fast. I came back with the cops, and they thought I was nuts. There was no assassin's car, no assassin, no plane, and no Van Meer. I laughed it off and went over to London with a big news beat in my pocket. I wanted to see Carol's father and find out if he could help me. On a night boat, I made love to Carol.
Penny for your thoughts, Johnny.
I was thinking of those guys who came into the mill and took old Van Meer away. They sounded like Nazis to me.
Imagination.
Maybe, darling, maybe not. I got one good look at the leader's face, and, well, it wasn't from the county cork.
Hard being happy with the world falling apart.
The world isn't falling apart. Just governments.
It's the same thing.
Well, only governments don't sit in the moonlight wearing shawls and looking beautiful.
They're certain to march into Poland.
Tomorrow, but not tonight. Look, I'm in love with you, no matter who marches where.
When you think of what may happen, love doesn't seem so important.
I don't know. It survived a lot of wars. Now, will you forget the fate of Europe for a minute? I'm in love with you and want to marry you.
I wonder what Father would say.
About what, the fate of Europe?
No, about our marriage. You did ask me, didn't you?
I've been pleading for hours.
I think he will be pleased. I'm sure he will.
Everybody will be pleased. England, America, and me too. We got a Fisher's house in London, and I was feeling just like a guy whose daughter is about to tell her father that you want to do that serious thing. The butler opened the door, and there was my future father-in-law having breakfast with a man whose face was the face that led the guttural voices up to take Van Meer away from the mill.
Carol, my dear, what a pleasant surprise. And you didn't even wire me.
Father, I hope you don't mind us barging in like this. Johnny brought me over on a boat. Mr. Krug, how nice to see you again. Oh, but of course you haven't met Mr. Stone. Krug.
Mr. Krug is with an embassy here.
I think I shall have to be getting along, Mr. Fisher. Shall we settle on the wording for the peace petition now or leave it till later?
Oh, we might as well clear it up now. You'll excuse us. Go right ahead, Mr. Krug, into my study.
Father, could we have just a moment? Terribly important.
Why, certainly. I won't be long.
Get the police quick. Van Meer isn't dead.
Van Meer isn't?
Why, it's fantastic. They kidnapped him, then shot his double. I saw Van Meer afterward in a mill in Holland. That man, that Krug, was with him.
Krug? That's ridiculous, Johnny. We've known him.
I know, dear, but Mr. Jones says...
I tell you, I spoke to Van Meer. He told me they were taking him somewhere by plane. They must have brought him here to England.
I've always felt a little uneasy about Krug.
Mr. Fisher.
I'll keep him there. Coming, Mr. Krug.
Be careful, Father.
Mr. Jones has just suggested that I turn you over to the police, Mr. Krug.
Mr. Jones seems to be something of a troublemaker.
I thought you said he'd been taken care of by our agents in Amsterdam.
I thought so, too, but perhaps Miss Fisher being with him caused complications. It would have been ideal if she had been in our confidence.
So deuced inconvenient his coming here. Dash it all, he's in my home.
He must be stopped.
Yes, but I always find the sordid details somewhat distasteful.
As usual, I shall endeavor to relieve you of them. You remember Rowley?
Rowley? Ah, yes, the little man who used to work in your father's stables in Austria.
I shall get Rowley. Hire him as a private detective to guard Mr. Jones.
Guard him? Very delicate of you, Krug. Very.
In
just a moment, you will hear the second part of Academy Award. Delightful Squibb Dental Cream is a member of the great family of Squibb products that every member of your family will enjoy using every day. Youngsters and grown-ups alike find it so refreshing. Let it linger on your tongue for just an instant and note that spicy tang of mint. Fragrant, frosty, you can taste the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. Let its pleasantly brisk action wake up your whole mouth. Leave it tingling, alive. You can feel the refreshing difference when you use Squibb Dental Cream. And soon you'll see a refreshing difference in your smile. For the polishing agent in this quality dentifrice is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science. So begin tomorrow to brush your teeth with Squibb Dental Cream. Then you'll enjoy all three ways a fine dentifrice can serve you. You'll taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. Use Squibb Dental Cream. Before we bring you part two of Foreign Correspondent, we wish to thank United Artists for making this picture available. Foreign Correspondent is based on an original story written by Vincent Sheehan. And now, the House of Squibb presents part two of Academy Award, starring Joseph Cotton in Foreign Correspondent.
I should have known that about Fisher, but I didn't. And I took his word for it that I should wait and get a bigger story after we'd found Van Neer. Carol naturally sided with her father. She was afraid to let me go out alone, and Fisher put on his boogeyman suit and scared me, too. He sold me on the idea I needed a bodyguard, and that's how I got Roley. I didn't get wise to him even when he pushed me in front of a truck.
Hey, you! Somebody pushed you, sir. It was me, sir. If I tried to pull you back, you'd been caught. It was push or nothing.
Oh, smart work, Mr. Roley. Thanks very much.
After all, sir, that's what I'm here for, isn't it?
I'm late for a date at the American Club. Here, let's take this cab. American Club driver.
I'm not certain, sir, but I've an idea that two men have just got into another cab to follow us.
Oh. I can't see any other cab.
I'm not certain, sir, but I'm sure I saw them. We might give them the slip if we go the long way around. Better stop here, sir, and we'll change cabs.
Okay, stop here, driver.
Now, sir, no use waiting for them to catch up. Our job is to give them the slip.
What? Let's get another cab, then.
Wait a minute, sir. We're in front of the cathedral.
Well, let's go in there.
Do you mind not going in, sir? I saw by the notice that it's a requiem mass.
Oh.
I hates to be so fussy, sir. I say, look at the sign, sir. The lift takes you up to the tower to see the magnificent view, and then there's sixpence.
Well, let's go up and look at the view, then. Come on. Say, this is pretty dangerous, this low railing, and some drop, too. Oh.
You better be careful, sir. I was a bit scared when you leaned over just now. I was once with a chap on a bridge in Switzerland. He had a very nasty fall, killed him stone dead. Always made me a bit nervous since.
Well, let's go down. I got a lunch date.
Don't go down yet, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. I believe that's the Horse Guards from Buckingham Palace approaching, sir. A rare and unusual sight. You're in a bit of luck, sir.
Where? I can't see them.
Straight down, sir. You'll have to lean over a bit, sir.
Oh.
See them, sir?
Oh, yes, I see them now.
Quite a sight, sir, eh? Quite a sight, sir. Here you go, to join them, sir.
I don't know what made me turn aside suddenly. One of those hunches. But just as I did, Roley, with his hands stretched out to push me, went hurtling by and over the rail and down to a horrible death before the crowd below. The thing that sent chills up my spine was that I knew then that Carol's father had tried to have me murdered. In my state of mind, it was like a double scotch seeing old boy Folliot again.
Hello, old boy. Congratulations on your little set to with Rowley.
How'd you know about Rowley?
Rowley and Fisher, old boy, and the fellow with the high-necked sweater. Matter of fact, followed them here to London.
I see. Then you believe me now about Van Meer?
Oh, of course. I'd suggest we work along from here together, old boy. First thing I'd suggest after that would be that you kidnap Fisher's daughter.
What?
Well, all right, old boy, no offense. It'd give me a chance to bear down on Fisher. He dotes on her, you know. Maybe he'd talk and tell us where Van Meer is.
Hey, who are you anyway? I mean, what are you?
British subject, old boy, patriot and all that. My country's on the verge of war.
I see. Okay, pal, I'll kidnap Carol. That is, I'll go through the motions. Where'll I take her?
Take her to Cambridge. I'll get you digs at the College Arms.
Oh, wait, now, what happens after you get Fisher talking?
I'll phone you, old boy, and let you in on the kill.
It's a deal.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing here in the College Arms.
You'd better be nice or I'll send you back to your own room without supper.
Okay. Look, Carol, we got to talk. There's something hanging over our heads, and before it falls, I want you to know that no matter what happens,
Johnny, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about?
Wait. Hello?
Oh, hello, boy. This is me.
Oh, yes, what happened?
Fisher's gone. Our people found out where he went. Take this down. 242 Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court Road.
Charlotte Street, Tottenham Court Road.
I think you better get there as fast as possible. I think that's where they have Van Meer, right?
Check.
What is it?
Carol, I've got to go back to London fast. I want you to stay here till I come for you.
Oh, no, you don't. I sense trouble. And I'm not letting you out of my sight.
I'm not going to try and talk you out of it, but now remember this. No matter what happens, I love you, darling, with all my heart.
Where is Van Meer?
There he is.
Those lights in his face. Can't you cut them down?
Yes, cut them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You are like my friend, Mr. Fisher. I am so sorry. It is so dark. I cannot tell. But you are like my friend.
I am Fisher, Mr. Van Meer. I am your friend.
I am so glad. How did you get here? Am I going there now? Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you. Are the police here? They mustn't get away. You mustn't let these people go.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I represent the Jupiter Life Assurance Company. Can I interest you in a small policy?
Did you have to bring him up here?
I didn't know what to do. He tried to get away. You mustn't blame him, Krog. He's nervous, and he had a pistol in my back. I came easy. But go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. I'll sit right down here.
What is that? Is it the police? Tell me where I am.
You're in London, Mr. Van Meer. These people think I'm working with them. You and I must play a little game.
A little game?
Yes. They want you to tell me something. Just one little clause in the treaty. Clause 27. Clause 27. Come, Mr. Van Meer.
But it's the secret clause. I know. Clause 27. But they mustn't know it. It would help them if they make war. War. You don't want any help, do you?
Don't tell him anything, Mr. Van Meer. He's not your friend.
Who was that? You are not my friend. Oh, I see. You cried peace. Peace, and there was no peace. You were a liar, Fisher. A cruel, cruel liar. I will never talk. Do what you want with me.
Well, it's useless. Better try your methods, Krug.
Bring him over here.
No more of that. I talk.
Then talk.
Oh, in the event of invasion by an enemy power, Her Majesty's government solemnly pledges that.
Steady, Van Meer, steady! I'll forget him.
That's the number, but it's a restaurant.
And Doc.
Folliot wouldn't kid me. This must be the place.
I say, sir, are you Mr. Jones?
Why, yes, what? Why?
Mr. Folliot said we were to expect you, sir. We shall get a signal from Mr. Folliot any moment now, sir.
Say, what is this? Who are you and who is
Sorry,
Folliot?
sir, but Mr. Folliot will explain. That is, if Mr. Folliot is still alive. There it is, sir, the signal.
Stay here, Carol.
No, my father is in there, too. I heard what Scott Folliot said to you on the phone. I'm coming.
Come on, sir, we're closing in.
Carol, you're not coming. Darling, I love you, but I've got to do this.
Right into my arms.
I had to do it. Had to sock her. Hold her. I'm going in.
They're trapped. Yes, old boy, you are, to put it in so many words.
No, I've got to get out of here.
Too late. The place is surrounded.
Then this man must die before they get here.
What about us?
You will pay the price your country asks. The work is not finished. I must go on.
Very well.
Sorry, Folliot, this is war.
Think nothing of it, old boy. Go ahead and shoot. Now, I'd feel silly if I were you, Krug. Taking the rap, holding the sack, as it were, for Fisher. He wants to sell out so as his daughter won't find out he's been a Nazi spy.
So the daughter, eh?
Do as you're told. That's an order, crew.
Why should we die and let you get away because your daughter doesn't know about you? I have a daughter, too, in the homeland.
Shoot, you fool! Quickly!
Yeah, I shoot.
Stand where you are, all of you. Drop those guns. Folliot, you all right?
Hello, old boy. Mighty happy to see you.
Fisher. Been shot.
Yes, old boy. I talked Krug into it.
He's dead.
Yes. Take those people away.
Van Meer.
He's just barely alive. But he didn't give us away on that treaty.
Was Fisher really...
Yes. He was in charge of those Nazis.
Carol?
Oh, innocent old boy. Doesn't know a thing.
What am I going to tell her?
Fisher was a Nazi, though only half German. She's all English, old boy. You could tell her father came here to talk to Van Meer and was trapped.
That true?
Well, yes, old boy. Only it was we who trapped them.
And who are we?
British intelligence, old boy. Better get to a cable office. You have a whale of a story for your paper.
Yeah, and a whale of a story to tell Carol, too, old boy. So, darling, your father must have found out that they were keeping Van Meer a prisoner there and torturing him, trying to get him to tell what was in the secret treaty. Father went there, and Krug killed him before we could break down the door.
Bye, Johnny. I love you. I shall always love you. Now, goodbye.
What are you talking about? Goodbye.
I know you love me, too. That's why you're lying to me. My father was a Nazi agent, and he was shot by Krug, his subordinate.
Good. You didn't know your father was...
No, I didn't. Not until he hired that man to try to kill you. Then I began to suspect. When I heard Folliot call you at Cambridge, I knew.
That's why you came with me.
Yes. I was going to try and talk you out of going in there. I was going to try and make you go back to America before you knew.
I am going back to America.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm going back with my wife.
Johnny.
Carol, my darling, you couldn't possibly help what your father was or did. Now, come on. I've got the tickets, and we'll start all over again back in America.
No, Johnny, no. Killing is just beginning. England is at war tonight, and I'm going to stay and help make up to her some of the things my father did against her. After the war, if we're still alive, my darling, come back to England and ask me again to be your wife.
I see. I guess I see. All right, darling. I'll be getting along on my boat.
Until tomorrow, Johnny. Whenever that will be.
Yes, darling. Until whenever that'll be.
To help all mankind toward greater health and happiness, thousands dedicate themselves to the service of others through scientific research in the field of medicine. Playing a vital role in this vast scientific effort, the House of Squibb maintains at New Brunswick, New Jersey, a great research institute. Separate and distinct from the business activities of Squibb, the Squibb Institute for Medical Research carries on investigations in the same spirit and in the same manner as the laboratories of universities, foundations, and endowments all over the world. The Squibb Institute is evidence of unceasing faith in the progress which can be generated through untrammeled scientific research. Your doctor knows how much the Squibb Institute has aided in the development of many of the newest weapons in the victories over disease and pain. He knows, too, that the Squibb products he uses reflect the same high principles, the same devotion to the search for perfection that is behind the Squibb Institute for Medical Research. And you may use, with the same confidence, the many everyday health necessities Squibb makes for your medicine cabinet. To make sure you're getting Squibb quality, ask for it by name. Ask for Squibb, a name you can trust. Next Wednesday, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award, starring Olivia de Havilland and Jean-Pierre Omar in Hold Back the Dawn. Today's performance of Foreign Correspondent was written for radio by Frank Wilson, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lee Stevens. Our producer-director is Dee Engelbach. We wish to thank Mr. Joseph Cotton for his splendid performance tonight. Joel McRae, who was previously announced, was unable to be with us because of last-minute changes in his motion picture production schedule. Mr. Cotton appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and may soon be seen in Mr. Selznick's Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's 8:30. It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike challenges you to match your wits against those of a quartet of know-it-alls. For every question we use, Lucky Strike pays out $10 plus a copy of the new Information Please quiz book. If your question stumps us, you get $25 more plus a 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our master of ceremonies, the literary critic of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed as usual, entirely unrehearsed and spontaneously. And before I introduce our experts this evening, I'd like to make an extra special announcement. This coming Wednesday evening only, at 9 o'clock, New York time, Information Please will put on a special performance for the Treasury Department, helping to start their new radio series, Millions for Defense. Our Friday night broadcasts, of course, will continue as usual. Now, tonight, our three regulars are the New York Post's conning tower man, Franklin P. Adams, the learned sports authority, John Kieran, and the versatile music master, Oscar Levant. And our guest is the world-famous director of the motion pictures Rebecca and the Lady Vanishes, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock, whose latest picture, Before the Fact, will be released soon. Remember, for each question that's missed, Lucky Strike rings up $25, and that's paid out to the sender, plus 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica. We're off with a question that comes from Gene Stark of Danbury, Connecticut, who apparently is familiar with the fact that Mr. Hitchcock has some reputation as a trencherman. I'm going to ask you to differentiate gourmet, glutton, and gourmand. Gourmet, glutton, and gourmand. Mr. Hitchcock.
I would say that a gourmet is a man who has fine taste in food. A gourmand, the same man who likes a lot of it. And a glutton who just eats food.
That's short and extremely sweet. And how would you place yourself, Mr. Hitchcock? As one of those three, or maybe all three.
Well, shall I say for lunch, I'm a gourmet, but for dinner, I'm a gourmand.
Very well put. And you don't have any breakfast?
Only on Sunday. Then
Only on Sunday. Well, that is a perfect answer and a perfect score for Mr. Hitchcock to begin his Information Please career with. How about this one from Elizabeth Hamilton of Brooklyn, New York? Get 2 out of 3. Now, of the following plays or motion pictures, I'm going to name 3, each represents an innovation in some particular field. What was it in each case? Now, the first is The Great God Brown. That's a play by Eugene O'Neill. What innovation in its field did that represent? Mr. Levant.
Great God Brown. That was by O'Neill.
Right.
And wasn't there... there was a scene, or a love scene, I'm not sure, about racial differences. Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm after. Mr.
Mask stuff.
Mask
That's
stuff. More specifically, what do the masks mean, Mr.?
The mask, as I recall it, meant how the man wanted to look and then how he really looked.
Yes, so he hides his true self behind the mask that he turns to the world. And they kept on taking these masks on and off all during the play until you didn't know just exactly what you were looking at, which I suppose represents a considerable innovation. That's
Might
quite
interest
right.
Mr. Levant to know that was played by Mr. William Harrigan.
Remember that, Mr. Levant?
No, it doesn't interest me.
Nothing like a little gracious conversation to start the evening off with. Now, how about the cabinet of Dr. Caligari? What innovation, Mr. Hitchcock?
Building the scenery as though from the mind of a madman.
Yes. Has it ever been used since, Mr. Hitchcock?
I think not.
Not that I know of. So apparently it was an innovation that just didn't take.
Definitely.
You have to have madmen in your picture to allow you to use the innovation.
We do the same thing by trick photography.
It's simpler and perhaps less expensive that way?
Absolutely.
Very good. Now, how about Becky Sharp, the movie Becky Sharp? Mr. Hitchcock again.
I think they used a new form of Technicolor for the first time.
Yes, it was
If I remember rightly, there was an excess of powder blue.
You got a very good memory. I wouldn't know. Mr. Levant had his hand up and I think was going to say the same thing. The first complete picture using Technicolor.
Not only say the same thing, I was asked to buy the stock.
And that's why you're working for us now, I gather. Here's one from S.D. Levin of Hollis, New York. Oh, just fool around with this, boys. I want you to construct a fairly complete human body out of movie and play titles. You don't have to begin with a head if you don't wish, but let's see if we can get some movie and play titles, each of which contains some part of the body. Mr. Levant.
The Ears by Virginia Woolf.
Oh, isn't that nice? Yeah, very good. All right. Now we've got 2 sets, 2 ears. Mr. Adams next.
Arms and the Man.
Arms and the Man. That gives a pair of arms. Mr. Kieran.
And the Man.
So should we stop, Mr. Adams?
As far as I'm concerned.
Let's get a few more. Mr. Kieran.
3 Faces East.
3 Faces East. That's very good. Mr. Levant again.
Chu Chin Chow.
Chu Chin. Hey, that's very good. That's very good. How about Back to Methuselah? Might be one. Any others you can think of?
Mooncalf.
Calf. Yes, Mooncalf. Very good. Mr. Adams.
Uncle Tom's Cabin.
I think I'll stop on that, Mr. Adams, if it's all right with you.
There's a new movie being made by RKO called Unexpected Ankle.
There was one, The Unexpected Ankle. He's playing straight man for you tonight, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. Now, here's one from Phyllis Tucker of New York City. I haven't stumped any of you gentlemen yet. In his speech of last Sunday, Winston Churchill named what he called 4 climacterics of the war. Give 3 of them. Mr. Levant.
The fall of France?
That's quite right.
The Leesland Bill?
That's quite right.
And what happened last Sunday or Saturday? The
which
Russian
was?
invasion or counterattack, whichever phrase you like. The Russian.
That gives us 3. Now there's one more.
Well, you only asked for 3.
I know. You're all right. You've got us over the rapids, Mr. Levant. I wonder whether you can remember the other.
Munich.
No, the Battle of Britain in the Air of last September, which at least temporarily proved that the Germans were not supreme in the air. That's right. That gives us 4 out of 4. Now, how about this one from C.A. Pears of Cambridge, Massachusetts? Get 2 out of 3. Identify these scenes of suspense in literature or the movies. I think Mr. Hitchcock is famous for his magnificent manipulation of scenes of suspense. And by the way, I don't think any of these have anything to do with pictures that you made yourself, Mr. Hitchcock. Well, in the first case, a wounded man hangs from a cable car. A wounded man hangs from a cable car. What picture?
Is it The Peril of Pauline?
No. Now, it might be. I wouldn't know. I don't go back as far as you do, Mr. Levant.
What's a cable car?
Cable car. It's one of those. I think it's one of those funicular things that cross chasms in.
Cable car. Oh.
Got it, Mr. Levant?
A picture directed by a disciple. That's what they said in the paper. Mr. Hitchcock called Night.
Go ahead.
Not Train.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah,
sure.
Train.
Night Train. That's right.
I remember that.
Yes, a very good melodrama with Rex Harrison and Margaret Lockwood.
Who directed it?
Do you remember, Mr. Hitchcock?
Yes, it was directed by a man called Carol Reed. Unfortunately, I never go to the movies, so I wouldn't have seen it.
You don't go to the movies?
Me neither, Mr. Hitchcock.
Well, how do you manage to make any comparisons with the work you do yourself, Mr. Hitchcock? Or don't you care?
No, I try not to. A man once said to me, if you don't see pictures, where do you get your ideas from?
Well, how about this one? You can keep out of this question if you wish, Mr. Hitchcock. It's all right. In this case, a house teeters on the brink of a precipice. That was a very good scene.
Charlie Chaplin's Gold Rush.
You don't think that's a picture, Mr. Hitchcock?
Yes.
You do go to pictures?
The house did teeter on the...
Yes, that's quite right. And you did go to see that.
That's still life to him.
Yes, Charlie Chaplin's picture, The Gold Rush. I think that belongs in your category, Mr.
That's the one I saw.
I thought you did. Well, we're all right so far. Now, how about this one? Nails are slowly driven into the top of a coffin. Nails are driven into the top of a coffin. Mr. Adams.
Escape.
That's right.
I read the book.
Escape, right, with Robert Taylor and Norma Shearer. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. Here's one from Sherwood Friedman of this city. You're going to hear some drum beats, a series of 4 different types of drum beats, and I want you to determine the type of dance music that each represents. There are 4 of them. We have to get 3 out of 4. We've never had a question exactly like this. I'm interested to see how well we can do. Let's have the first. Mr. Hitchcock. The rumba is right. Yes, very good. Now the second. Mr. Levant.
That's a Viennese waltz. Not
Absolutely
to be confused
right.
with any other waltz.
Absolutely right. Now the third. Mr. Kieran, that wasn't your hand that was raised,
No,
was it?
madam,
All
no,
right.
son.
Mr. Levant.
I'd say that's a conga version of Emperor Jones.
It's a conga, all right. That's very good. Now the fourth and last.
That's nothing.
How about that? We're safe. We've got 3 out of 4. Any guesses on that? Want to hear it again?
No.
All right, then we won't hear it again. That is...
We'll do one more bar.
Mr. Hitchcock.
Is it the bolero?
It is, Mr. Hitchcock. Thank you very much indeed. That's very good. A bolero. That gives us 4 out of 4. Which means that so far Lucky Strike has paid out absolutely nothing and no sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now Mr. Cross points out that knowing the facts about tobacco comes in handy today.
Mr. Fadiman, that's because most of us are smoking more in 1941. So, of course, we want a milder cigarette, one made from the lighter, milder tobaccos. Now, tobacco like that costs more than the ordinary kind. Yes, it costs more at auction after auction. But Lucky's pay the price to get it. For example, last season at Carthage, Tennessee, the American Tobacco Company paid 23% more per pound for the tobacco it bought for its cigarettes and other tobacco products. Yes, 23% above the average market price paid for all the various types and grades of tobacco sold there. And the best we bought will go to Lucky's. Now, so it goes at market after market. We pay the price to get the finer, naturally milder, better-tasting tobaccos. Mr. Fadiman, have I demonstrated why Lucky's are in tune with the times?
I believe you have, Mr. Cross, and in just 52 seconds. Now, this evening's performance doesn't please me very much. I haven't been able to stump any of you. Hope I can do better during the second half of the program. Here's one from Mrs. Henderson Rogers of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, right in the heart of the Lucky Strike country. Quote at least 4 lines of poetry in which the poet has made use of the number 7. When I say 4 lines, I mean 4 separate and distinct lines, in which the word 7 is used. Mr. Adams.
We are 7.
All right.
A simple child who lightly draws his breath.
Good enough. That's right. Wordsworth's lines we are 7. That gives us one set of 7s. How about another? Mr. Kieran.
Well, I believe it was Jean Ingelow wrote a whole series of poems, 7 times 1 or 7 and so forth.
Child's poem?
Yes, they're rather nursery style.
All right, good enough. That gives us 2. Mr. Levant?
7 come 11, I'm going to heaven or something like that?
That's perfectly good. A classic couplet, come 7, come 11. I don't know whether I'd call it poetry. Mr. Kieran?
If one were strong as 7, he too with death would dwell. That's from Swinburne.
Gee, I don't know that one.
The Garden of Proserpina.
Very good.
Sins which are 70 times 7.
That's it.
That gives us 3 or 4. There's a one from the Walrus and the Carpenter. About
7 made with 7 mops.
That's right.
Swept it for half a year.
That's right. And there's a famous one from Mother Goose about the St. Ives incident. Remember that?
I met a
man
with 7 wives.
And it goes on with a great many other 7. That's perhaps not a very difficult one. How about this one from Richard Ahern of New York City? How does each of these figure in fact or fiction? Rickshaw, Bradshaw, Earnshaw, Hawkshaw. We have 4 Shaws. Mr. Hitchcock, want to start us off?
Hawkshaw was a fiction character. Rickshaw
Hawkshaw was a fiction character. What part did he play?
Detective.
A detective, yes.
Detective. Rickshaw is an oriental two-wheeled vehicle.
But how does it occur in literature?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Kipling.
Kipling, Mr. Adams.
Phantom
That's right.
Rickshaw.
The Phantom Rickshaw, as Mr. Levant reminds us. Yes, a famous story. That gives us Rickshaw and Hawkshaw. How about Bradshaw and Earnshaw, Mr. Levant?
Earnshaw was a pitcher on the Philadelphia Athletics. Well, I can't help that. He was very good.
All right. Perfectly okay. He figures in fact. Now, there's another Earnshaw that figures in fiction.
Well, not as good.
Mr. Adams?
I was thinking of the baseball player. It's the only one I ever heard of.
We've had him.
What do you want? The only Earnshaw I know. Bradshaw is a railroad guide.
Right. What country?
England.
In England, that's right. Well, there is an Earnshaw who figures in fiction.
It's an Earnshaw in one of those English novels.
Yes, so which one? It's
there
a wide
many.
field.
There aren't many.
No, it's one of those
Bronte.
horror novels.
Yes, you're all right, Mr. Adams. Which one?
Wuthering Heights.
That's right, Mr. Kieran. Wuthering Heights. Kathy Earnshaw in Wuthering Heights. Well, that finishes the Shaws. What's a kickshaw, by the way? Anybody know?
Quelque chose. It comes from the French quelque chose.
I never expected. Wonderful, Mr.
How about
Kieran?
G.B.?
We should mention him, yes. G.B. Shaw, Rickshaw, Bradshaw, Earnshaw. I think that clings up with the Shaw business. Now, how about this one? From Condon Riley of Springfield, Massachusetts. Here's a motion picture. Come music question. Get 2 out of 3. In what motion picture did you hear each of these musical selections that are important to the plot? And get 2 out of 3. Let's have the first. Mr. Levant had his hand up at once.
Charlie Chaplin in The Dictator.
Yes, in The Dictator.
He's getting shaved, I think.
Yes, to the strains of what?
To the Brahms' Fifth Hungarian Dance.
Attaboy.
Incidentally, almost 3 or 4 out of the New York moving picture critics called it the Liszt Hungarian Rhapsody.
Did they?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. I don't suppose you even remember who the 4th was.
Well, one of them's listening in.
See what you can do with the next. Now we have Mr. Levant again. Mr. Kieran looking a little quizzical.
Sounds to me as though I had Paderewski play that.
Well, that may be. But
No, it may be.
I don't think in a motion picture. Mr. Levant.
I want to correct you. Paderewski did never play it.
He did never play it.
You correct me now.
Oh, he did not never play it, Mr. Kieran.
He never played it.
He never played
No,
it.
it's the Ninth Symphony. What picture? I don't know.
The Ninth
The
Symphony
last
is
moment, the Ode to Joy.
Any ideas?
I have no idea.
No ideas at all.
No.
Any guesses, gentlemen? We really have to get the picture. Picture is Meet John Doe.
Well, now you got it.
Remember it now?
No, I remember the picture, but not the Ninth
Well,
Symphony.
just as the Doe was about to jump off the building, I didn't see the picture. I don't remember. But apparently at that point, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony.
Well, it stopped him, I'll say that.
I have to call that wrong. Now I have to get the next one right. Mr. Levant again.
It's a Tchaikovsky B-flat concerto.
Good enough. And the picture.
The picture was The Great Lie, in which Mary Astor gave a very good portrayal of a very nervous pianist.
That's very good, Mr. Levant. I don't think very many people would remember that.
Why? It's all the way through the picture.
Is it really?
All the way through.
Which you might have to see in order to answer.
That's pretty snobbish, Mr. Adams. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3 and passes us safely on to a question.
How about you, Stuff?
Boys, control yourselves. Here's one from Amelia Edgerton of New York City. For what famous artist did each of these women model? The first is Lucrezia. For whom did she model? Lucrezia. Famous artist.
Was that before unions?
This is a long... Yes, it's before George White.
That would have to be probably either Raphael or Michelangelo.
No, not necessarily. No, the famous Italian painter Andrea del Sarto had sort of a combination model here. Lucrezia, who acted as his wife also. She appears in the poem Andrea del Sarto by Browning, Mr. Kieran. Do you happen to recollect that?
The Faultless Painter.
That's right. That gives us one wrong, however. Now, for whom did Lady Hamilton model? Mr. Hitchcock?
Romney.
George Romney, yes, the English artist George Romney. And for whom did Saskia model? Saskia, S-A-S-K-I-A. Sounds like a trade name. Any ideas?
Who was around in those days?
Well, this was sort of 17th century-ish.
Oh, that wouldn't be the Dutch painter, would it?
Which one?
Yeah, there's only one real wonderful... Go ahead, John. Tell me the Dutch painter.
Yes, Rembrandt is right. She was both the wife and model of Rembrandt. That's quite right. That gives us 2 out of 3. Now, here's one from Jack Luzzatto of this city. Can you tell who, in literature, consumed these enormous quantities of food? I think we ought to get all on this. Who consumed the milk exclusively provided for him by a herd of 17,913 cows? Mr. Kieran.
Gargantua.
Gargantua. That's right. During what period of Gargantua's life?
It was when he was a child.
When he was
better
a
when
child.
he grew up.
Yes. He just trained on the milk of 17,000 and so forth cows. And where will you find the story of Gargantua, Mr. Kieran?
In Gargantua and Pantagruel.
Yes. By whom? Rabelais. No, I think not, Mr. Adam. Now, how about this one? Who consumed elephants brought to it by its mother? Who consumed elephants brought to it by its mother? This is some going. These are full-size elephants, gentlemen.
What's he doing now?
He's just suffering. Well, gentlemen, it's a tough one. It's the mythical animal, the rock, in Sinbad the Sailor. Does that come back to any of you now? Well, that's one wrong. Now, how about this one? Who consumed 20 wagon loads of meat and 10 wagon loads of wine at a meal? Mr. Kieran.
I think that was Dr. Gulliver.
Yes, Dr. Gulliver.
When he was among the Lilliputians.
Yes, actually, it probably would be just a normal...
just a snack.
Well, if you hadn't been among the Lilliputians, it would have been a normal or ordinary Hitchcock meal, but as it was, it amounted to considerable among the Lilliputians. Well, that gives us one wrong and sends $25 as an encyclopedia to Mr. Luzzatto, courtesy of Lucky Strike. How about this one from R. Thorvald Kroc of San Francisco? Get 2 out of 3. Who watches or overhears each of these scenes or incidents? Who overhears their own funeral oration?
Mark Twain.
You're on the right track.
Well, he made the remark.
No, I don't think so. You mean my reports of my death have been exaggerated?
Yeah.
I don't mean that. But as a matter of fact...
Max Schmeling.
No.
Certainly.
That's true in a way. You mean...
It's true, definitely.
Somebody in Huckleberry Finn.
You got the wrong book.
Tom Sawyer.
Yes, it's Tom, Joe, and Huck in
Max
Tom
Schmeling
Sawyer.
and Tom Sawyer?
Pardon?
He's not in Tom Sawyer.
I bet he wishes he were. I think I have to count that wrong, Mr. Adams. Don't you think so? All right, we count that wrong. That means we have to get the next 2 right. Who overhears his stepfather praying? Mr. Kieran.
Hamlet.
That's
Prince
the one and
of
only.
Denmark.
That's quite right. And who overhears 2 women discussing the infidelity of their friend's husband? That's a kind of complicated situation. Who overhears 2 women discussing the infidelity of their friend's husband? Mr. Adams.
Would that be in the Merry Wives of Windsor?
No, but a modern version of it.
Merry Wives?
No.
Oh, women.
Women, yes. Yeah. Claire Luce's play The Women. And who does the overhearing?
Well, everybody in the audience.
That's true, but particularly one on the stage.
Oh, the alleged nice girl, played sometimes by Norma Shear.
I don't think it was. I think it was the manicurist.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, she may have been a nice girl, too. I'm not saying anything against the manicurist. I think I have to count that wrong and send another $25. And instead of the Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike...
You guessed everyone right. You called everyone wrong.
No, we,
Max Schmeling was right, and
Oh,
the
no, he didn't
women
overhear
right.
his actual oration, did he?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
I mean, he was reported killed.
on the radio.
Yeah.
But I don't think there was a real oration pronounced.
I withdraw. Impolitely.
All right. How about this one? Here's a single-part question, gentlemen, from Frank Manley of Detroit. What is the name of the country bounded by the USSR, China, India, and Iran? Mr. Hitchcock.
Turkestan.
No, it would not be. Turkestan, is Turkestan a country, independent country? Or even semi-independent? Or rather a region, part of the
Tibet.
USSR? No? Mr. Kieran.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan would be the right answer. You rushed in where Kieran's feared to tread, Mr. Hitchcock. And that's going to cost us $25 and a set of the Britannica going out to Mr. Manley. And how about this one from Mrs. Joseph Dobos of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Identify these boy meets girl situations in various movies and plays. Get 2 out of 3. In the first case, a rich young man meets a white-collar girl at her father's home in Philadelphia. Mr. Levant.
Kitty Foyle.
Kitty Foyle, that's right. Now, here's another boy meets girl situation. They meet when she sticks her foot out to trip him. When she sticks her foot out to trip him.
Oh.
Got it, Mr.
Yes,
Levant?
Preston Sturges' picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Henry Fonda.
That's right.
And I don't know the name of the picture.
Lady Eve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hitchcock and Mr. Levant. The Lady Eve is quite right. Now, in this case, he falls in love with her at a masquerade ball. Mr. Kieran.
Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet. There's no question about that. Gives us 3 out of 3. How about this one? From Mrs. A. Knockman of Brookline, Massachusetts. I'm going to ask you to identify each of these terms that are used in connection with the preparation of food. Here's the first phrase, à la Creole. À la Creole. What would that mean, à la Creole, if you saw it on a menu? Mr. Kieran.
Well, it would mean cooked in the southern style or a New Orleans style.
Which would mean specifically
probably
what?
with a sauce on it.
Made out of what?
Okra.
No, they might use okra in it, Mr. Adams, but more particularly what? Mr. Hitchcock, any ideas on à la Creole, Mr. Levant?
Well, it all depends where you get it, but it usually has tomatoes and spices and pepper and
Yes.
old things in it.
Not necessarily old things, but tomatoes and green peppers. Now, suppose you saw something described as à la printanière. À la printanière.
That I know.
You do know that, Mr. Levant?
That's with vegetables.
Yes, with various fresh vegetables.
A bouquetier is the same thing.
Spring vegetables, quite right. Greenish, probably, in color. How about maître d'hôtel? What would that mean if you saw it on a menu? Maître d'hôtel, Mr. Hitchcock.
I think it's a butter mixed with parsley.
Yes, butter sauce, lemon juice, parsley, salt, and pepper. That gives us 3 out of 3. Now, how about this one from F. Lewison of New York City? I'm going to ask you to give me the actual names of these famous females. Several of these have been made famous on this program. At least one of them has. First of them is Lady Godiva, Mr. Adams' favorite female. What was her real name? If you wanted to look her up in a phone book, Mr. Adams, what would you look for? Mr. Kieran.
Well, she was a lady. She was the wife.
I'd look her up in the Coventry book.
Yes. Well, she was the Lady of Coventry. And what were you going to say, Mr. Kieran?
I was just going to say that's all she was, as far as I know.
Yes, Lady of Mercia and of Coventry. Now, how about Mona Lisa? She had a real name, Mona Lisa. Mr. Kieran?
La Joconde.
Yes. Her full name would be what?
Madame Joconde.
Lisa del Giocondo. And the third Lady of the Lamp would be what, Mr. Kieran? Or Mr. Hitchcock?
Florence Nightingale.
Yes, Florence Nightingale. And now here's a question that Mr. Cross maintains only you smokers can answer.
The question, Mr. Fadiman, is simply this. Is it good business for the American Tobacco Company to pay so much above the average market price for tobacco? The answer is yes. Not because we say so, but because millions of you smokers say so every time you step up to a cigarette counter. We pay the price to get the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos that make Lucky's a milder, better-tasting cigarette, the kind of a cigarette that gives you more smoking enjoyment. As a result, more and more of you are asking for Lucky's. So you see, it's really the very best of business practices for the American Tobacco Company to pay, for example, 18% more than the market average at Warrenton, North Carolina last season, 27% more at Bowling Green, Kentucky, 34% more at Brookneal, Virginia, and so on. Yes, that's good business for us, because it's good smoking for you. Is it any wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1? Next time, why don't you ask for Lucky Strike?
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Now, this evening, Lucky Strike has cheerfully paid out the sum of $75 from 3 sets of the Britannica. One time I thought we weren't going to pay out anything. It would have been terrible. Lucky Strike thanks you, Mr. Hitchcock, for coming to the party this evening. And next week, Mr. Curran and Mr. Adams will bat them out as usual. But we have a rather unusual pair of guests. The famous foreign correspondents and authors. First, Mr. John Gunther, who has been with us many times before. And secondly, Mr. Walter Durante. Now remember, for every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $10. If the question should happen to stump our experts, as 3 have tonight, you not only get the sum of $25 more, but in addition the complete 24-volume set of the latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Remember to send your letters with questions, and don't forget to send the correct answers to Information, please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now, a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And that chant, ladies and gentlemen, is just another way of saying that if you haven't tried a Lucky lately, you don't know what you're missing. By the way, if you're going visiting this weekend, we suggest that you bring your host or hostess a carton of Luckies. It's sure to make a hit. Remember, with independent tobacco experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton in Notorious. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With the collapse of Nazi Germany after World War II, it was commonly believed that many of Hitler's more fanatic followers escaped to the Western Hemisphere to pursue their relentless plotting for world domination. Our play tonight, while purely fictional, is a sample of how these isolated groups may operate and how they may be brought to justice. It's Alfred Hitchcock's thrilling hit, Notorious, produced by RKO, and stars its original leading lady, Ingrid Bergman, and Joseph Cotton, 2 of Hollywood's leading performers. Notorious might take place in any city, but actually we find ourselves in teeming and exotic Rio de Janeiro, one of the most exciting cities of the New World. I have an airmail letter from a friend of ours who made a flying visit to Rio and reports, while shopping in the fashionable Copacabana section, I purchased several exquisite examples of Brazilian lace. Imagine my surprise when I examined them to discover each piece labeled, "Wash only in Lux." Fortunately, Lux Flakes are available at almost every store in Rio. So, were we to stay here longer, I'd have little trouble following such sensible advice. Well, for that message from Rio de Janeiro, all our thanks, as we take you shortly to that colorful metropolis with Act One of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia Huberman and Joseph Cotton in the role of Devlin. It's the height of the tourist season in Miami, Florida, and the passengers of a plane from New York have hastened to their hotels, all save one, a Mr. Devlin, who has gone directly to a building owned by the United States government. There, in an obscure and private office...
And last Thursday, John Huberman, traitor, was sentenced to 20 years in the federal penitentiary.
So I heard, Prescott. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Devlin, but I didn't drag you down here to pat me on the back. Huberman has a daughter here in Miami.
Oh?
No, she was in no way involved with her father or with any of the other Nazi agents who worked against us during the war. I believe she can be of great help to us now. That's what I want you to find out.
You've approached her?
Not yet, but we know a great deal about her. Oh, here's her photograph.
Alicia Huberman. Attractive?
Very. And something of a problem. Miss Huberman is not what our mothers would have called a nice girl. Out every night, drinks a lot, gets arrested once a week for reckless driving. But whatever she may be, we think she's still a good American. I have made arrangements for you to meet her tomorrow night.
That should be pleasant.
Yes. Tomorrow night, Alicia Huberman is throwing a party. If it's her customary party, it'll be loud, long, and alcoholic. On Sunday, she plans to leave on a cruise with friends. I want you to find out if she'll go to work for us instead. In South America.
South America?
Yes, Rio de Janeiro. Well, here's the whole file on Miss Huberman. Look it over and then start asking questions.
Often, Miss Huberman, leave your party, go for rides at 2 in the morning?
Oh, I thought you invited me to take a ride.
Didn't make you an exception. Yeah, don't you think I'd better drive?
No, I thought that was understood. Or do you think I'm drunk?
No.
You know something, Mr. Devlin. How'd you get to my party?
The Hopkins, remember?
No, I don't remember.
Anyway, you were saying...
Anyway, I like you. You're quite a boy, aren't you?
Oh, terrific.
How am I doing?
80 miles an hour.
Oh, you can stop grinning. I don't like gentlemen who grin at me.
I was really grinning at the man in the mirror.
What mirror? What man?
A man on a motorcycle. We're being pursued.
Cops. Oh, they make me sick.
Oh, I'm glad you're stopping. I think this cop wants to talk to you.
Oh, am I drunk? If I am, I go to jail. My whole family in jail. Who cares?
Having a time for yourself, aren't you?
People like you ought to be in bed.
Drinking, huh? Just a minute, officer.
No arguments, mister.
Here.
What do I want your license for? She was at the wheel.
This isn't a driver's license.
Huh? Oh. Sorry.
Okay.
Sure you can handle it?
I think so.
Well, you ought to know. Night.
Oh, wait. No, that cop, he saluted you.
Did he?
Why, you double-crossing. You're a cop yourself.
We'll argue about that later. Right now, I'm taking you home.
Get out of my car.
Now, look.
You're not taking me anyway.
Move over.
Get out. Get your hands off me, crashing my party. You are a federal cop, aren't you?
I said move over.
Get out. Leave me alone. You're trying to get something on me.
You're going to calm down?
Get out.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Huberman. First time this week I've socked a lady. Morning, Alicia. Feeling better?
Oh, what do you care how I feel? You cop.
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh.
Your other guest left about 3 hours ago. Want a refill for that ice bag?
Say, what's all this about? What's your angle?
What angle?
Why did you crash my party?
Wanted to meet you.
Oh, so you could frame me?
Well, got a job for you.
Don't tell me. There's only one job that you coppers would want me for, but I'm not a stool pigeon, Mr. Devlin.
My department has authorized me to offer you a job in Brazil.
Go away.
Some of the German gentry whom your father once worked for are in Rio now, busy as little bees.
I'm not interested.
We're working with the Brazilian government to smoke them out. My chief thinks that the daughter of a
traitor.
Well, he thinks you could be valuable to us, and you could make up a little of your daddy's peculiarities.
Why should I?
Patriotism.
Waving the flag in one hand and picking pockets with the other? That's your patriotism, and you can have it.
What do you have?
My own life. Go away and leave me alone.
Your own life? What's that?
Good times and laughs with people I like. No underhanded cops who want to set me up in a shooting gallery. People of my own kind who treat me right and like me and understand me.
And like Mr. Hopkins.
What about Mr. Hopkins?
Just phoned. Said to remind you his yacht sails at noon. They're all calling for you at 11.
Oh, then why don't you get out of here?
The plane to Rio leaves tomorrow morning.
Then you must drop me a postcard, Mr. Devlin. Rio must be beautiful this time.
Coming into Rio, Miss Huberman.
Well?
Well, what?
When are you going to ask me why I changed my mind? Why I took a plane instead of a yacht?
Well, you're here, aren't you? As soon as we land, we'll look up Mr. Prescott.
Who's Mr. Prescott?
Our boss. Miss Huberman, just now when I was talking to the pilot...
Told you we were coming into Rio.
Told me something else. Message came in over the radio. Your father.
What about my father?
He committed suicide this morning in his cell.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
But I don't know why I should care. But I do. When I found out about my father a few years ago, who he was, what he was doing, everything went to pot. I didn't care what happened to me, but now I suddenly remember how nice he once was. How nice we both once were.
Anything I can do?
No. It's a very curious feeling, as if something had happened to me and not to him. You see, I don't have to hate my father anymore. Or myself. Well, Dave, how do you like the apartment Mr. Prescott found for me?
It's very attractive.
Will I be staying here?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know.
When will you know?
Soon, I think. Prescott's meeting now with the Brazilian intelligence. Oh, so you fixed dinner, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have time for another drink?
Thanks, I've had enough. Well, aren't you impressed? I'm practically on the wagon.
Well, it's a phase.
You don't think a woman can change?
Sure. Change is fun for a while.
For a while.
You've been sober for 10 days now, and as far as I know, you've made no new conquests.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
10 days. Practically whitewash.
What a rat you are. I'm very happy, Dev. Why won't you let me be happy?
Nobody's stopping you.
Why don't you give that copper's brain of yours a rest? Every time you look at me, it tells you, no, stay away from her, it says. She's no good. She never will be.
Alicia.
Go on, Dev. Go on. You can take my hand. I won't blackmail you for it afterwards.
Thanks.
You are afraid, huh? Afraid you're falling in love with me?
That wouldn't be hard to do.
Oh, no. Careful, Debbie, careful.
You enjoy making fun of me, don't you?
No. I'm making fun of myself. I'm pretending I'm a very nice, unspoiled child whose heart is full of daisies and buttercups.
Nice daydream. Then what?
I think I will have another drink.
Yeah. Thought you'd get around to it.
Why won't you believe me in me, Dad? Just a little. Why won't you?
How do you know I don't?
I know because you're sore. You've fallen for me and you don't like it, no. People will laugh at you. Poor Dad, in love with a no-good girl, huh? It must be awful.
Yeah.
Don't say anything, Dad. Just kiss me. Don't say anything.
With you, Devlin? Something wrong?
Wrong? No. Nothing's wrong, Prescott.
I'm sorry I had to send for you. I'm sorry I interrupted your date with Miss Huberman. Well, here's the setup. Okayed by Brazil intelligence. The leader of the German agents here in Rio is a man named Alex Sebastian.
Well, if we know who he is, why can't we pick him up?
Oh, sure we could pick him up. The next day, someone else takes his place, and whatever it is they're working on continues. Their headquarters is Sebastian's home. We need somebody to get inside that house. Somebody in Sebastian's confidence.
In other words, Alicia Huberman.
Right. You said you were having dinner with her when I called. I'll go back to her apartment then and tell her. She's good at making friends with gentlemen,
If
so...
that's meant to be funny,
The devil's eating you.
I don't know if she'll do it.
You haven't even discussed it.
No, but I don't think she's that type of woman. She's never been trained for that kind of work. They'll see through her.
Miss Huberman was chosen for two reasons. One, her father was a Nazi agent. Two, Sebastian once knew her in Washington.
Sebastian knew her?
Yes, he was in love with her.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, you know it now. We've got to get Miss Huberman inside his house and find out what's going on there.
How does she meet him?
Well, I think the riding club would be best. Sebastian rides every morning. The rest is up to you and Miss Huberman.
You've hardly said a word, Deb. My cooking isn't that bad. It's a little well done, maybe, but still.
I'm sorry I was so late getting back. Prescott,
What's the matter, Deb? Trouble?
In a way.
All this secrecy is going to ruin my little dinner. Come on, Hanson. What is darkening your brow?
Oh, later.
No, now. Look, I'll make it easy for you. The time has come when you must tell me that you have a wife and 2 adorable children, and this madness between us can go on no longer.
But you've heard that line often enough.
Oh, that wasn't fair, Dad.
Then skip it. You remember a man named Sebastian?
Alex Sebastian?
Yes.
He was one of my father's friends.
Had quite a crush on you.
Oh, I wasn't very responsible.
Well, he's in town. He's part of the combine that built up the German war machine. He hopes to keep on going.
Something big?
All the earmarks. We'll have to contact him.
Go on. Let's have all of it.
We're meeting him tomorrow morning, and you're going to go to work on him.
Mata Hari. She makes love for the secret papers? Prescott's orders?
Yes.
Did you say anything? Well, I mean, maybe I wasn't the right girl for such shenanigans.
No. I figured that was up to you if you cared to back out.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you told him that Alicia Huberman will have this Sebastian eating out of her hand in a couple of weeks. She's so good at that. Always.
I didn't say anything.
Not a word? For the little lovesick lady who cooked dinner for you?
I told you that's the assignment.
Don't get cross, Deb. I'm only fishing for a little bird call from my dream man. One little remark such as, how dare you suggest that Alicia Huberman, who knew Miss Huberman, be submitted to so ugly a fate?
That's not funny either.
Oh, darling. What you didn't tell Prescott, tell me. That you believe I'm nice. And that I love you and that I'll never change back.
I'm waiting for your answer.
What a little pal you are. Never believing me, not a word of faith. Just down the drain with Alicia. That's where she belongs. Oh, death. Pour me a drink and tell me what I do for Uncle Sam.
We'll meet Sebastian on the bridle path. When he questions you about me, I'm with Pan American Airways, Public Relations.
Anything else?
Happen to meet you on the plane from Miami. The less the tale, the better. That's all.
That's all. My beautiful dinner. Cold. Cold as ice.
I can't get over it, Alicia. Meeting you this morning. All places a bridal path in Rio de Janeiro.
How do you know I wasn't looking for you, Alex?
Oh, if I could only believe that.
You should. Didn't I prevail upon you to take me to dinner?
Prevail.
You look very well, Alex.
After 4 years here, dullness and disintegration.
You look younger than you did in Washington.
Entirely due to your presence, Alicia. You always affected me like a tonic. Who are you looking at, my dear?
That man who just came in.
Do you know him?
I don't think I do.
His name is Prescott. Espionage.
Oh.
The American embassy is loaded with them.
Really?
They bothered you since you came here?
No, not yet. That's one reason I left Miami, to get away from their snooping.
I wondered why you left your father.
He insisted, Alex. He was so unselfish. He kept begging me to leave. I had no idea he was going to die.
Many have died, Alicia. We mustn't let our spirit die with them. Perhaps I can help you forget.
No, Alex.
There's someone else, of course.
Is there?
Who, Alicia? That Mr. Devlin who was with you this morning?
Mr. Devlin doesn't interest me in the least. I've just been so lonely. I could have gone riding this morning with Peter Rabbit.
You will let me help your loneliness?
Oh, you're very sweet to forget what a brat I was once.
Well, then I'll test your repentance immediately. Will you have dinner with me again tomorrow night? My mother's giving a little party at home.
Oh, Alex, how nice. Are you sure she won't mind an extra guest?
Oh, an old friend is never an extra guest.
Thank you, Alex.
You look very beautiful, Miss Huberman. Don't you agree, Devlin?
Sebastian is sending his car for Miss Huberman. I suggest we get out of her apartment.
Oh, there's time. Now, part of your job tonight, Miss Huberman, will be to get the names of all the men you see in Sebastian's house.
You mean the Germans? That won't be difficult.
Don't underestimate them. They're a very keen and desperate bunch.
Anything else?
No, nothing. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, unless you have something urgent to report, we'd better avoid each other for the next few days, just in case Sebastian's crowd wants to check on you after tonight.
Very well.
And don't meet here when you do. What about the racetrack, Devlin?
Racetrack's fine. We can arrange a date by phone. Night, Alicia. Miss Huberman, well, good afternoon.
But Devlin, how nice seeing you again.
Picking any winners?
You alone?
No, Alex. Alex and his mother.
Where?
In a box in the clubhouse. I'm sure they can't see us.
Play it safe and keep smiling. Well?
I've seen Alex twice for dinner at his house.
Who's there?
His mother, her servant named Joseph, and 4 other men. William Rostner, Eric Matisse, Emil Hupke, and Professor Anderson.
Go on.
Have you ever heard of Anderson?
No.
He's some kind of scientist. Medium height, gentle face, 60 years old, gray hair, deep crease in his forehead. Are you writing this down?
Oh, I'm just trying to check these horses on my program. Look happy, will you?
What about Emil Hupke? Heard of him?
No.
He made quite a scene at the dinner about a bottle of wine.
Bottle of wine?
Yes, it was on the buffet. Hupke became quite excited. He said it should be removed at once.
What happened?
They just ignored him and kept this conversation going. Hupke seemed quite flustered, apologetic. I couldn't figure it out.
Did they serve the wine?
No, not that particular bottle. Do you think it had any significance?
I don't know. What brand was it?
All I saw of the label was vintage 1939, 1954.
Has Hupke pulled anything since?
I haven't seen him since.
Well, what else?
Just a minor item you may want for the record.
Well?
You can add Sebastian's name to my list of playmates.
Pretty fast work.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it? His mother suspects me.
What?
Oh, don't worry. She believes I'm after her son's money. You betting on this race, Mr. Devlin? They're about to start.
No.
Alex says number 10 is sure to win.
I can't help recalling some of your remarks about being a new woman. Daisies and buttercups, wasn't it?
What are you angry about? You knew very well what I was doing.
Did I?
You could have stopped me with one word, but no, you threw me at me.
I threw at you. Now keep your eyes on the race. Use your binoculars.
Didn't you tell me beforehand?
A man doesn't tell a woman what to do. A woman tells herself. You almost had me believing in that little hokey-pokey miracle of yours that a woman like you could change her spot. That's why I didn't try to stop you. The answer had to come from you.
I see some kind of luck.
That's right.
But you never believed in me anyway, so what's the difference?
I goes you number 10. What if I had believed in you? What if I had figured that she could never go through with it? She's been made over by love.
You only want to say that you loved me.
Listen, you chalked up another boyfriend. That's all. No harm done. No occasion to. You're doing fine work. I'll see that they're told. We're having a meeting tomorrow with Barbosa, Brazilian intelligence. In case you're interested, number 10 is winning the race. Yes, Sebastian knows how to pick them.
That's all you've got to say.
Oh, dry your eyes, baby. It's out of character, and be quick about it. Here comes Dreamboat.
Oh, no.
Mr. Devlin. Sebastian.
Oh, Alex, what a wonderful race.
Alicia tells me you had a bet on that number 10. Sorry I didn't meet you early, Alicia. Well, I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yes. What's the matter, Alex? You're not at all excited about the race?
I didn't see the race. I was watching you and Mr. Devlin. You had an appointment to meet him here?
Oh, don't be absurd. I just happened to bump into him.
You didn't appear anxious to get away. I watched you. I thought maybe you're in love with him.
Alex, really, I detest him.
I'd like to be convinced. Would you maybe care to convince me, Alicia?
But you know Mr. Devlin, Senor Barbosa.
Mr. Devlin.
And this is Mr. Beardsley, also of our office. Senor Barbosa, Brazilian intelligence.
Sit down, gentlemen. Well?
Our little theatrical plan is working, Senor.
Good.
Thanks to Miss Huberman, we know that Otto Renzler is working here in Rio.
He was one of Hitler's scientific wizards, now known as Professor Anderson.
Anderson?
And that body found in the surf 2 days ago.
Yes, identified.
His description fits Emil Hupke, one of the boys who must have said the right thing at the wrong time.
I'd still like to know about that wine bottle.
Excuse me, senor. Yes, Miss Huberman to see Mr. Prescott or Mr. Devlin.
Here?
Yes.
Show her in. I don't like this her coming in.
She's had me worried for some time. A woman of that sort.
What sort is that, Mr. Beardsley?
Oh, I don't think any of us have any illusions about Miss Huberman, have we, Devlin?
Not the slightest. Miss Huberman is first, last, and always not a lady. She may be risking her life, but when it comes to being a lady, she doesn't hold a candle to your wife, sir, sitting in Washington playing bridge with 3 other ladies of great and impeachable honor. Take it easy, Dev. Sorry.
I think those remarks about my wife are uncalled for.
Go on, I apologize. Oh, come in, Miss Huberman. Mr. Beardsley, Senor Barbosa.
How do you do?
Senorita, you have the esteem of my government.
But we're worried about your visiting this office.
I promise not to break the rules again, but I need advice. I couldn't find Mr.
Something happened?
Yes. Mr. Sebastian has asked me to marry him.
Well.
I'm to give him my answer at lunch. I didn't know what the department might think about such a move.
You're willing to go that far for us, Miss Human?
Yes. If you wish.
Devon, may I ask what inspired Sebastian to go this far?
He's in love with me.
And he thinks you're in love with him.
Yes, that's what he thinks.
Gentlemen, it is the cream of the jest.
Then it is all right.
Oh, it's an ideal marriage for us.
Yes, everything seems to be arranged perfectly. I don't think you need me here any longer, Prescott.
Oh, no, but we...
Oh, excuse me then. Congratulations, Alicia.
Thank you, Dev. I knew you'd be impressed.
In a moment, we will return with Act Two of Notorious. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. I looked for you last Monday evening, Libby, at the Metro Golden Mare premiere of Castimberland.
Oh, I was there, Mr. Keeley. But I don't wonder you didn't see me in those crowds.
It certainly was an exciting opening. It looked as if practically every star in Hollywood turned out to see the screen version of Sinclair Lewis's powerful novel.
You know, it seemed just as dramatic the second time, even though I'd seen a preview at the studio. Spencer Tracy is marvelous in the title role.
With Lana Turner for romantic interest, well, he just couldn't miss. The triangular love story is always a great theme.
Especially when Zachary Scott is the rival for Lana Turner's love.
A perfect cast and a gripping play like that is every producer's dream.
And every feminine moviegoer will envy Lana Turner when, as Ginny in Castimberland, she goes on a shopping spree in New York. She buys herself an expensive glamour wardrobe, including some wonderfully wispy nylon stockings. I said to myself, if John Kennedy here had been technical advisor, he would have included a shot of her buying Lux Flakes to take care of them.
Well, Libby, it's highly probable that Sinclair Lewis heroine did. Because smart women everywhere know that Lux makes stockings last long.
Well, as a matter of fact, I know that the studio kept those stockings lovely as new for retakes by washing them with Lux Flakes after every wearing.
A wise procedure for women everywhere. Because tests show that stockings actually last twice as long when they're washed with Lux. It was really surprising how quickly identical stockings, washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap, went into runs. The Lux ones kept going twice as long, and the colors looked so much fresher, too.
That extra wear is just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. That's why Lux Flakes are America's favorite stocking care.
We return you now to William Keighley.
Continuing with Act Two of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia and Joseph Cotton as Devlin. A few hours have passed. Elated by Alicia's consent to marry him, Alex Sebastian has just brought the news to his mother.
Mary, sir, what are you, a moonstruck boy? Of course she is beautiful, but...
But what?
But many things. Her sympathies, for instance. Where do they lie?
I've told you a dozen times, Mother. Alicia does not concern herself with politics.
At her father's trial, why did she not testify on his behalf?
Because her father insisted she be kept clear of it.
So she says.
Mother, are you accusing Alicia of lying?
I accuse only you. Thinking of marriage at a time like this. Risking everything we have worked for, suffered for.
Oh, Alicia knows nothing. She will know nothing.
But I know.
Know what?
That she came here for one purpose. To capture the rich Alex Sebastian for a husband.
Oh.
And she has succeeded.
Oh, you're being absurd.
We will discuss it more fully tonight.
We will not discuss it tonight. You're jealous, just as you've always been jealous of any woman I've been interested in. Now, Alicia and I shall be married next week. It'll be private. We shall both be pleased to have you present, if you wish.
Come in, Joseph. Did you want something?
Only to tell you how happy I am that you and Mr. Sebastian are home again. The house needs you, madame.
Thank you.
You had a pleasant wedding trip?
Very. Oh, as long as you're here, Joseph, my clothes. I'd like all my dresses put out on the bed, please.
I have aired all the closets, madame.
But there isn't enough closet space in this bedroom. Isn't there a storeroom down the hall?
Yes, madame. But the door, it is locked.
Then bring me the key, please.
Mr. Sebastian's mother, madame, she has all the house keys.
Oh. Do you know where Mr. Sebastian is?
I believe he is having a business meeting in his study.
Business meeting?
Professor Anderson, madame.
Yes.
And the other gentleman.
What were you saying, Professor? That I have news for you, my friends. My work is done.
Ah, you've been successful.
Yes, Alex, yes.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, Alicia, my dear. Come in.
I didn't know you were busy, Alex. Some of the closets seem to have been locked. Could you give me the keys?
The keys? You mean my mother hasn't given... Yes, I'll get them for you at once. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Shall I go with you, Alex?
No, you just wait in your room, Alicia. Mother, run out!
Are you sure this is all right, Deb? Meeting you like this in a public park?
Oh, stop worrying. We're talking about keys.
Yes.
His mother keeps them.
Yes, all but one. The key to the wine cellar. Alex keeps that one himself. Joseph told me.
Then get it from him.
Get it? How?
Don't you live near him?
What do I look for in the wine cellar?
Look for a bottle of wine like that one that unnerved the late Mr. Hupka. Vintage 1934.
All wine bottles look alike to me. I'm no mastermind.
You're doing all right.
It's no fun, Deb.
It's too late for that now, isn't it? Look, why don't you persuade your husband to throw a large shindig and introduce his bride to Rio society next week, say?
Why?
Invite me and I'll try to find out about that wine cellar.
I don't think my husband is interested in entertaining.
Don't underestimate your charms, Mrs. Sebastian. You can promote a party.
It won't be easy getting you there.
Yeah.
He thinks you're in love with me.
Then, tell him that you think if you invited me and I could see how happily married you are, the horrid passion I have for you might diminish.
Well, I'll try.
Good. And get the key.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you, Mr. Depp.
It's always a pleasure meeting you, madame. Good day.
Still shaving, Alex? Do hurry, dear. Our guests should be arriving soon.
Don't tell me you're dressed.
Of course.
Oh, let me look at you.
Well?
Oh, Alicia. Like a dream. A dream.
Now, please, hurry, dear.
Don't go. Stay there and talk.
Oh, what about? Oh, your dressing table.
What's wrong with my dressing
Do you mean to say you carry all these things around in your pockets?
Oh, what then?
Oh, talk about a woman's purse. Look at this litter. Papers and letters, 2 wallets, cigarette case, cigarette holder, keys. Keys.
You know, my dear, I'm really surprised that Mr. Devlin's coming.
A key to the wine cellar.
Alicia?
Yes, dear.
You're suddenly silent. Don't worry. I don't blame anyone for falling in love with you. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you, darling, but when you're in love at my age... Alicia, is there anything wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, my word, you look so serious. Oh, I'm a fool. I should never have mentioned Devlin. Forgive me, darling.
Of course.
Well?
What do you want?
Oh, your hand, dear. Mayn't I kiss your hand? Oh, Alicia, not that clenched up little fist. Are you hiding something in your hand?
Alex, doesn't it occur to you that I might like to kiss you, too?
Oh, Alicia. Alicia.
Good evening, Mr. Sebastian.
Mr. Devlin, I'm glad to see you.
It's kind of your bride to invite me.
Oh, we both invited you, Mr. Devlin. Excuse me, Alicia, I must introduce Madame Esther.
A key?
Here, in my hand.
Good. Now, this won't be easy. He's quite sensitive about you. He's going to be watching us like a hawk. How's the liquor supply up here?
What do you mean?
I mean, if he should run out, he'd go down to the cellar for more, wouldn't he?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
That's quite a point.
But you must work fast.
I can't. I'm supposed to be a guest here. I'll slip away later on. You better go to your friends. I'll find you.
It's a nice party, isn't it, Alicia?
It's a wonderful party.
You've handled things perfectly. I'm very proud.
Thank you, Alex.
What happened to Mr. Devlin? I haven't seen him for an hour.
Oh, he's around, I imagine, trying to drown his sorrows. Excuse me, dear. I think I'll ask the orchestra to play something livelier. We've had nothing but waltzes all evening.
This is the pantry, huh?
Yes.
Anyone see you come in here?
No, I don't think so.
And is this the door to the wine cellar?
Yes, for heaven's sake, Dad, hurry.
Lots of time.
I'll be out in the garden. There's a door from the wine cellar that leads to the garden. When you get downstairs, open it.
You'll be there?
Yes, I'll be there in case anything happens. Now, hurry. What happened?
Butterfingers.
That bottle. What was in it?
Look. Sand. It was filled with sand.
It couldn't be sand.
Probably some kind of metal ore. I better try to clean this. I'll push the glass under the bottom shelf.
What about the sand?
I'm taking some of it for a sample. It's a little weird, isn't it?
Here, I'll put this bottle in place of the one you broke. It has the same label.
Stop shaking.
Well, I have a feeling we're so slow. Someone's come.
Now, relax.
There is. Listen.
Get out of here. No, not upstairs. The door to the garden.
But he's coming that way.
Keep quiet.
It's Alex. He sees us.
Keep looking at me.
No.
I'm going to kiss you.
No, he'll only think that...
That's what I wanted to think.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
It's almost as if we meant it, wasn't it? Now, push me away.
I'm sorry to intrude on this tender scene.
Alex, I couldn't help it. He's been drinking.
Why are you out here? Or did he carry you?
Oh, Alex.
You love him.
Oh, no, I don't. Please go, Dad, please.
For what it's worth, as an apology, Mr. Sebastian, your wife is telling the truth. I knew her before you, loved her before you, but wasn't as lucky as you. Sorry, Alicia.
He kissed you.
Oh, Alex, don't. I came out here because he threatened to make a scene unless I'd see him alone.
Kissed you.
I couldn't stop him. I tried.
We'll talk about it later. We have guests inside.
You're not coming with me?
I came to get more wine. No, I'd better go back with you. People may wonder. Misha, darling, it's late. I thought you went upstairs long ago.
I've been helping Joseph clean up. Besides, you said you wanted to see me.
Oh, Devlin.
Yes.
Oh, I acted like a stupid schoolboy. Once again, I'm ashamed of myself.
You do believe me?
Oh, Alicia, of course.
Thank you. Aren't you coming up there?
No, not for a while. Professor Anderson's still in the study. Sleep well, Alicia.
Good night, Alex. Thanks for being so nice.
Mother.
Come in. Why are you up so early?
I need your help.
Something is wrong.
It's a great deal. Alicia.
I have expected it. I knew it. I knew. Who is it, Mr. Devlin?
No, it's much more serious than that. I am married to an American agent. Late last night, after she went to bed, Joseph came to me. There were some bottles to be returned to the cellar. He asked me for the key. This key. It was gone.
Gone? Where was it?
10 minutes ago, when I woke up, it was back on my keychain. She'd been down there, the wine cellar.
It is easy to see now. I knew long ago, but I did not see. They picked her up because of her father.
I must have been insane to behave like an idiot, to believe in her.
Stop wallowing in your memories.
I'm done, Mother. I'm finished. They'll find out. Anderson, Eric, Matisse, Rossner. But look what they did to Hupka. He did next to nothing, and I betrayed them. I'd do the same thing myself, kill the fool who betrayed them.
There is no need for them to find out.
Oh, they're too clever.
Who would imagine that you are married to an American agent? No. For a while, at least, the enormity of your stupidity is your protection.
But Alicia, I'll take care of her myself.
No, not that way.
I stood looking at her just now as she lay sleeping in there. Be so easy.
You are almost as impetuous as you were before your wedding. You barred me from that episode. Let me arrange this one. No one else must know what she is. There must be no suspicion. She must be allowed to move about freely. But she will be on a leash. And then in time it will happen. But it must happen slowly. She will become ill. Remain ill for a time. Until one day...
now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Across the nation and around the world, this is REN, the Radio Entertainment Network. Heard on great stations like Harrisburg Area Radio Reading Service, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Our stars will return with Act 3 of Notorious in a moment. Our guest tonight is that rarity in movie town, a native Californian, blonde, blue-eyed Jacqueline White. I understand you've been interested in a movie career since childhood, Jacqueline.
That's right, Mr. Keeley.
And now you've seen your dream come true with many successful picture roles.
Well, I was especially happy with my part in RKO's new picture, Night Song.
You gave a very fine performance, Jacqueline, as Merle O'Brien's best friend.
She was wonderful in her role, Mr. Keeley. It's an inspiring performance.
And Dana Andrews at his best in those tender, sensitive love scenes with Merle.
Dana told me he really enjoyed playing the part of a composer because he loves music so.
There's plenty of that in Night Song, and for every taste.
I loved every minute we were working. But I did have a twinge of envy when I saw those gorgeous clothes designed for Merle O'Brien. One negligee in particular. It was very simply made, but the softest, most beautiful satin imaginable. Merle told me she was going to have it copied for her own wardrobe. And John Kennedy might be interested in something else she said about it.
Something about luck?
Oh, yes. Because she didn't think it would wash until the studio luxed it, and it came out lovely. Was she impressed?
RKO, just like other leading Hollywood studios, insists on Lux care for all nice washables. So what could be safer for a star's own lovely things? Or for any girls? And here's another interesting point. Did you know that with Lux Care you can have 3 times as many pretty underthings?
Well, that's for me, Mr. Kennedy. But how do you figure it?
Well, underthings washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long. Tests prove that. Identical slips and nighties washed the wrong way soon look faded and drab. So, instead of replacing slips often because they're old-looking, you can buy extra new ones. Have 3 times as many. And as you say, Jacqueline, that's something any girl would like. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss White. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Be sure to join us after our final curtain for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the third act of Notorious, starring Ingrid Bergman as Alicia and Joseph Cotton as Devlin. The passing days have brought to Alicia not the slightest inkling that her husband and his mother are well aware of her real purpose in the Sebastian residence. Now, in response to a phone call from Prescott, Alicia meets Devlin in a quiet corner of a public park.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it on time, Dad.
Gets a bit lonely squatting on a park bench all day.
I was ill. Oh, don't let it alarm you. I'm all right now. Prescott said you'd have a message for me.
Want you to know you can be proud of yourself. That sample of sand I got shows uranium ore. Your job from now on is to help us find out where the ore is coming from.
Anything else?
Putting some new men on the case, you may soon have a new contact.
You're leaving?
Possibly. Paris may be more interesting.
Yes. Yes, there really isn't very much for a brainy fellow like you to do here anymore.
That's right. I'm going to stay, all right. So you don't look so hot.
Well, this fresh air would help me.
Drink too much sun?
No, don't be so charitable, Dev. It could be a hangover, you know.
Back to the bottle again, huh?
It lightens my chores.
Big party?
Oh, just a family circle.
Must have been quite an evening. Well, go on, have fun. There's no reason why you shouldn't.
No. Well, goodbye, Dev.
What do you mean, goodbye?
Just goodbye. Goodbye. Fresh air isn't as good for a hangover as I thought.
Sit down, you're still tight.
No, I don't want to.
Where are you going?
Home, back home. Alex is coming home early. I'd better be there.
Alex, the drug. You were able to get some more?
Yes, I've got it. Mother, you're sure? You're sure she doesn't suspect?
She knows she is ill, that is all. She is going to feel a little worse after dinner. As a matter of fact, right after she drinks her coffee. Well, we might all go into the living room. Joseph will bring our coffee in there.
Alicia.
Yes, Professor.
My dear, you don't look at all well. Alice, what's wrong with her?
We just don't know.
It's those highballs I sneak on the side.
What?
Oh, darling, don't joke about it. Why, she hasn't had so much as a sherry all week.
Well, hadn't you better see the doctor, Alicia?
I never go near doctors. They always want to cart you off to a hospital.
Perhaps you belong in a hospital. When did all this start?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe after the party.
I still think a sea trip would be much better for you, darling, than doctors and hospitals.
No. I'll be all right.
What about the mountains? Altitude, fresh air. I'm going next week.
Oh, you're leaving us, Professor? I'm sorry. I'll miss you.
Well, you could come with me. The Amores Mountains are beautiful, covered with flowers.
What Alicia needs is rest, not mountain climbing.
I've heard about the Amores and those little native towns. Are you going to Leopoldina?
No. I am going to Santa Maria.
Well, here's our coffee.
Just leave it, Joseph. I'll serve.
Yes, madam.
I will not allow you to wait on me, madam. I can serve myself.
No, that is not your cup.
My cup?
No, that's Alicia's cup. It's not quite full, you notice. Oh, you're giving our little secret away, Professor.
Yes, we have a confession. You know how Alicia loves coffee, Professor. Alex said I think she has been taking too much. We cheat a little. Here you are, dear.
Thank you.
Is it hot enough?
It's fine, Alex.
Perhaps Alex is right, Alicia. About rest. When you are young, rest is the best, Doctor.
Excuse me. I want to go to bed.
Pain again, darling?
I'm sorry to complain all the time.
May I take you to your room?
Oh, please forgive me. I'll be all right.
Alex, I'm worried about her.
We wanted to call a doctor yesterday, but she simply...
Mr. Sebastian! Mr. Sebastian!
Yes?
What is it, Joseph?
Mrs. Sebastian! She collapsed.
No, go away. No.
It's all right, Alicia. It's all right. You'll feel better soon. You're here in your own bed.
I don't want...
Please let me call the hospital.
Professor, you're already late for your meeting with Eric Matisse.
Yes, I must go, I suppose. Good night.
I'll go to the door.
Joseph.
Yes, madam?
She must have absolute quiet. Disconnect the telephone.
No.
Take it out of the room, Joseph.
No.
5 days now, Prescott. Alicia hasn't been near the pot for 5 days.
Well, she was to check with one of us at least every other day. That must be quite a binge she's on.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you were the one who said she was drinking.
I've had time to think it over. I don't believe it now.
Why should she lie about it?
I don't know. I don't know, but it wasn't a hangover. She was sick. She looked like the Ragged Ann of nowhere.
Yeah, well, it still sounds like a hangover to me.
Well, I'm going to pay a call.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't worry. I won't mess anything up. Just a social call. I'm a friend of the family.
Well, call me when you get back.
I'll do that.
For a man about to be leaving for Paris,
I'll talk to you later about that. I'd like to see that transfer held up for a while.
I am very sorry, Mr. Devlin. Mr. Sebastian asked me not to disturb him.
Company?
He's in the study with some business associates, sir.
How long will he be tied up?
I do not know.
Mrs. Sebastian at home?
Yes, sir, but she is very ill.
How long has she been ill?
A week, sir.
Has she had a doctor?
I believe so, sir. I really do not know. We are very concerned about her. If you will wait here, Mr. Devlin, I will tell Mr. Sebastian. Yes, go on, Professor. This sounds serious to me.
Yes. What happened Monday?
The same thing, Eric. When I left the bank, a man was following me. And this morning when I went to the ticket office, he was there again. Yes? I'm very sorry, sir. But Mr. Devlin is calling. Oh, tell him I'll be with him in a minute. Yes, sir. Now, the ticket office. What man, Professor? What did he look like?
Oh, obviously not a Brazilian. It's hard to describe him.
Mr. Devlin, he's waiting. Let him wait, Eric. This is terrible news, Professor. This is terrible.
Alicia.
Jim. How did you get up here?
I'm supposed to be downstairs waiting for your husband.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
I couldn't stand it anymore, waiting and wondering. Alicia, what is it?
I'm sick. They're poisoning me. I couldn't get away, Dad. I tried when I was too weak.
How long?
And ever since the party. Alex and his mother, they found out.
Come on. Try to sit up.
Yes.
Here. Let me help you. I've got to get you out of here.
I thought you'd left Rio.
Oh, I had to see you once more and speak my piece. I was getting up because I love you. I couldn't bear seeing you and him together.
You love me. But why didn't you tell me before?
Oh, I just couldn't see straight, think straight.
You love me.
Long ago, all the time since the beginning. Here, get on in your robe.
I can't tell. I'm afraid they gave me peace to sleep.
Yeah, you've got to keep awake. Keep talking. Keep talking. In that coat, put it over your robe.
Alex and his mother, they don't want the others to know but me.
But don't stop talking. What happened?
Alex found out.
Not the others.
No, they'd kill Alex if they knew. Matisse would kill him. He killed Deb.
Yeah, put your arm around me. You've got to stand up.
Oh, Deb. Say it again, Deb.
I love you. Alicia, please, stand up. Come on, talk.
Professor Anderson.
Yes.
The sand comes from Imoris Mountain.
We'll find it.
A town called Santa Masa.
Good. We'll take care of that later. Now you're on your feet, Alicia. Now move them. Move them. Walk. Start walking.
They're all down there in the stuff. We can't make it.
You've made the doorway. The stairs aren't far. I've got hold of you, darling. You've got to walk yourself. If you don't keep moving, you...
Don't ever leave me.
You'll never get rid of me again.
I never tried to, Dad.
Brace up.
Yes.
Here he comes.
Oh.
What are you doing, Alicia? What is this, Mr. Devlin?
Taking her to the hospital to get the poison out of her.
Poison?
How would you like your friends down there to know?
I'm taking Alicia back to her room.
No, Dad,
Not
no.
with a gun, Sebastian.
No.
It'll raise quite a rumpus if you try.
Alex, be quiet, Mother.
Alex, he knows.
Yes.
What is happening, Alex?
Alicia.
She is good?
Yes.
Stay right where you are, Sebastian.
Go on. Go.
We're going, dear. We're going downstairs. You haven't forgotten what they did to Emil Hupka, have you, Sebastian?
Took him, Alex.
Yeah, I'm glad you have a head on you, madame.
I'm not afraid to die.
You got your chance to die right here and now. Just call your friends to come out in the hall and tell them who Alicia really is.
You need any help, Alex?
No, we can handle her.
Where are you taking her?
You answer that one, Sebastian.
To the hospital. Alex, talk to them.
I'm glad she's going, Alex. You should have waited not this long.
Oh, what do I do, Sebastian? Start shooting? Hold on, darling. Hold on. Only 20 yards to go out the front door and then into my car.
Alex, what are you doing?
Who's that one?
Matisse, Eric, Matisse. Alex? We're taking Alicia to the hospital, Eric. She had another attack. Mr. Devlin heard her scream as he was waiting for me. Come, Alicia, come.
I phoned the hospital as soon as I saw how she was, Mr. Matthews.
Why didn't you send for an ambulance?
Here, Alex. Your coat.
You are not going with them, madame?
No. Alex will call me. I'll wait here.
Oh, the poor child. Here, I'll open the door. Two more steps, Alicia. How do you feel?
Oh, the air is dizzy.
Take some deep breaths.
I'll open the car door.
Oh, you made it. Made it, Alicia. Sit down, darling. Easy.
Yes.
Easy now.
Hurry, please, hurry. They're in the doorway. They're watching me.
Close the door, Sebastian.
Just a minute. I must go with her.
No room, Sebastian.
You must take me. I can't go back to
That's your headache.
Please. Please.
Alex, come here.
I have just been up to her room. There is no telephone in her room, Alex. How could he have called the hospital?
Alex, will you come in, please? We wish to talk to you.
Return for that curtain call. Libby Collins and I have some really big news for the ladies. A brand new, easy-to-enter contest.
Tell about the wonderful prizes first, John.
They're just about the most sensational prizes you ever heard of. $100,000 in gorgeous furs and cash. Imagine, first prize every week for 5 weeks is a $3,000 mink coat.
And if there's a girl in this country who wouldn't like a mink coat, I haven't heard of her.
And there are other superb prizes, too. 3 fur coats worth $1,000 each. 5 fur jackets worth $500 apiece. 20 fur scarves, each valued at $200. 50 scarves worth $100 apiece.
And that's not all.
There are 250 additional prizes every week. Each one a crisp $10 bill.
And here's a really unusual feature. We don't select the fur for you. No, ma'am, you choose it yourself. The kind of fur, the style you want, at any furrier you want.
Or you can take your prize in cash if you prefer.
There's a contest every single week for 5 weeks. So if you don't win the first time, try again.
This is just about the easiest contest to enter you ever heard of. Here's all you do. On entry blank, available at your dealer, or on any piece of paper, write 25 words or less telling why you like any one of 6 famous Lever products. Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Yes, any one of these products, and you can send in as many entries as you wish every week. Just be sure to include with each entry a wrapper or box top from any one of these 6 Lever products. Print your name and address on your letter, together with the name and address of the dealer from whom you buy your Lever products. Mail your entry to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
The first contest closes in just about 2 weeks, February 8th. So get your entry in tonight or tomorrow, sure.
Entries received after this date will be entered in the next week's contest. Winners of the big prizes will be announced on this program. Incidentally, you have to live in the continental United States, Alaska, or Hawaii to enter. The contests are subject to all federal, state, and local regulations, and to the complete rules printed on entry blanks you can get from your dealer.
Now, I'll repeat. Just write 25 words about why you like any Lever product. Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. Be sincere. Give us your own experience. Print your name and address on your letter. Print your dealer's name and address, too, because if he helps you to win, he, too, will get a prize. Enclose a wrapper or box top from one of these 6 products.
Address your letter to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
I'll repeat that. Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York.
There are 5 weekly contests. You can enter as often as you wish. So get busy, and a beautiful fur coat may soon be yours. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
It's time for that tradition of the theater, a curtain call for our stars. And here they are at the footlights, Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton. We enjoyed you both immensely in tonight's play. And incidentally, Ingrid, one could say that word notorious applies to the kind of character you play in your next Enterprise production.
I guess you could say that of Joan Madoubil, whom I play with Charles Boyer in Archer Prime.
Very different kind of Joan, then, from the one you're currently so famous for.
Nothing alike but the names, Joe.
I understand, Ingrid, you've become quite a winter sports enthusiast these days.
Well, my husband and I just returned from 4 weeks of skiing, Bill.
Well, there's nothing like skiing.
Well, the way I do it, there's nothing like it.
I didn't know you were a skiing enthusiast, Joe.
Oh, yes. Down south where I come from, I used to get quite a kick out of it.
Oh, now, they have snow down south?
Not much, but they have those newsreel theaters where you can sit with watch the experts whizzing down frozen mountainsides while you sit comfortable and warm. That's really getting pleasure out of skiing.
While Joe does his armchair exercise next Monday night, Bill, what will you be presenting in this theater?
Next week from 20th Century Fox, a rollicking romance of the theater. The backstage adventure of a lovable, laughable couple in their climb to success. It's that musical screen hit, Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. And in this warm, nostalgic story, Betty and Dan present those popular songs that made the original screenplay such a smash success.
Yes. Mother Wore Tights was a great hit, Bill.
And it ought to make a great hit with your audience next Monday, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and thanks for the call. Most of us are happy insofar as we look forward to the future, to security and continuing to have those simple luxuries and pleasures we deserve through work and careful conscientious saving. And there is no form of saving that is at once so easy and so safe and at the same time so helpful to your economic welfare as United States savings bonds. They offer you a cash reserve plus profit. For United States savings bonds, return $4 for every $3 that you invest. Buy them where you work through the payroll savings plan, or if you're self-employed, through the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Make United States savings bonds the basis for your future happiness. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Dan Daly in Mother Wore Tights. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Joseph Cotton appeared by arrangement with David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's The Paradine Case. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Alex Sebastian, Gerald Moore as Prescott, and Janet Scott as Madame Sebastian. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mother Wore Tights, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Rebecca. The starring players.
This is Joan Fontaine.
This is Brian Ahern.
And this is Agnes Moorehead.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in a radio version of the popular novel and motion picture, Rebecca, starring Brian Ahern as Maxim de Winter, Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Danvers, and Joan Fontaine in the role she immortalized on the screen. She tells our story.
Last night I went to Mandalay again. But even as I saw the iron gate, the winding drive, the great old house itself, I knew, as dreamers always do, that it was just a dream. Mandalay was no more. And we can never go back. That much is certain. Yet sometimes in my secret thoughts, I do go back to the strange days of my life, which began for me in the south of France. I was very young and very poor. And because I had no family of my own, I had taken employment as the paid companion of a rich old lady. That's how I happened to be in Monte Carlo. That's how I happened to meet Maxim de Winter. I was walking along the cliffs one day above the sea. I saw a man step toward the edge. To jump, I thought. And almost without knowing it, I cried out, "No, stop!"
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Well, I thought I didn't mean to stare. I thought you were going to...
Oh, you did you? What are you doing here?
Well, I was only walking.
Get on with your walking, then. I can very well do without your screaming.
That afternoon, they told me who he was. Maxim de Winter, the master of Mandalay. They said his wife had died the year before, and that he'd come to Monte Carlo to forget. Oh, I had no right to hope. A dowdy, awkward, penniless girl. But when he spoke to me next day and apologized and asked to go along and watch me sketch, my heart leaped up into my throat and choked the frightened no I might have said. We saw a great deal of each other after that. He was all generosity and charm. We danced and talked, and then one night we walked along the sea. A very lovely night. The air like wine.
You're very quiet this evening.
I was thinking, I wish there could be an invention that bottled up memories like scent, and then I could uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
Sometimes the memory might grow stale or horrible. Stop biting your nails.
Oh, I wish I were a woman of 36 dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be here with me if you were. Yeah, good heavens, what brought that on? Here, now. Blow your nose.
I'm sorry, Mr. De Winter.
Don't call me Mr. De Winter. I have a very impressive array of first names. George, Fortescue, Maximilian. You needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim.
But I'm not your family.
You will be when we're married.
Married?
Why not? Oh, of course, if you don't love me.
Oh, but I do. I love you most dreadfully. I cried all last night because I loved you so much.
Bless you for that.
Oh, but you don't understand. I don't belong in your sort of world.
And what is my sort of world?
Well, Manderley and... Oh, you know what I mean.
Suppose you let me be the judge of that. Only you'll have to promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you'll never wear black satin and pearls, and that you'll never be 36 years old.
Mrs. Maxim De Winter, mistress of Manderley. Oh, I said it over and over again to myself, all through our honeymoon, and still I couldn't believe it's true. Then, suddenly, we were home at Manderley. The wide green lawns, the curving road, the vastness of the house itself. The staff lined up to welcome me.
Darling, this is Frank Crawley, who manages the estate.
I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. De Winter. I'm terribly happy for Maxim's sake.
And this is Frith, the butler.
We're glad to welcome, madam.
Robert, the second man.
We hope madam will like it here.
The cooks, the maids, the gardeners, they all seemed glad to have me there. All but the housekeeper, Mrs. Danvers.
Alice will come up and help you dress, madam.
Thank you, Mrs. Danvers.
Alice is the parlor maid. She'll look after you till your own maid arrives.
Oh, but I haven't any maid. I'm sure Alice will do very nicely.
I'm afraid not, madam. It's usual for ladies in your position to have a personal maid.
Well, if you think so. Mrs. Danvers, I do hope we'll be friends. This sort of life is new to me, and I'll rely on you. You've been here at Manderley for a long time, haven't you?
I came when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Oh. Mrs. De Winter. The first Mrs. De Winter. Sometimes through the days that followed, it seemed that she was Maxim's wife, not I. In every room there was some little sign of her. A glove and a dress book or correspondence paper with her name engraved on it. Rebecca. That was her name. I learned to know it very well. And if I once forgot and tried to make myself the mistress of my home, Danvers was always at my side. If I wanted a fire in the drawing room,
Mrs. De Winter never lit the fire in here till afternoon.
Or if I spoke of going for a stroll,
Mrs. De Winter always instructed the gardeners after lunch.
Or if I left a salad to the cook.
Mrs. De Winter was most particular about salads, madam.
No matter where I turned, Rebecca had been there before, was still there in a sense to mock my helplessness. Not only in the house itself, but outside too. The day I walked along the beach and came upon a lovely cottage in the cove. Her cottage, I soon found out. Her books, her robes, her cigarettes, her monogram on everything. I closed the door and raced back blindly toward the house. And suddenly, Maxim was standing in my way.
Where have you been?
Walking along the beach.
The cottage?
Why, yes.
Did you go inside?
Maxim, the door's open and I...
Don't ever go there again. You hear?
Maxim,
I hate the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or make me think about it.
Oh, Maxim, what is it?
No, nothing. Forget it, my dear. Just forget all about it.
Yes? Oh, good morning, Mrs. De Winter. Come in.
I know you're very busy, Mr. Crawley.
Well, the estate does take a bit of managing, especially now that Maxim's back.
Well, am I interfering?
Not at all. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Well, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day.
Oh, were you?
Yes, it seems to be going to rack and ruin.
Well, I think if Maxim wanted anything done about it, he'd tell me.
Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Why, yes, they are.
What did she use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
What boat? What happened to it?
Well, you see, it capsized and sank the night Rebecca was drowned.
Oh, She's drowned.
She was on the boat alone. There was a storm, and she was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Hitchcock. About 2 months later, Maxim went up to identify her. It was horrible for him.
Mr. Corley, please don't think me morbidly curious. And I promise I won't bring this up again, but would you answer just one more question?
If I can.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
Well, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
She'd been beautiful, very beautiful, and Maxim still loved her. That was all I could think about for days. And then, woman-like, I thought, I'll force him to forget. I'll make him think of me. I'll be beautiful, too. First of all, a new coiffure.
Darling, what on earth have you done to your hair?
Makeup, which I've never used.
My dear, aren't you wearing too much rouge?
A whole new wardrobe of expensive clothes.
Really, darling, do you think that dress is quite your type?
Oh, I tried so hard, and I only saw annoyance in his face, or worse, amusement, and the bored indulgence that one saves habitually for a child. And still I would not yield. I was so pitifully eager as the summer costume ball approached. I thought, if I can find a costume that will make him proud of me, something different, so that he'll be the envy of his friends. And strangely enough, it was Mrs. Danvers who gave the idea.
If I may suggest it, madam, I think you might find a costume to suit you among the family portraits.
Oh, you mean in the gallery at the top of the stairs?
There's one in particular that might have been designed for you. I'm sure you could have it copied.
Really? Which one?
One of Mr. De Winter's ancestors, Lady Caroline.
Oh, yes, it's very lovely. Oh, do you think he'd like it?
I've heard Mr. De Winter say it's his favorite of all the paintings.
Then that would be a splendid idea. Thank you, Mrs. Danvers. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful indeed.
Maxim, where's that young wife of yours?
Oh, she'll be down presently. Fussing with her gown, I suppose. It's her first ball, you know.
What is she wearing, Maxim?
Oh, I haven't the remotest idea. She's keeping a great secret. Why, she wouldn't even let me.
There she is now.
I'm so glad she's coming down. Good heavens. Good God. Good evening, Maxim.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
But, Maxima.
Where did you get that gown?
Well, it's the picture, the one in the gallery.
Go and take it off.
Oh, Maxim, what is it? What have I done?
That was the dress Rebecca wore at the ball last year.
And so ends Act One of Rebecca, starring Joan Fontaine, Brian Ahern, and Agnes Moorehead. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Sometimes I see a girl who has what I call an old-fashioned face, because her face is too heavily made up. And the reason I call a heavily made-up face old-fashioned is because that artificial look is as out of date as the clothes you wore in the 20s. The type of beauty that's in style today is a fresh, natural-looking beauty. Many women don't realize that sometimes it's the powder they use which gives them that made-up, powdery look. Not until they discover what a big difference there can be in face powders. You would understand this difference better if you could read some of the letters I receive from women who have changed to Lady Esther face powder. One woman after another has written that it was a revelation to see the improvement a change of face powders could make. When they tried Lady Esther face powder, they said that uninteresting, powdery look gave way to a look of radiant, natural loveliness. Their skin looked softer and younger. You'd understand why this is so if you could see how Lady Esther face powder is made. First, you'd see Lady Esther face powder go through the usual mixing and sifting. And then, even though most powders are considered finished at this stage, I take my powder at this point and put it through the twin hurricane blending. Now, in this second blending, tiny particles of color and powder are blown together at such terrific speed that the powder becomes a miracle of smoothness and evenness. So many women have written me that this new kind of powder seems to give the skin a new, natural-looking beauty.
And now the curtain rises on Act 2 of Rebecca, starring Brian Ahern as Maxim De Winter, Joan Fontaine as the second Mrs. De Winter, and Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Danvers. Mrs. De Winter continues her story.
I thought my world had ended when Maxim spoke to me that way. In hate and anger as our guest looked on, I turned and stumbled up the stairs. As I reached the top, somehow through my tears, I noticed that a door was being closed. The door to her room, Rebecca's room. I knew who would be there. I was wild and hurt, almost hysterical. Straight to that door I walked and opened it.
You've come upstairs. You didn't enjoy the ball very much, did you?
You knew she wore this gown last year, and you deliberately suggested it to me. Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They haven't changed since those weeks after she died. I used to hear him walking up and down, all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he'd lost her.
No, I don't want to know.
You thought you could live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers, but you can't. She's too strong for you. No one ever got the better of her. Never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Stop it. Stop it.
You're overwrought, madam. I'll open the window for you. A little air will do you good. And you can hear the sea.
No.
Why don't you go? Why don't you leave Mandalay? He doesn't need you. He has his memories. He wants to be alone with her. You've nothing to stay for, nothing to live for, really. Look down there, off the cliff. It would be easy, wouldn't it? No. Why don't you? Why don't you go? Go on. Go on, don't be afraid. Don't. What's that?
Shipwreck. There's been a rock. Shipwreck! On the rock! Down the bay! The Coast Guard! Make it fast!
Maxim!
Come on, everybody! Down to the bay!
Maxim! Frank Corley!
Right here. Mrs. De Winter, you shouldn't be out. It's almost dawn.
Frank, have you seen Maxim anywhere?
Not for an hour or more. I thought he'd gone back to the house.
No, he hasn't been at the house at all. I'm worried. Frank, you are too. I can see it in your face. There's something wrong.
Well,
tell me, what is it?
The diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship found the hull of another boat, a little sailboat.
Frank, is it?
Yes, it's Rebecca's.
Where is it, Frank?
In the cottage. He said he wanted to be alone.
Hello.
Maxim, you haven't had any sleep. I've been worried about you.
You love me very much, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I wanted to hear you say it just once more.
Oh, but I'll say it many times again. All my life.
No. No, it's all over now. Rebecca has won.
Max, what are you saying?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
Yeah, I know. Rebecca's boat. Oh, it's terrible for you now, but maybe soon.
It's going to be worse. The diver broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There's a body in there.
Then she wasn't alone. Someone was with her.
I'm afraid not. There was no one with her. It's Rebecca's body that's lying in there.
Oh, no.
When I identified that other woman, I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was. Lying in that cabin at the bottom of the sea.
How did you know?
Because I put it there. Now, will you look in my eyes and tell me that you love me very much?
Maxim.
You see, I was right. It's all over now.
Oh, no, you're not to say that. I love you more than anything in the world. I've always loved you. Even when I knew you were thinking of her.
You don't understand.
Whenever you touched me, I knew you were comparing me to her. Whenever you looked at me, spoke to me, walked in the garden with me, I knew you were thinking, this I did with Rebecca. And this, and this.
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought that? I hated her.
Hated her?
I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love, or tenderness, or even simple decency.
Oh, you didn't love her. You didn't love her.
She taunt me with her faithlessness, how we'd fooled the world, with what a rotten fraud our marriage was. She knew what the family name meant to me, that I'd suffer anything rather than drag you through the muck of a divorce. Can you understand how I felt?
Of course I can.
She was very clever about her affairs at first. And after a while, she began to go careless. Why, she even had one of her friends visit her here. Here, in this very cottage. I wonder about that. I told her if I found him on the grounds, I'd shoot them both. And then one night, when she thought I'd gone to London, I came here, hoping to surprise them. But he hadn't arrived as yet. She laughed at me, and she said, Maxim, you know, if I ever have a child, no one could prove that it isn't yours. She must have read what was in my mind, because she laughed again, and she asked, what is it, Maxim? Are you going to kill me? Well, I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant. And then she fell. Her head hit a heavy piece of ship's tackle. And when I bent down to help her, she was dead.
But you didn't kill her? It was an accident.
I didn't think anyone would believe me. I lost my head. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When we seemed a safe distance from shore, I opened the seacocks and the water poured in. And then I pulled away in the dinghy and watched her sink.
But Maxim, no one knows.
Only you and I.
Then, darling, you're safe. Rebecca's dead. That's what we've got to remember. She's dead. She can't speak. She can't harm you anymore.
I identified that other woman.
Well, you could have made a mistake. Oh, darling, I won't let you go now.
Oh, it's too late. I've loved you very much. I shall always love you. But her shadow was between us all along. I knew that Rebecca would win in the end.
No. She hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won. Maxim.
Hello? Yes, Frank? Oh, Colonel Julian? Yes, of course. I'll be right up.
Who is it, Maxim? Who's Colonel Julian?
Chief Constable of the county. Wants to talk to me.
Blasted nuisance, this thing, Maxim. Very sorry and all that.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Of course, we could make a simple thing of it following one set of facts.
What facts?
Well, suppose Mrs. De Winter was in the cabin and the squall hit the boat with no one at the helm.
And probably the door jammed and she couldn't get on deck again.
Exactly. Trouble is, this diver fellow claims he found all the seacocks open, and they can only be opened from inside the boat.
No.
So it looks like a clear case of suicide to me.
Suicide?
That's not the truth.
Danvers? I'd prefer it if you knocked...
We're all equal before the law, Mr. De Winter. It's only my duty to tell what I know.
What do you know?
Mrs. De Winter never committed suicide. She wasn't that kind. And besides, she'd been to see the doctor in London just that afternoon. Dr. Baker on Gold Hawk Road.
Come now. What's that got to do with it?
Mrs. De Winter had everything in the world to live for. The doctor had told her she was going to have a child.
I'm afraid it won't do any good, Colonel, coming all the way to London. We know what the doctor will say.
You never can tell, Maxim.
Oh, Danvers wouldn't have lied. She must have known we'd check her story.
Well, Maxim, that's what we're doing.
Frank, if the doctor bears her out, I haven't a chance.
First, let's hear what the doctor says, if he says it. Well, gentlemen, I've been doing a good deal of thinking in there. We doctors have certain ethics, of course, but under the circumstances...
You mean that you'll answer our questions?
If they pertain to medicine, that's fair enough. Doctor, the last time you saw Mrs. De Winter, what did you tell her? I told her she was carrying a child.
You did?
And that she'd never bear it.
Why not?
Cancer. Deep-rooted and malignant. She couldn't possibly have had more than 2 months to live. I was right, gentlemen. It was suicide.
Maxim, there are certain laws about speed, you know.
When I telephoned, she said she'd wait up. Frank, there's something you don't know.
No, there isn't.
I didn't kill Rebecca, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. That was her plan.
I don't think about it anything more. Don't even...
Frank, look. Look, over that hill.
That's strange. It's too early for the dawn.
That's not the dawn. That's fire. Frank, that's Mandalay. Where's Mrs. De Winter?
I thought I saw her.
Where? If anything's happened to her...
Maxim! Oh, thank heaven you've come, Maxim.
Oh, darling. Are you all right?
Oh, Maxim, it's Mrs. Danvers. She's gone mad. She started the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Mandalay than see us happy here.
Look, wait.
Maxim, she's up there in Rebecca's room. Mrs. Danvers!
There it goes.
Maxim.
It's over, darling. It's all right. It's all over now.
Oh, is it, Maxim? Is it really over?
Fire burns clean, they say. Even shadows.
Even shadows. No more shadows between us, Maxim. No more shadows. Ever.
Thank you, Brian Ahern, Joan Fontaine, and Agnes Moorehead for your splendid performances tonight. Incidentally, this is Miss Fontaine's second program this season with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players.
I've enjoyed it, Mr. Bradley. Knowing that the benefits of these programs go to support the Motion Picture Relief Fund makes our appearances here a real pleasure. And now, here's a word from one of our best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Fontaine. The other day, I was telling a group of women about raw face powder. And one of them said to me, raw face powder? What do you mean by raw powder? Well, I took her into my laboratory and showed her what I meant. First, I showed her Lady Esther face powder being mixed and sifted, the way most face powder is made. I let her look at it under a microscope and even try it on her skin. Oh, it's much smoother and finer than the powder I use, my visitor remarked. But it's not smooth enough for me, I said. I call Lady Esther face powder raw powder at this point, and I put it through a second process. Then I took her into another room and showed her how my powder, first mixed in the usual way, is then blown by twin hurricanes, blown until it's no longer just powder particles, but a smooth, flattering film of beauty. Now, I said to her, now look at Lady Esther face powder under the microscope and try it on your skin. See the difference? See how it helps hide little lines, big pores, how it gives your skin a smoother, more youthful texture? She looked at the radiant freshness of her skin in the mirror and she said, I never dreamed there could be such an amazing difference in the texture of a face powder.
Before we hear about next week's show, a special word from Brian Ahern.
Ladies and gentlemen, every one of us who is invested in United States war bonds has played a part in the victories our fighting men have won. But we know there's still much fighting to be done, and that means two things. If you're not buying war bonds on a regular plan, enlist today under the payroll deduction plan. If you're already buying out of income each payday, increase your purchases. Our fighting men don't give only 10% of their time. They give everything it takes. So we at home must, all of us, do our full share. So please, tomorrow, increase your regular subscription and buy as many extra war bonds as you possibly can. Working together, we can win. But we must all do our full share.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present the delightful comedy of errors in a department store, The Devil and Miss Jones. And it stars Lorraine Day, George Murphy, and Charles Coburn. Be sure to listen. Joan Fontaine and Agnes Moorehead can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Jane Eyre. Brian Ahern is currently starring in Columbia's picture, First Comes Courage. The story, Rebecca, and Miss Fontaine's appearance were through the courtesy of David O. Selznick. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.